Genocide, War Crimes, and the West. History and Complicity. Edited by Adam Jones. Part I. Overview. 1. Introduction, History and Complicity. Adam Jones. In April 2001, convicted mass murderer Timothy McVeigh, about to die in the first U.S. federal execution in 150 years, sent a letter to a Fox News correspondent seeking to explain, "Why I bombed the Murrah Federal Building in Oklahoma City, killing 168 people." He referred to his terrorist action as a retaliatory strike and counterattack for the FBI attack against the Branch Davidians at Waco, Texas. But McVeigh then took a surprising analytical leap, turning to identifiable patterns of conduct by the U.S. government in the international sphere. Borrowing a page from U.S. foreign policy, I decided to send a message to a government that was becoming increasingly hostile, by bombing a government building and the government employees within that building who represent that government. Bombing the Murrah Federal Building was morally and strategically equivalent to the U.S. hitting a government building in Serbia, Iraq, or other nations. Based on observations of the policies of my own government, I viewed this action as an acceptable option. From this perspective, what occurred in Oklahoma City was no different than what Americans rain on the heads of others all the time, and subsequently, my mindset was and is one of clinical detachment. Point 1. There is no reason, of course, to question depictions of McVeigh as a murderous thug. His letter nonetheless raised some pertinent questions. Why was McVeigh's murderous thuggery and freelance fanaticism, Morrow, 2001, viewed as egregious and indefensible, indeed meriting the death penalty, while wholesale thuggery by his government tends to be seen as politics as usual? And was McVeigh's mindset, of clinical detachment, any worse than the criminality and immorality that had turned the United States into the world's leading rogue state? C. Huntington, 1999, Bloom, 2001.2. Around the time McVeigh's letter was released, one long-buried, state-sponsored crime was making global headlines. Bob Kerrey, a former U.S. Senator and Democratic presidential candidate who later headed the New School University in New York, acknowledged that on February 25, 1969 he had led a commando unit of Navy SEALs in an attack on the South Vietnamese coastal village of Ton Phong. The SEALs' primary task was kidnap or assassination missions, looking to eliminate Viet Cong leaders from among the local population. Vistica, 2001. Accounts differ as to what happened when the team arrived in the hamlet. According to Kerry, the SEALs came across a house that had not appeared in intelligence reports. "We've got some men here, we have to take care of them," Kerry said he was told by members of his team. That meant collective killing. Standard operating procedure was to dispose of the people we made contact with. Kill the people we made contact with, or we have to abort the mission. Kerry said he took no part in these initial killings. The team moved on to another cluster of dwellings, where, according to Kerry, it came under fire, which was returned. 1,200 rounds of U.S. ammunition later, Kerry said he made a terrible discovery. "In the hooches, I was expecting to find Viet Cong soldiers with weapons, dead. Instead I found women and children." Other testimony, though, suggested an even more grisly, and systematic, slaughter of civilians. Kerry's Navy SEAL comrade Gerhard Klan claimed that Kerry had been fully aware that the unit's eventual victims were civilian women and children, and had given the order anyway to mow them down in cold blood. Klan says that Kerry gave the order and the team, standing between 6 and 10 feet away, started shooting, raking the group with automatic weapons fire for about 30 seconds. They heard moans, Klan says, and began firing again, for another 30 seconds. There was one final cry, from a baby. In response, Kerry claimed that even if Klan's account were true, the actions were defensible. "Under the unwritten rules of Vietnam, we would have been justified in killing civilians even had we not been fired upon. You were authorized to kill if you thought that it would be better. We were instructed not to take prisoners." Vistica, 2001. The U.S. media and public response to Kerry's confession was striking. Many Americans seemed quicker to sympathize with the former war hero Kerry and to lament the horror of war rather than focus on the real issues of crime and justice. Goldhagen and Power, 2001. Time magazine emphasized not the victims of the U.S. attack, but the private agonies and aching experience of physically and psychically scarred veterans like Kerry, for whom the war is never quite over. McGeary and Tumulty, 2001. Amidst the conservative bluster and liberal commiseration, a few commentators and organizations did call for a thorough investigation of Kerry's alleged crimes, and the backdrop of US-sponsored atrocities, perhaps genocide, against which they occurred. For Human Rights Watch, Kerry's revelations suggested that U.S. military units may have directly violated the Fourth Geneva Convention of 1949 and resulted in grave breaches of that convention, or war crimes. The organization called for U.S. Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld to initiate without delay a full and independent investigation to establish whether during the Vietnam War certain U.S. military policies, orders, and practices constituted or led directly to the commission of war crimes by U.S. forces. Human Rights Watch, 2001. Bruce Shapiro, writing in Ceylon, Shapiro, 2001, called for the establishment of a South African-style truth commission to investigate U.S. war crimes in Vietnam. Suppressed atrocity, Shapiro wrote, haunts not just its victims and shadows not just its perpetrators, but distorts the political life of entire societies. The broader debate over Vietnam, after a decade or more of jingoistic posturing, recrystallized around the figure of former U.S. Secretary of State Henry Kissinger. See the chapters in this volume by Mario Aguilar, Stephen Jacobs, and Suhail Islam and Syed Hassan. Kissinger, and the administrations he served, were directly or indirectly responsible for some of the bloodiest crimes of the post-World War II era. They included the sustained U.S. bombing campaigns against peasant societies in Vietnam, Cambodia, and Laos, the Indonesian invasion of East Timor in December 1975, which rapidly assumed genocidal dimensions, and the West Pakistani assault on what was shortly to become independent Bangladesh, in 1970-71, a more gigantic slaughter still. On a smaller scale, but at a cost of thousands more lives, Kissinger encouraged, aided, and abetted the military coup that overthrew the democratically elected government of Salvador Allende in Chile in 1973. Kissinger has retained a considerable cachet within the United States, as evidenced by his appointment to head the commission struck to investigate the events of September 11, 2001. Kissinger accepted but subsequently withdrew, citing possible conflicts of interest. A growing number of voices, however, have called for him to play a very different role, that of prisoner in the dock. The case for arraigning Kissinger for war crimes and crimes against humanity was made most prominently, and pithily, by the British journalist Christopher Hitchens, whose two-part series for Harper's Magazine was subsequently published as a slender book, The Trial of Henry Kissinger, Hitchens, 2001. In the present work, three authors take diverse approaches to the Kissinger case, and consider its implications for the volume's central themes. The United States was not the only Western country to play host to such controversies as a new century began. In France, Paul Ozarès, a former general in the Algerian War, 1954-62, brazenly acknowledged that during the war he and his death squad tortured and killed 24 prisoners with the full knowledge and backing of the French government. That government, said Ozarès, was regularly informed about, and tolerated the use of, torture, summary executions and forced displacements of people. Agence France Presse, 2001, see Raphael Branch's chapter in this volume. Ozarès was unrepentant about his involvement in the crimes. French President Jacques Chirac, who served in the army in Algeria, declared himself horrified by the revelations. Chirac called for the general to be stripped of his Légion d'honneur and face military sanctions. Observers noted that the general's account, and his insistence that he is unrepentant, have reopened deep wounds from the most painful chapter of France's colonial past and revived a divisive debate over whether those responsible should or can be brought to trial. Agence France Presse, 2001. In the end, Ozores was put on trial, but for complicity in justifying war crimes, not for the crimes themselves, which were covered by a 1962 amnesty. In January 2002, Ozores was found guilty, and fined $6,500, a sentence so trivial that it served only to underline the fact that his deeds were exempt from punishment, and that France had little interest in revisiting the past. Schatz, 2002. Nonetheless, the public re-examination of a past grown stale was surely preferable to a blanket of silence, not least for those who had been on the receiving end, or their survivors, as Mariner notes. Without a doubt, relatives of the thousands of suspects who were disappeared during Algeria's independence conflict must take some satisfaction in seeing a French court formally condemn the French army's abusive practices, even if, from their perspective, the judgment is more than 40 years late. The court's official acknowledgement that the abuses committed by the French in Algeria were war crimes and, as such, unjustifiable in any circumstances, marks an important step forward. Although much has been written about the systematic use of torture during the war, France has never apologized for its army's conduct, nor have French officials shown much interest in sanctioning an official re-examination of the period. Mariner, 2002. In Belgium, government authorities and intellectuals finally began to reckon with the country's often tawdry, sometimes genocidal, colonial past. The empire's heart of darkness was in Congo, where independence in 1960 was followed by the murder of the country's leading nationalist figure, Patrice Lumumba. In February 2002, the Belgian government, which had steadfastly denied any involvement until new evidence collected by a parliamentary commission confirmed the direct role of Belgian agents in carrying out and covering up the murder, admitted its participation in Lumumba's assassination, and formally apologized, writing, 2002, see Thomas Turner's chapter in this volume. According to the New York Times, the motivation for the crime was to avoid losing control over Congo's resources. Decades earlier, a similar preoccupation with the vast territory, 75 times larger than Belgium itself, had prompted Belgian King Leopold to seize Congo as his personal property, turning it into the grotesquely misnamed Congo Free State. Between 1885 and 1908, millions of Congolese males were conscripted into forced labor, and driven deep into the jungle to gather rubber for export. The rubber terror inflicted a staggering death toll on the laborers, and their protracted, or permanent, separation from wives and families exacerbated the demographic holocaust. Adam Hochschild's 1997 book King Leopold's Ghost exposed for a global public the astonishing scale and savagery of the killing. He estimated the overall toll, direct deaths plus demographic decline owing to the lowered birth rate, as approaching 10 million Congolese. Hochschild, 1998. In response to the furor that Hochschild's work generated in Belgium, the Royal Museum for Central Africa announced the first far-reaching review of Belgium's colonial past. The initiative raises the broader question of a country's continuing responsibility for unsavory actions carried out in its name generations or even centuries earlier. These range from promotion of the slave trade and annexation of territories to colonial repression and ransacking of natural resources. Writing, 2002. Stated museum director Guy de Gréziels, it is a reality which touches the deepest part of the Belgian soul. We really haven't coped with it, and the revelations came as a real shock. We were brought up knowing that we brought civilization and good to Africa. Allegations of brutality weren't taught in schools, quoted in Osborne, 2002. Across the Channel in the United Kingdom, a penetrating re-examination of Britain's imperial role was also underway, one facet of the movement for reparations for Western exploitation of slave labor. See Francis Enjabie Nesbitt's chapter in this book. The issue came to a head at the United Nations Conference on Racism in Durban in 2001, at which British representatives fought against declaring slavery a crime against humanity. McGreal, 2001, Point 3 Activists increasingly targeted municipal authorities, building on the success achieved in December 1999, when the Municipal Council of Liverpool, a city that had boomed during the slaving era, made an unreserved apology for the city's involvement in the slave trade, acknowledging the untold misery and its legacy for black people in Liverpool today. Nelson, 2002. Democracy and the Dissident Strand. The standard of justice, wrote Thucydides more than 2,000 years ago, depends on the equality of power to compel, and that in fact the strong do what they have the power to do and the weak accept what they have to accept, cited in Base, 2000, frontispiece. A profusion of modern-day examples in international politics reminds us that Thucydides' observation has legs. But today it also seems to require revision. The strong are sometimes constrained from doing what they have the power to do, or at least from doing it as and when they wish to. The end of settler colonialism and transoceanic slavery as acceptable international conduct provide two examples. The U.S. non-invasion of Central American countries in the 1980s, contrasted with an earlier uninhibited reliance on sending in the Marines, offers another. Meanwhile, the weak, the majority of the world's population and the governments that claim to represent them, have in recent decades shown less willingness to accept what they have to accept, at least without protracted and voluble struggle. Point 4 Among other things, they have virtually eliminated formal colonialism from the face of the earth, an epical and under-recognized achievement, even though the vanquished beast appears to be making a comeback with the U.S. occupation and administration of Iraq. Hartung et al., 2002, Sanger and Schmidt, 2002. Point 5 Conceptions and institutions of international justice, national and international human rights movements, campaigns for truth and restitution, all these are now well-established features of international relations and domestic politics. Henry Kissinger, for one, could hardly disagree, despite his preference for Thucydidean realpolitik. The very factors that constrain Kissinger's foreign travel itinerary are those that, more and more, may be constraining the actions of the powerful around the world. So this book forms part of a wider contemporary trend, in which the actions and atrocities of the powerful are under examination and public criticism as never before in history. But why the focus on crimes, or alleged crimes, of Western states? After all, they are hardly unique in their adherence to Thucydides' maxim. Genocide, war crimes, and crimes against humanity blight societies throughout the underdeveloped world, and domestic leaders and elites must often shoulder a large or dominant portion of the blame. In my view, allegations of Western involvement in genocide and other crimes carry, and should carry, a special bite and resonance, especially for the Western citizens who will predominate as readers of this book. Such readers confront the phenomenon of democracy, which I define as the stain of hypocrisy that attaches to regimes that are avowedly democratic in character, that allow comparative freedom and immunity from naked state violence domestically, but that initiate or participate in atrocious actions beyond their borders. Point 6 This contradiction between domestic and international practice is far less stark in reality, as indigenous inhabitants and minority groups within Western states can attest. But the disparity between democratic ideals, comparatively well respected at home, and blatant depravity abroad clearly forms a foundation for most contemporary critiques of the West's role in atrocity. Consider, for example, this passage from Edward S. Herman's 1982 study, The Real Terror Network. It is difficult to avoid a sense of outrage not only at the realities of this real terror network but also at Western hypocrisy. An important element in that hypocrisy is the pretense of Western non-involvement in terror. Thus, while the killings and torture in the NSS's national security states are sometimes mentioned in the news media, as inexplicable background facts, like cosmic radiation, and for some reason not deserving indignation remotely proportional to the crimes in question, the U.S. role in establishing and maintaining the NSS's in power is generally suppressed altogether. This pattern of hypocrisy, aversion of the eyes, An absence of indignation at extensive and serious crimes can be rationally explained only in terms of a structure of domestic interests. A systematic dichotomous treatment can be found across the board, whereby huge crimes by state terrorists within the U.S. sphere of influence are either suppressed or given brief and muted treatment, while abuses attributable to enemies are attended to repeatedly and with indignation and sarcasm. Herman, 1982, 8-16. Evident here is Herman's outrage at the despoliation of democracy implied by the state's criminal connivance. References to the pattern of hypocrisy, a specifically Western hypocrisy, to pretense, media blackout, absence of public indignation, all these criticisms would make little sense outside a context of democratic freedoms. I am reminded, too, of the letter to America by South African writer Bryden Breidenbach, which closes this volume. For me it is one of the most thoughtful and impassioned denunciations of the U.S. global role issued after September 11, 2001. An anger at democracy pervades it. Breidenbach demands to know in what way U.S. priorities are any different from those of the defunct Soviet Union or other totalitarian regimes, implying that they should be different, dramatically so, and then confesses in a revealing way the difficulty he encounters in critiquing U.S. actions. Why is it difficult? Because the United States is a complex entity despite the gung-ho slogans and simplistic posturing in moments of national hysteria. Your political system is resilient and well tested, it has always harbored counterforces, it allows quite effectively for alternation, for a swingback of the pendulum whenever policies have strayed too far from middle-class interests, with the result that you have a large middle ground of acceptable political practices. Why? Through the role of elected representatives, the people who vote even have a rudimentary democratic control over public affairs. Except maybe in Florida. Better still, your history has shown how powerful a moral catharsis expressed through popular resistance to injustice can sometimes be. And all along there was no dearth of strong voices speaking firm convictions and enunciating sure ethical standards. Breidenbach, 2002. Where are the strong voices now? Breidenbach asks plaintively. Again, it is not a question that could easily be directed to citizens of an authoritarian or dictatorial state. Breidenbach is acknowledging that plurality and possibility for change exist under democracy, even in the world's most imperial democratic state. That recognition both fuels and shapes his anger against the cracker fundamentalists, desk warriors, warmed-up Dr. Strangeloves and oil-greedy conservative capitalists who, in his view, have hijacked U.S. democracy since 9/11. But even the corrupted democracy allows polemics like Breidenbach's to appear, and in a non-trivial, relatively mainstream forum, his letter was originally published in The Nation. This is broadly true of countries where democracy obtains. They allow a searchlight to be trained upon the state's actions. Domestic critics, at least, rarely need to fear a visit from a death squad or professional torturer. As a result, citizens, too, are in danger of bolstering democracy through their quiescence. Breidenbach implies that we, have a special capacity and thus a special obligation to speak out and to intervene. Such interventions have been part of the Western tradition since long before a modern, or postmodern, phenomenon like democracy could arise. Think of Bartolomé de las Casas' denunciations of Spanish depredations in the Americas, for example. But interventionism took a momentous step forward with the rise of mass democracy, education, urbanization, and communication in the West. These social upheavals spawned, as early as the 19th century, a range of popular organizations and movements that sought to condemn war, to temper its severity when it occurred and, even more ambitiously, to create international dispute mechanisms that might obviate it entirely. Reisman and Antonio, 1994, 18. Such mobilized opinion had a profound impact on legislation drafted to govern crimes of war, notably with the Hague and Geneva Conventions. It underpinned two of the most large-scale and successful international social movements in history, the anti-slavery movement, and the later campaign against Belgian forced labor in Congo, led by the Irishman Roger Casement. Aroused publics and non-governmental organizations contributed seminally to key pieces of post-World War II legislation, such as the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, both passed by the United Nations in 1948. And the interventions continue today, on a still greater scale, as chapter after chapter in this book makes clear. The interventions are more necessary than ever, in part because democracy has always been in the eye of the beholder. For proponents and defenders of Western states, for those who buttress the idea of the West's exceptional role as a civilizing force, no hypocrisy enters the equation, because there is no systematic deviation from the democratic norm, whether internally or outside Western states' boundaries. Democratic states wouldn't do something atrocious, therefore they don't. Any suggestion that they regularly have done it, and continue to do it, is viewed as intemperate or ungrateful at best, dangerous or extremist at worst. The result is an effective culture of impunity, in which the atrocities committed by Western states and their allies are systematically ignored, explained away, defined out of existence, or openly celebrated, anything to preserve them from serious and objective criticism. Genocide, war crimes, and the West can be seen as an attempt to erode, in some small way, this culture of impunity. As such, it forms part of a dissident strand in analyses of Western foreign and domestic policy. I do not mean to say that the contributors' approaches and conclusions are uniform. A significant proportion, for example, do not condemn in blanket fashion the actions of a given Western state or states. But none, I think, would support the idea that the behavior of Western democratic states, abroad or at home, is purely benevolent, and therefore exempt from systemic critique. The emergence of the dissident strand took a somewhat different path in each Western country, strongly influenced by events in the decolonizing countries and their independent successors in the Third World. I do not intend to provide a detailed multinational history here, but will limit myself to exploring the dissident strand as it took shape in the most powerful Western country and the leading focus of such critiques, the United States, with passing references to parallel developments elsewhere. The dissident literature on U.S. foreign and domestic policy has deep roots in populist and socialist traditions that extend far back into the 19th century. One need only consult the record of the spirited debates over U.S. intervention in the Philippines and Cuba at the turn of the 20th century, for example, to see that skepticism towards proclaimed policy goals is nothing new in the American body politic. In its post-World War II incarnation, dissidence was connected closely with the US's emergence as the dominant global power. The grand strategy implemented after the war to organize international relations according to U.S. ambitions led naturally to interventions, both overt and covert, on a scale unprecedented in U.S., indeed world, history. This prompted, beginning in the late 1950s, the rise of a revisionist school of historians led by William Appleman Williams with his 1959 work The Tragedy of American Diplomacy. Williams was less radical than many of his successors, but his appears to have been the first prominent academic voice of the post-war era to point out the basic expansionist continuity in American policy, at home and abroad. The closing of the frontier at the end of the 19th century brought an end to the continental drive that had placed much of North America under U.S. control and exterminated the majority of its native inhabitants. For Williams, the imperial campaign that took over, continuing into the post-World War II era, was founded on a desire for new international markets and favorable economic arrangements to bolster prosperity domestically, and to compensate for the loss of an ever-expanding Lebensraum on the North American continent itself. The primacy of economic considerations in Williams's model was duplicated in the more detailed dissident analyses that proliferated in the 1960s, with the United States turning large parts of Indochina into wastelands cratered by high explosives. David Horowitz led the way with his Free World Colossus, Horowitz, 1965, a book that the author eventually disowned and withdrew from sale after his conversion to hardline neoconservatism. 7 With the international New Left reaching its apogee, the years 1966 to 69 saw the publication of a succession of core dissident texts, Edward S. Herman's America's Vietnam Policy, The Strategy of Deception, 1966, Franz Sherman et al.'s The Politics of Escalation in Vietnam, 1966, co-authored by a contributor to this volume, Peter Dale Scott, Howard Zinn's Vietnam, The Logic of Withdrawal, 1967, see also Zinn, 1980, Gabriel Kalko's The Politics of War, 1968, see also Kalko, 1988, Richard J. Barnett's Intervention and Revolution, 1968, and Noam Chomsky's first collection of essays, American Power and the New Mandarins, 1969, gratifyingly reissued by the New Press in 2002. More or less concurrently, Soul Searching on the Domestic Issue of Race produced the first Black Power texts, see, example Malcolm X, 1965, Cleaver, 1968, as well as D. Brown's majestic revisionist account of the settling of the American West, Bury My Heart at Wounded Knee, Brown, 1972.8. Congressional revelations, in the mid-1970s, of Central Intelligence Agency, CIA, interventionism throughout the Third World were buttressed by the memoirs of former CIA operatives, notably Philip Agee, Inside the Company, CIA Diary, 1975, and John Stockwell, In Search of Enemies, A CIA Story, 1978. These taboo breakers paved the way for more mainstream authors to contribute well-documented dissident critiques, such as William Shawcross's Sideshow, Kissinger, Nixon, and the Destruction of Cambodia, 1979, Seymour M. Hersh's Ruthless Dissection of the Kissinger Myth, The Price of Power, 1983, Stephen Schlesinger and Stephen Kinzer's History of the US-Sponsored Coup in Guatemala in 1954, Bitter Fruit, 1983, see also Immerman, 1982, and New York Times journalist Raymond Bonner's Chilling Study of U.S. Policy in El Salvador, Weakness and Deceit, 1984. It is vital to acknowledge the contributions of a number of Third World writers whose critiques of Western imperialism penetrated the Western consciousness from the 1960s to the 1980s. These included Frantz Fanon's Studies of the Psychology of Colonial Oppression, The Wretched of the Earth, 1963, Black Skin, White Masks, 1968, Che Guevara's Guerrilla Warfare, 1961, and Reminiscences of the Cuban Revolutionary War, 1968, Paulo Freire's Pedagogy of the Oppressed, 1970, Walter Rodney's How Europe Underdeveloped Africa, 1972, Eduardo Galeano's Open Veins of Latin America, 1973, Edward Said's Orientalism, 1979, and Rigoberta Menchu's Rigoberta Menchú, Burgos de Bray, 1983. Perhaps for the first time, a broad and multifaceted dialogue was initiated between Third World critics and activists and their First World sympathizers, a process mirrored by the rise of numerous solidarity committees in Western communities and on Western university campuses. The wave of US-supported and inspired coups in Latin America and elsewhere during the 1960s and 1970s led to the establishment of national security states, NSS, in which selective or blanket terror was used to crush popular mobilization and reduce citizens to a state of fear and passivity. Roughly contemporaneously, a neoconservative critique was gestating within U.S. political and academic life, built on the Rambo-esque conviction that victory in Vietnam had been sabotaged by domestic interests, including pusillanimous politicians and hypercritical mass media. From this interpretation of the recent past, it followed that waging the Cold War with the Soviets required not the squeamishness of the Vietnam Syndrome, but unabashed militarism and interventionism. With the ascent to power of Ronald Reagan in 1981, this strand found its most potent expression. The result was a renewed campaign of U.S. support for terrorist states and movements around the world, accompanied by large-scale but usually covert violence in Central America, Southern Africa, and elsewhere. This could all be presented as the result of a staunch commitment to fighting terrorism, a trope that was possible only if the term terrorism was strictly limited in its practical application, designating movements and regimes deemed hostile to the United States. 9 Some of the most terror-fueled regimes of the 20th century, in Guatemala, El Salvador, and Indonesia, to cite just three, were thus redefined as progressive, as embattled Democrats, as caught between extremes of left, the popular and guerrilla opposition, and right, the paramilitaries and death squads, somehow divorced from the regimes that constituted and directed them. Meanwhile, retail terrorist movements, whose power was minuscule in comparison with the wholesale state terror that predominated in the Western sphere of influence, were depicted as nothing more than cogs in a communist machine. Their origins lay not in local grievances but in the Soviet Union's attempt to undermine Western democracy and establish red supremacy worldwide. This frankly Orwellian framing of terrorism was enthusiastically adopted by the school of terrorology that crested around this time, with contributions from scholars like Walter Laqueur, Terrorism, 1977, The Age of Terrorism, 1987, Jeane Kirkpatrick, Dictatorships and Double Standards, 1982, and Paul Wilkinson, Terrorism and the Liberal State, 1977, Terrorism, Theory and Practice, 1979, The Diplomat and Future Israeli Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, Terrorism, How the West Can Win, 1986, and journalistic hacks such as Claire Sterling, The Terror Network, 1981, and Arnold de Borchgrave and Robert Moss, The Spike, 1980. The generally reactionary thrust of U.S. politics, academics, and mass media in the 1980s spawned a reaction, in turn, from proponents of the dissident strand. An important and perhaps unique exception in the academic study of terrorology was Michael Stahl, whose edited volume The Politics of Terrorism, 1988, remains one of the field's enduring classics. 10 The broader dissident strand produced a range of seminal studies of counterterrorism and counter-subversion, which amounted, in the dissident view, to large-scale terrorism and subversion. Edward S. Herman led the way with a 1982 work, the title of which, The Real Terror Network, aimed squarely at confronting Claire Sterling's influential thesis. Herman, 1982, see also Herman and O'Sullivan, 1990. Building on seminal 1970s works co-authored with Noam Chomsky, Herman and Chomsky, 1979a, 1979b, Herman analyzed the politics of the emerging school of terrorology, the terroristic underpinnings of U.S. client-state networks throughout the Third World, and the role of mass media in establishing acceptable parameters of thought and analysis. He was also one of the first to emphasize the role of sub-fascist client states in imposing terror that Western countries could support without having to micro-administer. During the same period, Noam Chomsky continued his forceful evaluations of U.S. policies in Towards a New Cold War, 1982, Turning the Tide, 1985, and The Culture of Terrorism, 1988. Herman and Chomsky collaborated again on Manufacturing Consent, The Political Economy of the Mass Media, 1988. Michael McClintock published his devastating two-volume indictment of the American connection to despotic regimes worldwide, 1985. 11 Michael Parenti weighed in with Inventing Reality, The Politics of the News Media, 1986, and The Sword and the Dollar, Imperialism, Revolution, and the Arms Race, 1989, see also Parenti, 2000. The focus on covert and low-intensity warfare in U.S. strategy produced some significant dissident analyses of these phenomena, e.g. Clare and Kornbluh, 1988. Notable critical voices in the mass media throughout the decade included the British critics Alexander Cockburn, 1987, and Christopher Hitchens, 1990, as well as the Australian John Pilger, 1989, 1994. The dissident literature on terrorism and counter-terrorism achieved something of a summation with the publication of Alexander George's edited volume Western State Terrorism in 1990. This book, perhaps the most obvious forebear of genocide, war crimes, and the West, deserves closer consideration here, and comparison with the present work. An omnibus approach links Western state terrorism to genocide, war crimes, and the West. George's book drew together and summarized the dissident literature of the 1970s and 1980s that had turned accepted conventions of terrorism on their head, though its contribution was largely ignored in public and academic discourse. A number of pivotal figures of that literature, Noam Chomsky, Edward Herman, Michael McClintock, Richard Falk, were represented. The book was a seminal contribution, published by a major press, Polity. That it is virtually unknown today, though it is still, fortunately, in print, perhaps attests to the enduring hegemony of the mainstream discourse on terrorism. George and his contributors produced a powerful, wide-ranging volume with a strikingly consistent tone and methodology. The contributors rejected the facile equation of terror with small-scale, retail terrorism directed against Western states. Through their, and Michael Stahl's, explicit focus on Western support for state terrorism, the conceptual playing field was substantially broadened. State terror was also brought up against its conceptual limits, that is to say, attention was paid to the points at which terrorism spills over into aggressive war and genocide. George's edited book thus shares with this one a skeptical approach towards Western claims of moral righteousness and impunity from criticism. However, fewer contributors to the present volume adopt as forthrightly dissident a stance as that of the luminaries assembled for Western state terrorism. Indeed, several of them argue for a more nuanced evaluation of Western complicity in genocide and war crimes. A few, like Stephen Jacobs, Eric Langenbacher, and David Bruce MacDonald, bring in qualified verdicts in the particular cases they examine. Thomas Turner's consideration of Western involvement in the murder of Patrice Lumumba, meanwhile, can perhaps be viewed as a motion for retrial. Nonetheless, by their simple, and complex, presence in this volume, they demonstrate a conviction that Western countries cannot claim impunity from the investigative searchlight that they routinely turn on the other worldwide. When the analytical terrain broadens to allow cases for both the prosecution and defense to be presented, even if an exculpatory verdict is eventually passed, we are far from a mainstream framing that relies upon nipping any such debate in the bud. In addition to a somewhat broader range of approaches and conclusions, there are other differences between genocide, war crimes, and the West and George's edited work. One is the scale of the project. Zed has generously granted the present set of contributors much greater space with which to work. The result is a book that contains nearly 24 chapters and document excerpts, compared to the 9 in Western state terrorism. The available space is, moreover, devoted to themes that are in many ways substantially different from George's. The present book does not situate itself in the terrorism literature per se, focusing more, as the subtitle suggests, on war crimes and genocide. The landmark contributions to the study of terrorism and terrorology in Western state terrorism can therefore stand, and be supplemented here by related but distinct lines of investigation. George's volume contained just 3 case studies of Western involvement in large-scale terrorism or other criminal activity: Britain and Northern Ireland, Indonesia during the epic massacres of 1965–66, and Southern Africa during the Reagan era of the 1980s. A key ambition of genocide, war crimes, and the West, on the other hand, is to present the most geographically and historically comprehensive survey yet of Western involvement in war crimes and other atrocities. Treatment is accorded to subjects as diverse as the German extermination, early in the 20th century, of the Herero and Nama peoples of Namibia, then Southwest Africa, U.S. maraudings in Southeast Asia and Latin America, residential schools for Native Americans in Canada and the U.S., France's coming to terms with its past of torture and atrocity in Algeria, and the structural violence that underpins more visible forms of oppression and brutality. A difficulty with much of the dissident writing on terrorism, war crimes, and genocide is that it is frankly depressing to read. William Bloom's Rogue State, Bloom, 2000, surely the most encyclopedic popular compendium of U.S. criminality and mendacity yet assembled, suffers somewhat from its overwhelming accumulation of grim detail. Noam Chomsky has often grappled with the concerns of his large audience that his work is so unremittingly bleak as to almost rule out possibilities for constructive, or even peaceful, change. Chomsky has responded by stressing the huge accomplishments of progressive movements over the last 200 years, ending slavery and colonialism, securing rights for women and workers, gradually opening up the range of permissible thought in authoritarian and democratic societies alike, and so on. Fortunately, the list is not a short one. But the overriding and indispensable focus of this literature, greatly assisted by the work of non-governmental human rights organizations, has been on cataloging the crimes in which Western democracies have been complicit, and frequently cataloging them in stomach-churning detail. Such wrenching data are then deployed as evidence for the broader case, that democracy must be exposed, that Western states must be placed under the moral microscope along with the designated other. There is no shortage of contributions in genocide, war crimes, and the West that follow something of the same strategy, and readers will be moved at many points by empathy for suffering peoples beyond our borders or, Pace Churchill's study of residential schools and Pronso's examination of structural violence, on our doorsteps. But contributors have also been asked to adopt a constructive approach as far as possible, to explore issues of justice, restitution, truth, and reconciliation. So it is that Jan Bart Gewald, while pulling no punches in his depiction of the German genocide in Namibia, devotes much of his chapter to an analysis of how Herero national consciousness gradually led to a powerful and partially successful campaign for compensation from the present-day German government. Brian Wilson's passionate evocation of war crimes in Vietnam likewise issues a heartfelt call for reconciliation through painful acknowledgement of past wrongs, and commitment to peaceful and constructive relations in the future. Mario Aguilar casts his own study of Chile in the context of the growing impetus for a legal process against Henry Kissinger and surviving co-conspirators in the Nixon administration. A separate section groups together essays that adopt a broad comparative approach to these themes. Escobedo Vertigia provides a wide-ranging and highly readable overview of institutional responses to genocide and mass atrocity, exploring the profusion of truth and reconciliation campaigns in countries such as Chile and El Salvador, and the complex trade-offs with which they must deal. Building on the research carried out for his groundbreaking book on the subject, Arthur J. Klinghoffer provides a fascinating overview of the evolution of citizens' tribunals, beginning with the Reichstag fire of 1933 and continuing into the contemporary era with tribunals examining U.S. policies in Vietnam and Central America, the destruction of indigenous peoples, the worldwide oppression of women, and much else besides. The activities of the citizens' tribunals are also reflected in two documents, Jean-Paul Sartre's 1967 address to the Vietnam Tribunal, and the criminal complaint filed by Ramsey Clark, who has overseen a similar process in the case of UN sanctions and US/British military actions against Iraq. Genocide and the West. Over the past 2 decades, building on the systematic attention devoted to the Jewish Holocaust from the 1960s onwards, the multidisciplinary field of comparative genocide studies has established itself in the social sciences. Its contributors hail from an impressive range of disciplines and pursuits, including political science and international relations, sociology, anthropology, criminology and international law, gender and queer studies, and, last but not least, human rights investigation and activism. At the same time as our book draws on dissident analyses of state terror in the 1970s and 1980s, it should be seen explicitly as a contribution to the important and still emerging field of comparative genocide studies. Point 12. The mainstream of this field in many ways represents a notable improvement over the narrow-minded and jingoistic terrorism literature of the 1970s and 1980s. From the start, that is to say, from the publication of Leo Kuper's Genocide, its political use in the 20th century in 1981, the literature has been more attentive to the Western role in international crime and atrocity, including the crime of crimes, genocide. One might link this to the school's foundation in study of the Jewish Holocaust. That event surely and forever put paid to notions that civilized Western states were immune to outbursts of unfathomable violence, or that civilized democratic states would not stand by and wash their hands of responsibility as the horror mounted. The title of Cooper's book indicated its author's preoccupation with the state as guiding force, in both the committing and the obfuscating of acts of genocide. In a chapter of almost biblical resonance, Cooper bitterly declaimed against the right of the sovereign state to wage genocide within its own borders. Genocide was a crime intimately bound up with the Westphalian state system and the United Nations institutions which, with their foundation in national governments and Westphalian notions of sovereignty, were a contemporary offshoot of that system. Cooper was ruthless in condemning the complicity of states, including Western states, in practical and political support for genocide, as with the kid glove treatment accorded the Khmer Rouge's representatives to the General Assembly, after their genocidal reign had been ended by the Vietnamese. His global historical survey of genocide included the trampling of indigenous civilization by Western colonialists worldwide. And Cooper recognized the intimate link between genocide and war, as with his controversial claim that the U.S. destruction of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, among other acts of strategic bombing, constituted genocide. Since Cooper, numerous other writers have expanded our understanding of Western involvement in genocide. Chroniclers of the destruction of indigenous civilizations in North America and Australasia have been among the most prominent. Ward Churchill's A Little Matter of Genocide, 1997, and David Stannard's American Holocaust, 1992, are both indispensable to an understanding of themes addressed in this volume by Peter Dale Scott and by Churchill himself. Point 13 The Guatemalan case has been widely accepted as a contemporary genocide against an indigenous population, and is prominent in many studies. Although the dimension of Western complicity, the overthrow of the democratic Arbenz regime in 1954, subsequent counterinsurgency aid and training, the funneling of arms through Israel and South Korea at the height of the genocide in the late 1970s and 1980s, remains underexplored. East Timor was also absorbed into the literature as a paradigmatic case of genocide, somewhat unevenly, but a little ahead of public and political opinion galvanized by the international Timor Solidarity movement. Adam Hochschild's pre-Eisenhower study of the Congo under Belgian rule, King Leopold's Ghost, brought to light a Holocaust in the heart of Africa that seemed comparable, in its scale and savagery, to the Nazis' attempted extermination of the Jews decades later. A number of useful anthologies have emerged, almost all featuring attention to cases of Western involvement in genocide beyond the Nazi case. Historically distant events like the Herero genocide, explored here by the expert pen of Jan Bart Gewald, have been rescued from obscurity, at roughly the same time as social movements have rendered them pressing political concerns. Cooper's original dissection of the failures and hypocrisies of the Western state system has inspired a rapidly growing substrand of the genocide literature that focuses on state response, or tragic lack of response, to mass atrocity. Studies of the Jewish Holocaust, beginning with Arthur Morse's While 6 Million Died, Morse, 1968, see also Wyman, 1984, have highlighted Western passivity as Hitler's machinery of extermination was developed and deployed. U.S. support for the Indonesian invasion of East Timor, leading directly to genocide and to one of the highest death tolls, relative to population, since the Jewish Holocaust, received sustained attention in works like Matthew Jardine's East Timor, Genocide in Paradise, Jardine, 1999. Linda Melbourne's A People Betrayed, The Role of the West in Rwanda's Genocide lambasted Security Council inaction in the face of the mass killings of Rwandan Tutsis and moderate Hutus. Melbourne's core thesis is on display in her chapter for this book. Samantha Power's recent, compulsively readable study, A Problem from Hell, America and the Age of Genocide marks the apotheosis of this literature to date. Power surveys the inability and unwillingness of the U.S. and other Western powers to confront genocides effectively, sometimes because they were too busy supporting them or, post facto, their perpetrators, as with Saddam Hussein's Anfal campaign against the Kurds and the Khmer Rouge's post-1978 diplomatic trajectory. A parallel literature in human rights, exemplified by Deforges, 1999, has been similarly blunt in its condemnations, while internal UN investigations have directed strong self-criticisms against the international organization that crumbled before the genocidaires in the Balkans and Rwanda. Theoretical probes have been made into subjects such as conventional warfare, structural and gendered violence, and the natural environment, with the corresponding proliferation of terms such as omnicide, ecocide, and gendercide. Eric Marcuson, in separate collaborations with Robert J. Lifton, 1990, and David Kopf, 1995, has worked to explore the omnicidal rationale at the heart of both the nuclear mentality and the strategic bombing campaigns of the Second World War. The issue is explored in Eric Langenbacher's impressively nuanced chapter in this volume. Other studies of conventional warfare sought to emphasize its genocidal logic and dimensions, as with Omer Bartov's studies of the barbarization of the Eastern Front in World War II, e.g. Bartov, 1985, and John Dower's comparison of exterminatory ideology and rhetoric in the Pacific War, Dower, 1986. The analysis is highly relevant to cases like Namibia, Algeria, the Philippines, and Vietnam, all of which receive consideration in this book as case studies of Western complicity in genocide and war crimes. Denunciations of global environmental destruction and calls for protection and preservation have been issued by such writers as Vandana Shiva, who explicitly, and for me persuasively, considers these to be issues of genocide and genocide prevention. Mike Davis, meanwhile, has turned his sights from pre-apocalypse Los Angeles, subject of his city of quartz and ecology of fear, to the role of state-assisted famines in producing the modern Third World. His imposing late Victorian Holocausts, 2001, alleges Western complicity in megadeath, as colonizing powers and their local surrogates exacerbated some of the worst natural disasters and human catastrophes of the 19th and early 20th centuries. Such critiques, with their focus on the destructive and imperialist strategies of the Western path to modernity, point to another important thread in the skein of Western complicity in genocide and mass atrocity. They are echoed here in the chapters by Brian Wilson and Peter Prontzos. Definitions, caveats, and acknowledgements. The term the West is notoriously amorphous and ambiguous. For the purposes of our volume, it is defined as the industrialized democracies of Western Europe, North America, excluding Mexico, and Australasia. Japan is not considered, nor are complexly positioned actors like the Soviet Union/Russia, Israel, and South Africa. Key terms deployed throughout this book are likewise open to extensive debate, and are in fact extensively debated. One could fill a volume with the definitional debate over genocide alone. I have not sought to impose uniform definitions of these terms on contributors. However, I believe that the definitions of war crimes and crimes against humanity enshrined in the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court, ICC, are not at odds with any of the essays offered here. The ICC defines war crimes as grave breaches of the Geneva Conventions of August 12, 1949, namely, any of the following acts against persons or property protected under the provisions of the relevant Geneva Convention: I. Willful killing, 2. Torture or inhuman treatment, including biological experiments, 3. Willfully causing great suffering, or serious injury to body or health, 4. Extensive destruction and appropriation of property, not justified by military necessity and carried out unlawfully and wantonly, v. Compelling a prisoner of war or other protected person to serve in the forces of a hostile power, 6. Willfully depriving a prisoner of war or other protected person of the rights of fair and regular trial, 7. Unlawful deportation or transfer or unlawful confinement, 8. Taking of hostages. Of relevance is the list of other serious violations of the laws and customs applicable in international armed conflict, specifically intentionally directing attacks against the civilian population or civilian objects, intentionally launching an attack in the knowledge that such attack will cause incidental loss of life or injury to civilians or damage to civilian objects or widespread, long-term, and severe damage to the natural environment which would be clearly excessive in relation to the concrete and direct overall military advantage expected. attacking or bombarding, by whatever means, towns, villages, dwellings or buildings which are undefended and which are not military objectives. Killing or wounding a combatant who, having laid down his arms or having no longer means of defense, has surrendered at discretion. Employing asphyxiating, poisonous or other gases, and all analogous liquids, materials, or devices. Committing outrages upon personal dignity, in particular humiliating and degrading treatment. Intentionally using starvation of civilians as a method of warfare by depriving them of objects indispensable to their survival, including willfully impeding relief supplies. Crimes against humanity, meanwhile, are defined as any of the following acts when committed as part of a widespread or systematic attack directed against any civilian population, with knowledge of the attack: a. Murder, b. Extermination, c. Enslavement, d. Deportation or forcible transfer of population, e. Imprisonment or other severe deprivation of physical liberty in violation of fundamental rules of international law, f. Torture, g. Rape, sexual slavery, enforced prostitution, forced pregnancy, enforced sterilization, or any other form of sexual violence of comparable gravity, h. Persecution against any identifiable group or collectivity on political, racial, national, ethnic, cultural, religious, gender, or other grounds that are universally recognized as impermissible under international law, i. Enforced disappearance of persons, j. The crime of apartheid, k. Other inhumane acts of a similar character intentionally causing great suffering or serious injury to body or to mental or physical health. Genocide is perhaps the most extreme crime against humanity. As used throughout this volume, the term refers to destruction of human groups and their members, by murder and possibly other means. This is a shading on the UN Convention/ICC definition of genocide. Point 14. Genocide, War Crimes, and the West aims to be the most comprehensive collection of its kind ever published. But it is far from exhaustive. Most obviously, there is nothing on Germany and the Nazi Holocaust, no less a Western phenomenon than any other examined in these pages. See Lindqvist, 1997. In Partial Compensation, Jan Bart Gewald's rich and learned study of the Herero/Nama genocide in Namibia provides one of the most concise yet wide-ranging analyses in English of a key predecessor of Nazi rule. Likewise, Western involvement in the Southern African Wars of the 1970s and 1980s, 15 Western support for Israel in its war against the Palestinians, 16 and British actions in Northern Ireland pass unexamined. We offer no chapter on the ideology and practice of nuclearism, and the implications of a possible omnicide of humanity as a result of the machinations of nuclear states, including Western states. Point 17. I hope, instead, that this book will be seen for what it is, a contribution, perhaps the most wide-ranging one, to the literature on crimes and atrocities committed by or with the active complicity of the Western countries. The justifications for such a focus have already been explored. We do not pretend to offer a systematic comparison of Western crimes set against those variously classed as communist, socialist, totalitarian, autocratic/dictatorial, and so on. Such comparisons are not an empty exercise, as works like Rummel's Death by Government, 1994, and some of the recent democratic peace literature in international relations have demonstrated, Henderson, 2002. But they are secondary to the contention that, regardless of how other state crimes compare with those of the West, Western citizens, the primary audience for this book, should have a special concern for atrocities committed at the behest of their own leaders, ostensibly in their name. Genocide, war crimes, and the West exploits the freedom that still exists in democratic societies to unveil the darkest state abuses, and to ask core questions about state policy, even if approaches and conclusions differ, as they should under democracy. I offer my sincere thanks to all the authors represented in this volume. I am also most grateful to Z Books for taking on the project despite its formidable bulk, and for shepherding it through to publication. Special thanks to Z editor Robert Moltino for his unfailing support and guidance. Thanks also to Rosemary Taylorson, Julian Hosey, and N. Rod Ford. I am sure contributors will join me in expressing our appreciation to family, friends, and colleagues for the sustenance they have provided throughout the preparation of this book, and beyond. 2. Shades of Complicity, Towards a Typology of Transnational Crimes Against Humanity. Peter Stowe ed. My title is immediately puzzling, perhaps, since this volume takes the more concise terms genocide and war crimes as central themes, and because of the inclusion of that rather imprecise word, transnational. But in an effort to avoid the definitional debate so often surrounding genocide analyses, and to embrace without conceit all of the instances of violence that form the empirical basis for this volume, I opt to use the much more encompassing crimes against humanity, which I apply to mass human rights violations in or out of wartime. One further, since our central meeting point is Western complicity, I include the adjective transnational to suggest that we are dealing, ultimately, with the impact and guilt of actors and structures external to the immediate vicinity of atrocity, whether they be distanced by space and time, or are purposeful visitors. It would be unnecessarily limiting to discuss an interstate context only, for the inclusion of non-state actors, and of the transnational harm of which they are capable. Linklater, 1999, 474-5, is central to international justice. Mass murder and or genocide are, of course, the principal and most outrageous crimes against humanity, and there are others, such as torture and or systemic rape campaigns, that elicit similar repugnance. Some nation-building processes, at certain times, have involved these policies, whether or not we suggest they were also intrinsic to the prevalent ideologies at the time. Separating atrocious policies for analysis is viewed as unnecessarily reductionist by some, and as integral to the legal pursuit of justice to others. Undeniably, it opens the door to an extensive discussion of what meaning we ascribe to such terminology. But I suspect this is not the space for rehashed arguments over meaning, my own exhausted patience for such debates aside. Rather, we seek here to open a much-needed discussion of complicity in crimes against humanity, a topic often underanalyzed, and a research agenda that receives comparatively little attention in literature on massive human rights violations. This dearth reflects an unwillingness to examine critically the foreign policies of Western states, and a conscious effort to avoid accusations of engaging in conspiracy theorizing. However, it is essential to the broader effort of promoting human rights and the avoidance of crimes against humanity that it be given due attention. Beyond the extended debate between universalism and cultural relativism, a debate often framed on a false dichotomy, one of the principal complaints leveled against the formal human rights approach emanating from the West is that it is pervaded by hypocrisy. Open discussions of Western complicity can sustain a more genuine and reflective debate, even if they open terrible wounds in the process. There is, to be sure, an element of anger in the analysis of Western involvement in atrocities that have disfigured the development of many peoples and states, and reparations movements have sought material recompense for past actions. But ending the culture of impunity is a forward-looking enterprise. It is one fraught with analytic dilemmas, however, and, beyond the demand that some form of intentionality can be discovered, we lack a clear typology of complicity. Lest I be accused of generating false expectations, I should state immediately that this chapter will not provide a clear typology, because to do so would require acrobatic feats of the imagination. Precise, mutually exclusive, categories will elude us, and I seek only to furnish several useful generalizations. Complicity as a theme. Curiously, despite repeated cases of Western complicity, only limited formal efforts have been made to conceptualize compliance in crimes against humanity, especially in the mainstream international relations literature. I will return to this disturbing silence in my conclusion. However, it would be remiss to argue that such efforts have been absent from genocide studies, a field where, it would seem, they are a more natural fit. This results, perhaps, From efforts to ascertain the extent of public participation in the Holocaust, and related debates about the extent of civilian knowledge and the failure of the Allies to reroute part of their war effort towards halting the final solution. The anguished effort to understand the collective and individual mentality of the bystander to large-scale atrocity is an older theme, but it reached new heights of academic interest with the Holocaust, owing to the links between atrocity and normality. See Horwitz, 2000, Goldhagen, 1996. There are at least two methods by which we can arrive at a typology of complicity in crimes against humanity. On the one hand, we can struggle with the question of intentionality, mirroring the more specific debate that surfaced with regard to the Holocaust. Here we are concerned with the ongoing ontological debate concerning agents and structures. Can we ascribe intention to individual actors, or are crimes against humanity the consequence of structural demands translated into psychotic behavior? In the case of the Holocaust, the intentionalists emphasize the anti-Semitic motives of Hitler himself at the apex of Nazism. See Evans, 1989, for discussion. In contrast, the functionalist school sees a largely unsystematic policy unfolding in the wake of bureaucratic competition to implement the final solution. See Burin, 1994. Point 2. An uneasy compromise can be reached with Frank Schock's reminder that systemic variables facilitate genocide, but it is people who kill. 1994, 56. This debate has preoccupied international relations theorists as well, but they have yet to apply it to the question of complicity in crimes against humanity committed abroad. Alexander Wendt has modified his social constructivist views by adopting the term supervenience, referring to a non-reductive relationship of dependency between structure and agent, in which properties at one level are fixed or constituted by those at another, but are not reducible to them. 1996, 49. Unless one denies this compromise, it is indeed difficult to cast a typological mold based on intentionality or structure as the central organizing theme. While it would be plausible to argue that some theories about political violence favor structure over agency, it is equally demonstrable that political theorists such as Foucault, 1977, reject such dichotomies and stress the interrelationships between the two. We will return to this theme in the discussion of the globalization thesis near the end of this chapter, but we put it aside for now. The second approach, adopted here, emphasizes distance as the central organizing concept. This can be done through both time and space, or, in more structural and constructivist explanations, as a collapse of time and space producing a historicized moment. Though the measurement of either time or space is perhaps best left to physicists, we can categorize acts of complicity with reference to the distance between the accomplice and the atrocity committed. This allows us to categorize cases where contributions to crimes against humanity are direct, indirect, in the past, and in the present. In some cases criminality may be alleged, but in others the distance involved will preclude such a charge. However, these cases leave open the route toward reparation payments and other forms of institutional redress. If this sounds vague, it is. More precise attempts at defining complicity leave us with equal room for interpretation, however. For example, Israel Charny establishes a subcategory for accomplices in his broader effort to establish a generic definition of genocide. These are described as persons, institutions, companies, or governments who knowingly or negligently assist individuals, organizations, or governments who are known murderers or potential murderers to gain access to megaweapons of destruction, or otherwise to organize and execute a plan of mass murders. Further, if this exhaustive list is deemed insufficient, one can establish first-, second-, or third-degree complicity in genocide by evaluating the extent of premeditation, totality or single-mindedness of purpose, resoluteness to execute policy, efforts to overcome resistance, devotion to bar escape of victims, and persecutory cruelty. Charny, 1994, 89. The line between assisting and committing the act remains unclear, and the degree of complicity typology poses insurmountable obstacles for the kind of information gathering necessary to operationalize formal criminal investigations. leaving aside the ethical and judicial dilemmas associated with a definition that includes both potential murderers and resoluteness to execute policy. Charney does, however, offer a path toward the transnational understanding that I argue is necessary, including the role of non-state actors, and his framework does take us beyond the problematic inclusion of all acts of war. I now proceed to discuss the categories of complicity that may help to facilitate a discussion of the responsibility for, and obligations of, external actors involved in crimes against humanity. These are arranged to reflect degrees of distance from the acts themselves. Resonant complicity rises from historical abuses, distant in time but still present in implication. Indifference and selective intervention refer to ethical claims that, even when physical proximity to the acts existed, actors neglected their obligation to intervene to stop them. Another category is most useful for describing material contributions, by way of technical and financial assistance or collusion. And the shortest distance, in time and space, is of course reserved for the category of direct participation, when external actors have pulled triggers, dropped bombs, and performed other acts of murder. In conceptual terms, this category is the least interesting, and will receive short shrift here, but it is certainly well represented in other chapters in this volume. A final category, which does not depend on a scale of distance and assumes a long-term process as well as normative proximity to structural violence, opens the debate about whether we should declare globalization as a destructive process. I argue that this is less valuable as a category than as an area for heuristic discussion. Finally, I turn the question away from complicity and toward obligations, briefly introducing the themes of intervention and reparations. Resonant complicity. Inayatollah and Blaney, based on a prior assessment by Todorov, write of the Spanish explorer Cortés and the unquestioned sense of superiority that limits his understanding of the other and permits their destruction. Inayatollah and Blaney, 1996, 75, Todorov, 1984, for a similar treatment of contact between the British and Indians, see Nandi, 1983. The conditions for eliminationist policies are established with an ontological basis, and such expansionist and imperialistic thinking resonates well into the contemporary era. Charney defines genocide in the course of colonization or consolidation of power as something that is undertaken or even allowed in the course of or incidental to the purposes of achieving a goal of colonization or development of a territory belonging to an indigenous people, or any other consolidation of political or economic power through mass killing of those perceived to be standing in the way. 1994, 80. The last words are the most suggestive, their resonance is heard in the reparations debates of today. I do not intend here to suggest that the ethnocidal destruction of indigenous peoples is not currently a problem. On the contrary, such destruction continues with alarming speed. Helen Feen refers to it as developmental genocide, 1990, 30, 82-83, a theme to which I return in the section on globalization below. The case of the Yanomami of Brazil and Venezuela is especially striking. Between 1987 and 1991, roughly 12 to 13% of the population was lost, due primarily to predatory mining practices on traditional lands. American Anthropological Association, 1991. But this can be related to a broader historical practice of conquering the Amazon and its people. Similarly, the contemporary plight of Aboriginals in Australia and North America, Russia, and elsewhere, can be linked to colonial policies which resonate in today's understanding of their condition. It is of course more contentious to argue, as does Ward Churchill, that such policies are best labeled genocidal. Churchill's work may be seen a double indictment. He takes some genocide scholars to task for promoting the refrain of so-called Holocaust uniqueness, and condemns recent policies towards North American First Nations, 1997. As usual, the application of the term genocide raises some eyebrows. As Moses writes in the case of Australia's Aborigines, the difficulty in applying the UN definition of genocide to colonial cases of mass death rests on the fact that most of the indigenous fatalities were not usually the direct consequence of an intended policy of extermination. Disease, malnutrition, alcohol, a decreased birth rate, and increased intertribal warfare accounted, in the main, for the catastrophic decline in the Aboriginal population in colonial Australia. 2000, 90. Similarly, Bartrup, 1997, does not find the destruction of the Powhatans of Virginia to be a case of genocide. Chalk and Jonassohn insist on the phrase intentional physical destruction. Cultural suppression may be ethnocide, but is not genocide. 1990, 23. Moses does conclude, however, that European policies and attitudes evolved in an exterminatory direction and, in an equation similar to the Wendtian understanding of supervenience outlined above, the structure of the process became consciously incarnated in its agents, and this is the moment when we can observe the development of the specific genocidal intention that satisfies the UN definition. 2000, 92. Mark Levine describes pre-genocidal policies creeping up to the more robust variety. 1999a. Russell Thornton's book American Indian Holocaust and Survival, A Population History Since 1492 provides a quantitative assessment of the Native American population collapse following first contact, and the recent resurgence of that same population. He argues that, while warfare and genocide were not very significant overall in the American Indian population decline, they were important causes of decline for particular tribes. Some American Indian peoples were even brought to the point of extinction by warfare and genocide, or perhaps it is more accurate to say, by genocide in the name of warfare. 1987, 47. David Stannard, in his book American Holocaust, Columbus and the Conquest of the New World, concludes that firestorms of microbial pestilence and purposeful genocide began laying waste the American natives almost immediately following first contact with Europeans. The two operated in an interdependent dynamic, within the overarching context of a European/Christian racist ideology, and this trend is no relic. The murder and destruction continue, with the aid of and assistance of the United States. And many of the detailed accounts from contemporary observers read much like those recorded by the conquistadors' chroniclers nearly 500 years earlier. Stannard, 1992, 13, see also Jonas, 1991. Elsewhere, Levine, 1999b, links genocide to a crisis mode of nation building, while Asterian, 1999, connects the drive toward modern Turkish statehood with a racist nationalism, and Barta, 1987, contends that Australians live in objective relations of genocide with Aborigines. European settlement sealed the fate of those who previously occupied land taken for pastoral purposes. The last mentioned case has, perhaps, led to the most blatant form of official denial, with the possible exception of the Armenian massacres. The Human Rights and Equal Opportunity Commission's 1997 Bringing Them Home report alleged that the forcible removal of 100,000 children of mixed Aboriginal and white descent between 1910 and 1970 constituted a case of genocide, according to Article 2(e) of the United Nations Genocide Convention. Wilson, 1997. The Australian government flatly rejected this condemnation, though a modest compensation package was proffered. See Innes, 2001, Reynolds, 2001. In Canada, the report of the Royal Commission on Aboriginal Issues, Indian and Northern Affairs Canada, 1996, has acknowledged past governments' policies of forced assimilation, producing some measure of transparency in dealing with cases still ongoing. Indian and Northern Affairs Canada, ND. This category of complicity is receiving increasing attention. Mark Cocker provides one of the more comprehensive accounts in Rivers of Blood, Rivers of Gold, Europe's conflict with tribal peoples. He deploys several case studies, including the Spanish conquest of Mexico, the British treatment of Tasmanian Aborigines, Euro-American dispossession of the Apaches, and the German annihilation of the Herero and Nama in southwest Africa. See also Gewald's chapter in this volume. Technological superiority facilitated eliminationist policies, in both the material and ideational sense. Technological inferiority equaled moral inferiority and, at times, moral worthlessness. 1998, 364. Adam Hochschild's critically acclaimed King Leopold's Ghost, 1999, contributes further to an appreciation of the ruthless policies of colonial expansion in southern Africa. No doubt more top-quality work on this theme will emerge as more historians become engaged with the issues. The resonance of historical injustice, meanwhile, will continue to galvanize activists as well. Indifference and selective intervention. This category follows the resonant complicity category in terms of chronological distance only, and by its very nature is the most difficult category to define. The core suggestion here is that the West is often guilty by negligence, that by maintaining indifference as a policy preference, and limiting the cases where the West intervenes to stop crimes against humanity, it becomes complicit in the acts of violence themselves. Thus such a category is generally presupposed by a counterfactual claim that, had the West intervened and sent sufficient troops or aid, it would have made a substantial and positive difference to the genocidal outcome. Surprisingly, and despite the traditional fixation on national interest concerns, this category has emerged as a viable one due largely to analyses and rhetorical treatments of human security, see Hampson, 2001, as well as the outcome of two tragic recent events where the response of the international community was widely viewed as inadequate, Bosnia and Rwanda. 3. Again, the theme of what should have been done is an old one. The Allies neglecting to bomb railway tracks leading to Auschwitz comes to mind. But concern over lost opportunities in Rwanda struck an especially disconcerting chord, and inspired serious debate over the limitations of peacekeeping and humanitarian intervention. I return to the latter theme in the section on obligations, below, but maintain a focus here on the retrospection that the Rwanda debacle encouraged. This was clearly a case in which the Western world, with the possible and self-interested exception of France, decided to do next to nothing, despite evidence that an unparalleled African genocide was unfolding. The blame is apportioned widely here, from individuals intrinsic to the decision-making process, to the pathologies of bureaucracies in international organizations, to socially constructed understandings that can lead to dysfunctional behavior. On the latter, see Barnett and Finmore, 1999, on constraints imposed by norms, see Jones, 1992. According to Barnett, himself involved in the decision-making process, UN Secretary-General Boutros-Ghali initially emanated indecision to the point of paralysis, if not complacency, a disturbingly distant stance from the unfolding tragedy and, a troubling abdication of responsibility and leadership. Barnett, 1997a, 559.4. Barnett and others believe that an unspoken consensus had emerged post-Somalia, put bluntly, that the UN had more to lose by taking action and being associated with another failure than it did by not taking action and allowing the genocide in Rwanda. 1997a, 561. The Americans, meanwhile, were reluctant to send troops into a war zone, resenting the suspicion that the international community seemed willing to fight down to the last U.S. citizen. 1997a, 562.5. As Holly Buchalter points out, the U.S. did become quite engaged, through non-UN channels, in what she terms the fifth phase of the Rwandan genocide, July 1994, deploying soldiers in, the former, Zaire and even Rwanda itself to aid with relief efforts among refugee populations, 1994. But its initial reluctance has led to much condemnation. As Samantha Power notes, though, the saga of U.S. response to the genocide is not a story of willful complicity with evil. U.S. officials did not sit around and conspire to allow genocide to happen. But whatever their convictions about never again, many of them did sit around, and they most certainly did allow genocide to happen. Power, 2001, 86. The fall of Srebrenica and other tragedies that facilitated perpetration of crimes against humanity in the former Yugoslavia have also generated a concern that, while not necessarily reflecting indifference, international commitment is weak and unacceptably selective. Dutch peacekeepers at Srebrenica, for example, have been criticized for failing to protect civilians or quickly pass on information that could have led to the suppression of the Serb drive, although it should be remembered that the peacekeepers were outnumbered 12-1 by advancing Serb troops. Although the peacekeepers did not witness mass killing, they were aware of some sinister indications. It is possible that if the members of the battalion had immediately reported in detail those sinister indications to the United Nations chain of command, the international community might have been compelled to respond more robustly and more quickly, and that some lives might have been saved. This failure of intelligence sharing was also not limited to the fall of Srebrenica, but an endemic weakness throughout the conflict, both within the peacekeeping mission, and between the mission and member states. United Nations General Assembly, 1999, 105-6. It is, of course, difficult to demonstrate that the troops could have made a difference, even had they acted or reported immediately. One can expect too much of the UN and the Security Council, which is, after all, based on a unit veto system that explicitly recognizes national interest as the guiding foreign policy theme, albeit within the overall context of collective security. In cases of selective exclusion, where the great powers avoid overt intervention, some form of great power interest in the region in question can usually be found. These cases of neglect, therefore, may overlap with our next category of complicity. A final, and still more controversial, inclusion in this category is the case of economic sanctions imposed through bilateral or multilateral mechanisms that have exceeded the norm of proportionality and are perceived as excessively punitive. This goes beyond the silent genocides of neglect discussed by Henry Shue, 1980, and others concerned with the impact of structural adjustment programs. It could refer, as an ICJ judge once suggested, to an arms embargo that limits a persecuted people's ability to resist crimes against humanity, in this case, the Muslims in Bosnia. Point 6. The most publicized current case is, of course, the recent sanctions regime against Iraq, which according to some estimates resulted in over 1 million deaths. See Halliday's contribution to the present volume. While I would not be prepared to label this an act of genocide, it can be plausibly argued that the policy denied the material needs of a population already struggling with post-war economic dislocation and the enduring dictatorship of a leader who, had the West demonstrated the necessary resolve during the Gulf War of 1990-91, would no longer have been in power, and therefore could not be used as a reason to justify continuation of the sanctions. Material contributions. Many crimes against humanity are committed by governments and/or opposition forces that benefit from direct assistance from the West. Here we enter again the thorny debate over intentionality. It is clear, however, that support for genocidal regimes appears in many guises, regardless of whether we ascribe to Western actors an intention to commit such crimes. While it would be remiss to allege that Western powers were directly involved in the Rwandan genocide, analysts critical of both the aid and the foreign policy communities have contended that, prior to the large-scale massacres of 1994, even though the Rwandan government was implicated in racist and genocidal violence against Tutsis, the international community, while pushing for peace and democratization, also continued and even stepped up its military collaboration with the regime. Yuvin. 1998-96. Others point to American assistance to Israel and Egypt as cases in which regimes that use torture and commit other rights violations receive large chunks of the aid budget. In the Rwandan case the figures do, perhaps, speak for themselves. Melbourne cites an arms deal between Egypt and Rwanda in March 1992 for $6 million of light weapons and arms, including 450 Kalashnikov rifles, 2,000 rocket-propelled grenades, 16,000 mortar shells and more than 3 million rounds of small arms ammunition. The French state-owned bank Credit Lyonnais acted as guarantor for the deal, which involved the transfer of $1 million in cash installments in London. Again, the transnational character of complicity is evident. Melbourne, 2000, 66. On one level, then, we can look to trade and aid statistics for the period preceding large-scale massacres, though in the Rwandan case the claim was made that such armaments were necessary to defend the state from further invasion by rebels of the Rwandan Popular Front, RPF. It may be prudent to limit our charges here to such cases, lest this category become indistinguishable from the complaint that many governments have relations with states with dubious human rights records. Another possible complication is that governments themselves do not always control what their nationals do in the international capitalist marketplace. Shell's involvement with the Nigerian military in oppressing the Ogoni and other Niger Delta peoples has become infamous, but it would be difficult to charge either the British or the Dutch with complicity in this case. In the case of Talisman, the Canadian firm that helped to perpetuate the government of Sudan's genocidal policies in the south of that country, the Canadian government, though it stopped short of demanding Talisman refrain from further investment, did condemn the investment in a report. But the company refused to pull out of Sudan until their status on the New York Stock Exchange was challenged, which was related to American anti-terrorist initiatives and not Canadian human rights concerns. One can argue also that, beyond governments and multinational firms, even aid agencies and other non-governmental actors can contribute indirectly to exploitative situations in which crimes against humanity are common. This can extend beyond the case of refugee camps hosting murderers after genocidal outbreaks. Here the Sudan may again prove illustrative. Mark Duffield argues that the problem in this case is not the rush to cope with emergency situations, or complicity in perpetuating the civil war in Sudan, but rather the fact that efforts to obtain peace can result in the continuation of prior relations of exploitation and, by extension, genocidal policies not directly linked to the civil war effort. As he puts it, goal-oriented humanitarianism in the transition zone can be argued to have reinforced those everyday relations that denote peace. In other words, aid agencies have strengthened and tacitly supported those economic and political relations of desocialization, subordination, and exploitation that constitute normal life. In the transition zone, since the Dinka are enmeshed in such relations, aid policy has been complicit in their oppression. Duffield, 2001, 205. Similarly, Yevon charges the development community with a greater concern for continuing with a predetermined aid process than for heeding the storm clouds brewing prior to the genocide in Rwanda. 7. In a more immediate sense, it is evident that aid efforts can increase oppression and the opportunity for combatants to engage in war crimes and crimes against humanity. Aid commodities are often stolen, diverted, and manipulated to the interests of those at war. Warriors also use aid in indirect ways. By controlling the locations where they may be delivered, commanders manipulate population movements. By negotiating with aid agencies for the safe delivery of goods, commanders gain legitimacy in the eyes of those who depend on aid for survival and, sometimes, in the eyes of the international community. Anderson, 1998, 141. It may seem churlish to accuse Western aid agencies of complicity in crimes against humanity, and such a charge must be made with great care, since aid organizations are indispensable in many emergency situations. Nonetheless, a critical perspective might strengthen their effectiveness and reduce their potential level of complicity in the long term. Yet another transnational actor must be taken into account, further complicating the analytical landscape. The privatization of security forces has become an increasingly pertinent theme, both in the old-style sense of mercenaries involved in local conflicts with murderous outcomes, Sierra Leone, for example, and in the sense that such forces are gradually attaining the status of state agents. There may be cases where such forces can, in fact, offer fruitful paths toward the cessation of crimes against humanity, but this is a double-edged sword. Private firms such as Executive Outcomes, the Control Risks Group, Defense Services Limited, Sandline International, and Saladin Security are expanding their markets and deepening the remarkable transition toward privatized security, with British and American firms leading the way. In Colombia, in the mid-1990s, DSL was involved in coordinating the defense of BP's oil infrastructure and personnel with the Colombian Army and police, resulting in charges of complicity in human rights abuses by Colombian authorities, see Duffield, 2001, 66, Vines, 1999. DSL also provided security and logistics personnel to the UN mission in the former Yugoslavia in 1992. An aggressive external expansion program has been launched by the primary American firm, Virginia-based Military Professional Resources Incorporated, MPRI. MPRI assisted the modernization of the Croatian military in 1994, Cilliers and Douglas, 1999, 115. Such forces will generally be only one step removed from governmental oversight, and if they are involved in crimes against humanity in the future, it will be difficult to claim they have acted in the interests of the West, or its governments. Direct participation. The inclusion of this category is the easiest to defend. Here we confront a wide array of possible strategies of complicity, from the acts of occupying forces during wartime to the aerial bombardment campaigns conducted by NATO forces in Serbia, see MacDonald's chapter in this volume, or American forces in Afghanistan, see Jones's conclusion in the introduction to this volume. A 1993 decision by the International Court of Justice ordered Serbia and Montenegro to abstain from allowing their troops to commit genocide in Bosnia and Herzegovina, see Chalk, 1994, 61. However, this was an unusual case. It is more common for the international community to accept the premise that war is war and that civilian casualties are part of the inevitable price of victory. The remaining articles in this volume deal, at some length, with cases where direct participation of Western governments in crimes against humanity have been alleged. These can take the form of active participation in coups which give rise to genocidal regimes, supply of soldiers and or military advice, supply and delivery of arms, and, at the extreme, the military application of force resulting in large-scale death and destruction. It should be clear that this category is concerned above all with war crimes. The issue is also a controversial one, since war efforts tend, with prominent exceptions, to generate patriotic fervor and, especially in cases where such campaigns are directed against genocidal expansionism, it becomes easier to dismiss their harsher consequences. See Lang and Bicker's chapter this volume, for a treatment of the Allies' bombing of German cities. Journalist Christopher Hitchens has focused on the role of American policymakers like Henry Kissinger in decisions that may have contributed to genocidal consequences in Vietnam, Cambodia, Bangladesh, and East Timor. Hitchens, 2001, see Jacobs's and Aguilar's chapters in this volume. Others, such as Daniel Goldhagen, author of the controversial bestseller Hitler's Willing Executioners, Ordinary Germans and the Holocaust, 1996, and Samantha Power, a former International Crisis Group consultant and currently executive director of Harvard University's Carr Center for Human Rights, have called for an investigation into atrocities that U.S. Senator Bob Kerrey is alleged to have ordered while on combat operations during the Vietnam War. Goldhagen and Power, 2001, see also Jones's introduction to this volume. It is highly unlikely that either Kissinger or Kerry is under any real threat of investigation by the U.S. government, of course, but such paper indictments do challenge the culture of impunity considered in this volume. There is room for considerable debate here concerning the actual conditions of direct intervention, whether contributions are coordinated with foreign states or are unilateral in nature, whether they precede the dispatching of an occupation force, and whether they extend beyond physical attack to policies of cultural and or political assimilation, which would return us to the first category presented in this chapter. In ethical terms, the debate over jus ad bellum continues. Globalization as a destructive process. Finally, a general theme linking all the above types of complicity, and yet one with the least attractive analytic rewards, is that globalization is akin to murderous imperialism. See Pronso's chapter in this volume. Before briefly exploring this theme, I would like to make my own position clear. I would accept the inclusion, given my limited understanding of the negative impact of imperialism, but would decline to advocate its adoption by analysts concerned with the more formal criminality aspect of complicity in crimes against humanity. Further, globalization does create conditions for enhanced communication and international organization which can contribute to the mitigation of crimes against humanity. But it can also be seen as a process of homogenization, and as a context that encourages eliminationist solutions to the problem of difference. More than the others, then, this category is closer to an ideological position than an analytical tool, and it requires us to move beyond immediate intentionality and engage with a more structural level of analysis. Though pockets of opposition to globalization are eliminated by a combination of proactive acts of atrocity, these occur within the context of structural violence, historical and entrenched conditions which favor Western states and corporations. An ideology that seeks to eliminate inefficiency and opposition to a market value system, as philosopher John McMurtry, 1998, argues, is both ruthless and self-perpetuating. The process began in the industrial core, as Marx described it in his chapter in Capital on the bloody legislation against the expropriated from the end of the 15th century, 1967, 717-44. It continued with colonization, imperialism, market-induced structural adjustment programs in the wake of the Third World debt crisis, the marginalizing of protest groups, and so on. 8. One can, of course, argue that the nation-building exercise has been fueled by eliminationist impulses, and the mobilization of predatory identities, Apatory, 2000, 132, 9 toward this end. Why, then, would the global polity-building exercise, stripped of its liberal veneer, be any different? This line of thinking has much in common with the pathology of modernity argument in the literature on the Holocaust and the totalitarian potential of modernization, Welch, 1999, 2. Mass murder can thus be seen as a product, not a failure, of modern society, Bauman, 1989. This can be viewed from a materialist perspective as well, in the work of Ali and Haim, 1988. The authors consider the implementation of the final solution in Poland to have been a rational byproduct of capitalist organization. To move from here to a blanket condemnation of globalization, however, is a big leap indeed. It can be argued that the violence accompanying the process of globalization is indicative of an inhumane approach to governance, but to make a further argument of Western complicity would be provocative at best. To conclude this section, it is not enough merely to disentangle the many threads binding Western governments to agents of genocide and crimes against humanity elsewhere. There are common, socially constructed, and quite persistent conceptual linkages as well. These include myths based on race, nation, rationality, and science, see Puchert, 1993, state security, progress, and the aggressive globalization of norms and value systems. The myths may advance human rights on the one hand, but justify the marginalization and neglect of entire populations on the other. Obligations, ending the culture of impunity. In each of the categories presented above we can see points of entry to the issue of transnational complicity, whether in the policy of colonial eliminationism, in the decision to do nothing or to ignore the suffering caused by policies based on national interest, in the material contribution to regimes and opposition forces committing atrocities, or in the outright application of military force, in the national interest, which can be said to constitute crimes against humanity. The chapters to follow capture case studies of each, but they go further, suggesting justice can be restored through a variety of means, including citizens' tribunals, reparations, and truth and reconciliation commissions. On the latter, see Deegan, 2001, 136-64. A broader question is that of obligation. What responsibilities do Western states and citizens have in the battle against the culture of impunity? This question can be broken down into the twin themes of intervention and reparations. It might seem obvious to argue that the West has an obligation not to intervene when doing so will only worsen the situation for civilians and combatants. As early as 1758, Emmerich de Vattel wrote, "To give help to a brave people who are defending their liberties against an oppressor by force of arms is only the part of justice and generosity. Hence, whenever such dissension reaches the state of civil war, foreign nations may assist that one of the two parties, which seems to have justice on its side. But to assist a detestable tyrant, would certainly be a violation of duty. Quoted in Moynihan, 1990, 175. Beyond this, the duty to intervene is a hotly contested subject in international legal and policy circles. It is at best perceived as a diffuse duty, as described by international relations ethicist Michael Walzer, which is to say, no one's duty in particular, so in fact the brutalities and oppression of international society are more often denounced than interdicted. 1997, 107, see also Tamir, 2000, 262. Despite the claim advanced by Wheeler, 2000, that a norm of humanitarian intervention is emerging, there is considerable dissension on this subject. Vincent, 1986, see also International Commission on Intervention and State Sovereignty, 2000. We can suggest, however, that an obligation exists, when intervention to confront crimes against humanity is the chosen course, to pursue the project humanely and in a well-coordinated fashion, though the latter is obviously difficult given time constraints. Harold Adelman suggests a complementary second-order norm is the obligation on the part of the international community to strive for coherence in its interventionist policies. It is incumbent upon all parties to make their best efforts to arrive at a coherent policy when attacking the issue. Just as in an operating room, so in international interventions, you cannot have each of the parties pursuing different goals and following different procedures. 2001, 199. More to the point, one can argue an obligation exists to avoid duplicity, that arguing for peace in civilian conflicts and selling arms to warring parties, for example, represent not only a breach of ethics, but expensively counterproductive behavior. Beyond the question of intervention lies that of institutional responses. Since these are dealt with at length in the next chapter, I will proceed quickly here, suggesting only that the issue of reparations for past atrocities poses the greatest analytical and policy challenge. See Verdigia's and Enjabi Nesbitt's chapters in this volume. Perhaps the most enlightening treatment of the reparations issue is that offered by John Torpy. He sees reparation demands rooted in racial identity as the most promising in terms of galvanizing claimants. Class-based demands, he suggests, present a much more complicated process of victimization. Torpy lists three sources of reparations demands, beginning with the relatively straightforward claims related to World War II, and continuing with the therapeutic process of sorting out claims related to regime transition and clarifying the circumstances under which the victims of the regime suffered. Torpy, 2001, 335. Finally, there are claims related to colonialism, classical European expansionism, internal colonialism, and neocolonialism. These can be further separated into symbolic/commemorative and anti-systemic/transformative claims, see Table 2.2. For our purposes, it is noteworthy that many of the reparations claims involve a transnational element. This is evident in the case of the slave trader, or the economic collaborator with Nazi crimes, or the neocolonialist. A discussion of the value of such claims as socializing agents is beyond the scope of this chapter, but Torpy's claim that, for many victimized groups, the road to the future runs through the prolonged disasters of the past, 2001, 337, suggests that this could be one means of avoiding the homogeneity fostered by the West's globalizing strategies, and should be taken seriously as part of a violence avoidance campaign. At the same time, admitting the legitimacy of such claims, beyond the patchwork of reparations agreements, opens a door most state leaders, including finance ministers, would rather leave firmly closed, or only slightly ajar. In terms of other obligations, a recent decision by the International Court of Justice suggests there is an obligation to refrain from committing genocide by using nuclear weapons, and that the continuation of global warming, largely the result of Western states' economic activities, threatens the very existence of millions of inhabitants of small island states and coastal regions. 10 In both cases, however, we would have to expand the array of perpetrators beyond the West, to include states such as Russia, India, and China. Much has been written of the importance of political identity, generated by social constructions of difference, which create the contextual preconditions for genocidal behavior. Point 11 Institutions do have the ability to construct and even structure knowledge, see Foucault, 1977, and this process might in itself give the green light for the perpetration of atrocities. Barnett writes of an intimate connection between the discourse of acting in the best interests of the international community, the bureaucratization of peacekeeping, and the production of indifference. Barnett, 1997a, see also Rife, 1995, on Bosnia. Perhaps the more demanding obligation, then, is to avoid the reflexive turn to what Hertzfeld, 1993, borrowing from Weber, 1963, refers to as secular theodicy, the tendency to overlook evil in some places for the greater good of a collective identity, in this case that of the international community itself. Put another way, it cautions against the acceptance of constructed images of order that mask structural violence. At the very least, Western scholarship has an obligation to avoid oversimplifying events. As René Lemarchand poignantly reminds us, the Manichean dichotomy simply does not apply in the Rwandan case, 1998, 42. Casting foreign crimes against humanity as examples of good guys versus bad guys is more than inaccurate, it is self-rationalization, and precludes a deeper understanding of both the causes of atrocious events and the extent of our own complicity. Conclusion. Accusations of complicity in crimes against humanity are, to some degree, contingent on the adoption of a legal approach. Events are seen largely as crimes, rather than as historical processes. Therefore they are even further from constituting, in a material or ideational sense, a structure that prompts future generations to continue such practices. Though some would prefer this latter view, the former, that is, the assumption of criminality, enables us to be more specific with our admonitions and, perhaps, criminal prosecutions and calls for recompense. One path leads us to a greater operational understanding, while the other offers greater conceptual and historical breadth. Arguing for the latter strategy, Ward Churchill believes that the reproduction, evolution, and perfection of any hegemonic structure is inevitable, left to its own devices, 1997, 3. Accordingly, he seeks to forge a viable counter-genocidal praxis, 1997, 8, much as Foucault and others write of counter-hegemonic understandings and readings of power. In the case of crimes against humanity, such a strategy must begin with an understanding of the extent of Western complicity, since the West's own narrative is essential to the modern project of state construction. It is as important to challenge seriously the accuracy and legitimacy of claims that Western involvement necessarily denotes intentionality, or for that matter carries with it an obligation to provide reparations. This critical examination of critical theory, as it were, can be fruitful for the fields of international and transnational studies, genocide studies, and legal approaches to conflict deterrence. But it can also lead the observer to ask some fundamental questions. For example, if we accept Yuvin's troubling analysis that, at least in the Rwandan case, development assistance contributes to structural violence, it follows that we need to rethink the entire Westernization project, and seek studiously and systematically to avoid involvement where it can lead to complicity in mass violence. The primary agenda for social scientists working in this area may well be to identify those moments when such complicity becomes possible, and to integrate this recognition into the range of policy-making options. The alternative is simply to wish away Western involvement, which is hardly likely to succeed, or to succumb to despair, accepting the inevitability of Western collusion in crimes against humanity in the name of national interest or the pursuit of profit. Sporadic cases of spontaneous communal violence aside, Holsti, 2000, 169, most instances of mass killing before and since the larger interstate wars have been cases of death by government, Rummel, 1994. This should lead us to analyze more closely the complex links between such murderous states and their Western allies. The more entrenched historically these links are, and the less geographically and chronologically distant, the stronger is the case of Western complicity. The case study chapters in this volume will explore these linkages in much greater detail. Part 2. Genocide, War Crimes, and the West. 3. Imperial Germany and the Herero of Southern Africa, Genocide and the Quest for Recompense. Jan Bart Gewald. On September 9, 2001, the Herero People's Reparations Corporation lodged a claim in a civil court in the U.S. District of Columbia. The claim was directed against the Federal Republic of Germany, in the person of the German Foreign Minister, Joschka Fischer, for crimes against humanity, slavery, forced labor, violations of international law, and genocide. 97 years earlier, on January 11, 1904, in a small and dusty town in central Namibia, the first genocide of the 20th century began with the eruption of the Herero, German War. 1 By the time hostilities ended, the majority of the Herero had been killed, driven off their land, robbed of their cattle, and banished to near certain death in the sandy wastes of the Omahek Desert. The survivors, mostly women and children, were incarcerated in concentration camps and put to work as forced laborers. Gewald, 1995, 1999, 141-91. Throughout the 20th century, Herero survivors and their descendants have struggled to gain recognition and compensation for the crime committed against them. Following a brief description of the Herero genocide, this chapter provides a chronological overview of the way in which the Herero have sought to draw the world's attention to the crimes committed by Imperial Germany in Namibia. Calls for compensation will in the end revolve around the issue of German government responsibility. That is, to what extent were the Herero genocide and related atrocities the product of official German policy? To what extent were the criminal acts not merely the actions of individuals? Material presented here will show that the Herero genocide and associated atrocities were indeed officially sanctioned. In the war, the German settlers and soldiers carried out a shoot-to-kill policy, conducted extrajudicial killings, established concentration camps, employed forced labor, and in at least 2 cases established death camps. After the war, the loss of Herero liberty, land, and stock was officially sanctioned in legislation. At no stage after 1904 were any German settlers or soldiers brought to justice for genocidal acts committed in Namibia between 1904 and 1908. The Herero, German War. In 1904, a war characterized by extreme brutality and deliberate genocide broke out in the central Namibian settlement of Okahandja. It arose from a series of misunderstandings and the self-fulfilling prophecies of the paranoid settler class. 2 As the war steadily spread across central Namibia, it grew in intensity and viciousness, as fresh contingents of German troops dispatched from Imperial Germany poured into the country and attempted to impose their vision of order on the territory and its inhabitants. The personal involvement of the German Kaiser, Wilhelm II, in deciding how the war was to be fought in German Southwest Africa signaled the highest authorization and endorsement for acts committed in the name of Imperial Germany. In a conscious policy of genocide, German soldiers and settlers sought, shot, beat, hanged, starved, and raped Herero men, women, and children. When the war finally ended, no fewer than 80% of the Herero had lost their lives. Those who remained in Namibia, primarily women and children, survived in concentration camps as forced laborers employed on state, military, and civilian projects. Gewald, 1999, 141-230. In short, the war and its aftermath were characterized by extreme acts of violence and cruelty on the part of German soldiers and settlers. The diaries, letters, and photographs of contemporaries graphically portray the indiscriminate shootings, hangings, and beatings which were the order of the day. Missionary Elgar, stationed in the settlement of Karabib, described the manner in which Herero prisoners were treated. Things proceeded in a particularly brutal manner. Herero prisoners were terribly maltreated, whether they were guilty or not guilty. About 4 Herero were taken prisoner, because they were supposed to have killed a railway worker, layman, Habas. The court-martial ordered them to be freed and declared them to be not guilty. However, one could not release them as they bore too many marks of shameful abuse Schandlicher Misshandlung on their bodies. For example, people had beaten an eye out of one. After the court-martial had declared them to be innocent, some of the Germans outside immediately resumed the abuse with the words, "The court has declared you to be innocent, we however want to string you up." 3. After the initial battles, the civilian governor was relieved of his command and replaced by the Kaiser's own candidate, Lieutenant General Lothar von Trotha. 4 Under the command of von Trotha, the German army sought to engineer a crushing defeat of the Herero in the vicinity of the Waterberg, Pool, 1979, 210-11. In keeping with von Moltke's principles of separate deployment and encirclement, von Trotha sent his armies to annihilate the Herero at the Waterberg. Or, as he put it in his own words, "My initial plan for the operation, which I always adhered to, was to encircle the masses of Hereros at Waterberg, and to annihilate these masses with a simultaneous blow, then to establish various stations to hunt down and disarm the splinter groups who escaped, later to lay hands on the captains by putting prize money on their heads, and finally to sentence them to death." Von Trotha's diaries cited in Pool, 1991, 251. On August 11, the Battle of Hamakari at the Waterberg took place. The Herero were defeated and fled in a southeasterly direction into the dry desert sands of the Kalahari, known to the Herero as the Omahek. 5 On Sunday, October 2, 1904, after holding a field service, General von Trotha addressed his officers, Rust, 1905, 384. He declared that the war against the Herero would be pursued in all earnestness, and read a proclamation that stated, among other things, "The Herero people must leave the land. If the populace does not do this, I will force them with the Grote-Rohr cannon. Within the German borders every Herero, with or without a gun, with or without cattle, will be shot. I will no longer accept women and children, I will drive them back to their people, or I will let them be shot at. These are my words to the Herero people. Signed, the great general of the mighty German Kaiser. 6. A number of authors have sought to deny or at least downplay the existence and implications of Trotha's proclamation, which has become known as the Extermination Order, Vernichtungsbefehl. 7. However, Trotha's own words, in his diary and elsewhere, indicate that he understood the implications of his proclamation full well. On the day the proclamation was issued, Trotha wrote in a letter, "I believe that the nation as such should be annihilated, or, if this was not possible by tactical measures, have to be expelled from the country by operative means and further detailed treatment. This will be possible if the water holes from Grootfontein to Gobabis are occupied. The constant movement of our troops will enable us to find the small groups of the nation who have moved back westwards and destroy them gradually. My intimate knowledge of many Central African tribes, Bantu and others, has everywhere convinced me of the necessity that the Negro does not respect treaties but only brute force." Pool, 1991, 272-4. From 1904 and into 1905, one of von Trotha's officers, Major von Estorff, had the thankless task of chasing after the refugees in the Sandveld and preventing their return. Estorff's own words clearly describe both his own actions and the intentions of his commanding officer, Trotha. "I followed their spoor and found numerous wells which presented a terrifying sight. Cattle which had died of thirst lay scattered around the wells. These cattle had reached the wells, but there had not been enough time to water them. The Herero fled ahead of us into the Sandveld. Again and again this terrible scene kept repeating itself. With feverish energy the men had worked at opening the wells, however the water became ever sparser, and wells ever more rare. They fled from one well to the next and lost virtually all their cattle and a large number of their people. The people shrank into small remnants who continually fell into our hands. Unserge Wald Kamen, Sections of the people escaped now and later through the Sandveld into English territory, present-day Botswana. It was a policy as gruesome as it was senseless, to hammer the people so much. We could have still saved many of them and their rich herds, if we had pardoned and taken them up again. They had been punished enough. I suggested this to General von Trotha, but he wanted their total extermination. Von Esterf, 1979, 117, author's translation. In early 1905, the German parliament rescinded von Trotha's extermination order, after which time captured Herero were placed into concentration camps, Konzentrationslager, and put to work as forced laborers. By late 1905, an estimated 8,800 Herero were confined in camps, working on various military and civilian projects scattered across German Southwest Africa. Bericht der Rheinischen Missionsgesellschaft, 1906, 10. Missionary sources provide us with eyewitness accounts of conditions in the camps. Missionaries stationed in the Herero Konzentrationslager reported to their superiors in Germany on the extensive and unchecked rape, beatings, and execution of surrendered Herero by German soldiers. Gewalt, 1999, 184-204. Missionary Coleman spoke of the delight of settler women witnessing the drawn-out public hangings of captured Herero in Windhoek. At one such hanging, a drooling Herero fighting for his life was berated. "You swine, wipe your muzzle." Erman, 1998, 113-14. In Caribib, missionary Elgar wrote. And then the scattered Herero returned from the Sandveld. Everywhere they popped up, not in their original areas, to submit themselves as prisoners. What did the wretched people look like? Some of them had been starved to skeletons with hollow eyes, powerless and hopeless, afflicted by serious diseases, particularly with dysentery. In the settlements they were placed in big kraals, and there they lay, without blankets and some without clothing, in the tropical rain on the marsh-like ground. Here death reaped the harvest. Those who had some semblance of energy naturally had to work. It was a terrible misery with the people, they died in droves. Once 24 came together, some of them carried. In the next hour one died, in the evening the second, in the first week a total of 10, all lost to dysentery. The people had lost all their energy and all their will to live. Hardly cheering cases were those where people were handed in to be healed from the effects of extreme mistreatment. Schwerer Misshandlungen. There were bad cases amongst these. 8. In the settlement of Windhoek, missionary Meyer described the condition of Herero who came to the sickbay run by the mission. His words provide some idea of what occurred in the Windhoek camp. How often these poorest, those who deserved pity, came staggering. Many of them, who could no longer move, were brought on stretchers, most of them unconscious. However, those who could still think were glad that the hard supervision of the guards in the kraal and their sjambok rawhide whip had for the time being been left behind. 9. The Herero camps were finally abolished in 1908. Thereafter, the Herero were confined within a tangled web of legislation that sought to control every aspect of the lives of all black people living in German Southwest Africa, GSWA. Within the areas of German control, all Africans over the age of 8 were ordered to wear metal passes. These passes, which were embossed with imperial crown, magisterial district, and labor number, were used to facilitate German control of labor. In addition, Herero were prohibited from owning land and cattle, the two foundations of what had been a society based on pastoralism. 10. The Blue Book. At the outbreak of the First World War, South African forces under British command invaded GSWA and successfully defeated the much-vaunted German army. As the war progressed, it became clear that the victorious parties had no intention of allowing Germany to retain its colonies. To this end, from at least 1915 onwards, British colonial officials were instructed to gather materials which would strengthen the British Empire's claims to Germany's colonies. 11. In Namibia, this task was made much easier by the existence of an extremely well-organized and detailed government archive which awaited the incoming military administration in Windhoek. It contained chillingly detailed accounts and reports on the manner in which GSWA settlers, and the colony's administration, had dealt with the country's original inhabitants. Apart from files dealing with the incarceration of Herero in concentration camps and their distribution among settlers and private companies, the archives also contained a series of files on the excesses of settlers who had flogged Herero and Nama 12 workers. Glassplate negatives detailed the torn and rotting backs of women flogged for alleged insubordination, and pages upon pages of court transcripts detailed the brutal lashing of laborers. 13. The combination of dry testimony taken from the German archives in Windhoek, along with a series of painstakingly detailed statements given under oath by surviving Namibians, formed the basis of one of the most shocking documents of colonial history. The report on the natives of Southwest Africa and their treatment by Germany, London, 1918, generally referred to as the Blue Book, remains an indispensable source document on the nature of German colonial rule in Namibia. It is beyond question that these materials effectively scuttled any attempts by Germany to retain control over its former colonies, and Namibia in particular. 14 In Article 119 of the Versailles Treaty, Germany was declared unfit to govern colonies, and was forced to renounce in favor of the principal Allied and associated powers all her rights and titles over her overseas possessions. In addition, under Article 22 of the new League of Nations Charter, Namibia was held to be inhabited by peoples not yet able to stand by themselves under the strenuous conditions of the modern world, and thus was deemed a territory that could be best administered under the laws of the Mandatory the Union of South Africa as integral portions of its territory. Accordingly, Namibia was placed under the jurisdiction of South Africa, see Du Pisani, 1985, 76. Though the Blue Book is one of the primary documents detailing the injustices perpetrated against the Herero and Nama peoples of Namibia, it was not used to ensure that Herero would receive compensation. Instead, the Blue Book served to ensure that Namibian territory would be granted to South Africa to administer as a mandated territory. Far from the Herero receiving their land back, the new South African administration forced them to settle on marginal lands in reserves established on the fringes of the Omahek, the desert into which they had been driven in the past. The new South African administration continued the policies initiated by its German predecessor. The lands previously occupied by the Herero continued to be reserved for white settlement, and in the years after World War I the South African administration pursued an aggressive policy of land settlement for white Afrikaans-speaking immigrants from Angola and South Africa. In short, the injustices described with stark clarity in the Blue Book were dismissed in the interests of white settler unity. White settler unity and the Blue Book. Nonetheless, the existence of the Blue Book came to bedevil settler politics under the South African Mandate. German settlers called for the Blue Book to be banned and all extant copies destroyed. In 1925, the first all-white election for a legislative assembly took place. Representatives of the German Settler Party, the Deutsche Bund in Südwest Africa, opposed settler parties allied to the Union of South Africa. Anxious to maintain a working relationship with the settler bloc in the Legislative Assembly, the South African administrator, A.J. Worth, acceded to settler demands for the abolition of the Blue Book. Thus, in 1926, one Mr. Strauch, a member of the Legislative Assembly, tabled a motion stating that the Blue Book only has the meaning of a war instrument 15 and that the time has come to put this instrument out of operation and to impound and destroy all copies of this Blue Book, which may be found in the official records and in public libraries of this territory. 16. The motion passed, and legislation came into effect in all territories administered by the Union of South Africa banning distribution of the Blue Book. Copies were no longer made available to the public, were removed from libraries, and were destroyed. In the rest of the British Empire, copies of the Blue Book were transferred to the Foreign Office. Even in wartime Britain as late as 1941, in response to a request from the Ministry of Information, it was noted that no copy may be issued without authority of the librarian. 17. Strauch, and his fellow members of the Deutsche Bund, consciously used the Herero genocide, or rather the recorded role of German settlers and soldiers in it, to put pressure on the South African administration. As Strauch noted, passing the motion he had proposed would remove one of the most serious obstacles to mutual trust and cooperation in this country, Namibia. In his view, the honor of Germany had been attacked in the most public manner, and it was right that the attack should be repudiated in an equally public fashion. The defense of the honor of one's country was a solemn duty imposed upon all sons of that country. The validity of Strauch's claims went unquestioned by the Assembly, and certainly no Herero view of the events was allowed an airing. The subjective arguments of Strauch and his compatriots thus sought to obscure the past in the interest of preserving their own privileged position as settlers. The promise of peaceful cooperation with the German settler community was uppermost in the minds of South Africa's administrators. Strauch's claim that the Germans were ready and anxious to cooperate in the building up of Southwest, but they could not do so fully until the stigma imposed by the publication of the Blue Book had been removed from their name, was considered a more powerful consideration than either historical veracity or the views of Namibia's African inhabitants. Seeking to deny the past. In the run-up to Namibian independence in 1990, Bridget Lau, a historian well known for her uncompromising stand against South African colonial rule in Namibia, published an article that shocked and surprised many of her colleagues. In her article, she stated, "There is absolutely no evidence that the Herero perished or were used on a large scale as slave laborers." Lau, 1989, 5. Furthermore, Lau argued that the Vernichtungsbefehl issued by General Lothar von Trotha, commanding officer of German forces in Namibia at the time, was a successful attempt at psychological warfare never followed indeed. Lau, 1989, 5. In addition, Lau sought to problematize the term Vernichtung by arguing that it did not imply extermination. 18 Finally, she argued that the basis for much of the allegations of genocide by German soldiers in Namibia, the 1904 report of the treatment of natives by Germany, SIC, was an English piece of war propaganda with no credibility whatsoever. Lau, 1989, 5.19 Needless to say, Lau's article exploded like a bombshell among the small community of scholars specializing in Namibian history. Lau, 1989, 4-8.20. With hindsight, and on the basis of later conversations, it became clear that Lau wished to move the academic community away from what she saw as its unjust fascination with the Herero-German War. Instead, she argued, historians should concentrate on what she considered to be the more destructive colonial rule of South Africa in Namibia. Yet again, the genocide that Imperial Germany perpetrated upon the Herero was being negated and denied in the interests of contemporary politics. Nevertheless, Lau's article, recently republished in German, continues to have repercussions that extend far beyond Namibian history. On the electronic website of the Traditionsverband Heimelijkerschutz und Überseetruppen, Traditional Association of the Former Protectorate and Overseas Forces, an organization that seeks to preserve and glorify the memory of Germany's colonial armies, Lau's article is predictably acclaimed. 21 In addition, the Traditionsverband directs readers to Wiedergutmachung am der Volk der Herero. Restitution for the Herero people, an article that denies von Trotha harbored any genocidal intentions, and seeks to dismiss Herero claims for reparations. 22. Michael Scott and Herero representations to the UN. To the members of the white settler community, it may have looked as if the attempt to destroy and rewrite the past according to their own preferences had succeeded. For a number of years after 1926, nothing was heard of the Herero genocide. Within the territory, Herero had been forced to withdraw to the newly established native reserves, where they refrained from directly articulating demands that related to the genocide. Gewald, 2001. This is not to say that the genocide was no longer of any importance to Herero society, far from it. Instead, Herero society turned in upon itself, seeking as far as possible to refrain from any interaction with the colonial state. References to the genocide perpetrated against the Herero surfaced from time to time in unexpected places, Yet the subject was no longer part and parcel of the colonial discourse. 23. In the aftermath of World War II, the South African government undertook steps to incorporate Namibia as the fifth province of the Union of South Africa. To this end, in 1946 a series of carefully structured meetings were held with the African population of the territory. As the newly formed United Nations had taken over from the League of Nations, Namibia, as a mandated territory, fell again under South African jurisdiction, with UN oversight. It was widely hoped that the colonially appointed and recognized leaders of Namibia's African populations would give their sanction to South Africa's plan to incorporate Namibia. However, this was not to be. The events of 1904-08 again became central to the concerns of settlers and the colonial administration with the arrival of the Rev. Michael Scott in Windhoek in 1947-24 in conjunction with Herero leaders. Scott used the atrocities perpetrated in the Herero genocide as a weapon against the incorporation of Namibia into South Africa. In the immediate aftermath of the Holocaust, the full extent of which was still only just beginning to be understood, an earlier genocide inflicted by the fathers of the Nazi perpetrators made for powerful political ammunition. Emmett, 1999, 253. Throughout most of 1948, Michael Scott lived in a tent along the Gammons River, just beyond the old location of Windhoek. Here he met and entertained township residents, many of whom had experienced the horrors of German rule firsthand. Trupp, 1950, 173-80. Scott could not fail to have his attention drawn to the Herero genocide. Here, in a nutshell, Scott held, were the core inequities of colonial rule. A people had been driven off their land, slaughtered, banished to live in barren homelands, and still they held no rights. This concise presentation of history served to detail the injustice suffered by the Herero, at the hands not only of Imperial Germany, but of the mandated power, South Africa. An article entitled Michael Scott and the Hereros, published in the New Statesman and Nation in 1949, aptly summarized Scott's view of Namibian history. Then came the German colonists, hungry for land, and finally von Trotha, a general whom Hitler would have delighted to honor. In 1904 he issued the extermination order. All Hereros, whether man, woman, or child, were to be killed. An orgy of looting, torture, and massacre followed. To read the records is exactly like reading the accounts of the obliteration of Poland, except that the Germans had not gas chambers then, but killed babies with their own hands, or burned sick old women in their huts. The tribe broke and fled. The majority, all but 15,000 out of 90,000, were hacked to pieces by the Germans or died of thirst. 25. The mention of von Trotha's extermination order clearly indicates that Scott had managed to gain access to a copy of the Blue Book. Scott's history also made explicit the link between the horrors perpetrated by the Nazis and the activities of Imperial Germany's forces in Namibia, a link that continues to generate considerable academic interest. 26. In addition, Scott explored how the South Africans had betrayed the Herero. In the 1914 war, lured by British promises that native lands would be returned, the desert remnant trekked back. But in 1918 they met not the British as the mandatory power, but the South Africans, who never for a moment considered giving them back their tribal lands. Some pastures were left to the German settlers who remained. More went to the Afrikaner settlers. 27. Throughout 1948 and 1949, in the face of constant harassment, Scott sought to bring conditions in Namibia to the attention of the world. Eventually, in November 1949, the United Nations granted Scott an official hearing. Clearly, this did not stand him in good stead with South African officialdom. In the months following Scott's hearing, a campaign was initiated by the colonial authorities in Namibia, seeking to cast aspersions on Scott's statements. 28. Vilified in the press, Scott continued to be supported by Herero, many of whom recalled the events of 1904-08 to justify their faith in the Reverend. One such Herero, who signed his letter, a native who has been deprived of his land from 1904-1950, noted, I want to emphasize that the information given by the Rev. Michael Scott at UNO is what actually happened in SWA and was obtained from the best reliable sources, Windhoek Advertiser, 1950. Shortly after, Scott, already the victim of constant harassment, was declared a prohibited immigrant and prevented from ever returning to Namibia. Genocide and the establishment of nationalist parties. In the Namibia of the 1950s, the events of 1904-08 continued to live in the memory of many Africans, and led directly to the establishment of the Southwest African National Union, SWANU, and the Southwest African People's Organization, SWAPO. Particularly within SWANU, which came to be dominated by Herero ideologues, the loss of land incurred in the Herero genocide proved a major mobilizing factor. Ngaviru, 1997, 214n, Emmett, 1999, 283n. However, the political mobilization which had begun in earnest in Namibia in the years after World War II was brutally terminated by the shootings of December 1959. The shootings, by the South African authorities, were a response to African protests against the Apartheid Group Areas Act, Dirks, 1999, 124. In the aftermath of the killings, there was a substantial South African government clampdown on nationalist political organizations in Namibia. This resulted in a massive flight into exile by many of Namibia's most highly skilled and articulate Herero. 29 It was in the context of these events that some Herero leaders who had remained in the territory sought to play down the conflict and tension engendered by the commemoration of the Herero genocide. Instead, they sought to pursue a policy of appeasement, and urged leaders of the German community to do the same. As Herero chief Hosea Kutako stated in response to German commemorations of the Battle of Hamakari, "We do not want to cling to the past or to have old war grudges. Our aim is to forget the past and to look forward rather than backward and to have good relations with all sections of the population, but good relations cannot exist if some people try to remind us of the bad past." Windhoek Advertiser, 1964a. In contrast, younger Herero, men such as Clemens Kapuo, Hosea Kutako's eventual successor, were far less conciliatory. When German settlers wished to commemorate the Herero-German War, Kapuo reminded them of the terror wrought in the genocide, and its links to the Holocaust. To our minds there is little difference between the extermination order of General von Trotha and the extermination of Jews by Adolf Hitler. The members of the ALDE-Kameraden are today a free people, whereas the Hereros are not and are under a foreign government which was elected partly by members of the ALDE-Kameraden. It is natural that the Hereros would be opposed to the celebration of a battle which placed them under foreign domination up to this day. Windhoek Advertiser, 1964b. As might have been expected, Karl Schrader, spokesman for the ALDE-Kameraden, denied that the Herero had been exterminated. The Herero genocide and nationalist struggle. Given the gravity of the Herero genocide, it seems remarkable that until the 1970s the only published account of the genocide in English was the Blue Book. The revisionist academic theses of the German historians Horst Drexler and Helmut Bley first appeared in German in 1966 and 1968, in East and West Germany respectively. Bley's work, Southwest Africa under German Rule, 1894–1914, appeared in English in 1971, whilst Drexler's Let Us Die Fighting, The Struggle of the Herero and Nama Against German Imperialism, 1884–1915, was only published in English in 1980. These two excellent studies were primarily concerned with a debate over the nature of German imperialism and the development of totalitarian societies. In particular, both books sought, and located, the roots of National Socialism in Germany's colonial past in Namibia. For both historians, the genocide committed against the inhabitants of Namibia between 1904 and 1908 foreshadowed later events in Western Europe between 1939 and 1945. As Bley noted in the conclusion to his work, in SWA conditions crossed over into totalitarianism. This confirms, perhaps even reinforces, Hannah Arendt's contention that in African colonialism one may find the seeds of modern totalitarian rule, Blay, 1971, 282, referring to Arendt, 1967, 185 to 222. These two books had a tremendous impact upon the manner in which the outside world perceived Namibia and South Africa's occupation of the territory. In exile, the genocide against the Herero and Nama came to be one of the pillars of anti-colonial propaganda, deployed by those who wished to rid Namibia of its South African occupiers. Initially, this propaganda was based primarily on the works of Blay and Drexler. The publication of To Be Born a Nation by the SWAPO Publicity Bureau in London, SWAPO, 1981, owed much to these two works. In the early 1980s, shortly after completing his PhD in history at Oxford University, Peter Katjavivi, now Vice-Chancellor of the University of Namibia, became the highly articulate spokesman for SWAPO in London. Well versed in Namibian history, Katjavivi, in condemning the attacks of South African forces, did not hesitate to liken them to those perpetrated by von Trotha 75 years earlier. The anti-colonial struggles of the Herero and Nama came to be applied to all of Namibia, as if the nationalist struggle had begun with the wars undertaken by Imperial Germany against the two groups. The published version of Katjavivi's thesis, A History of Resistance in Namibia, clearly adopted this framework. In addition, it argued that Namibia's colonial governments were part of a continuum, with South African soldiers and police in the 1980s merely continuing the work begun by the German colonial Schutztruppe in the 1890s, Katjavivi, 1984, point 30. Namibian independence, Herero genocide, and Herero unity. Whereas in the years leading up to Namibian independence, 1990, the Herero genocide had been successfully appropriated by nationalist forces allied to SWAPO. Immediately after Namibian independence, the genocide became the preserve of Herero elites opposed to the new government. In the run-up to independence, Herero activists began seeking a formal apology from the German government for the events of 1904-08. In the late 1980s, SWANU activists living in Germany approached the anti-apartheid movement in the Netherlands for assistance in bringing a case against the West German government. 31. Since independence, the SWAPO government of Namibia has gone out of its way to ensure that Herero claims for reparation remain muted, or are nestled within the demands of the nation-state that SWAPO controls. The last time government ministers referred directly to the issue was during the visit of the then Chancellor of Germany, Helmut Kohl, to Namibia in 1995. At the time, the Namibian Foreign Affairs Minister, Theo Ben Guerrero, noted in an interview that the injustices committed against the Namibian people by the former German colonial power would always remain a pestering sick sore. The two countries needed to discuss war reparations at some stage, but the issue was not a current priority for government, though Guerrero did add, "We must have the courage and frankness to discuss this when the time is right." Field, 1995. The current Namibian government is well aware of the benefits that accrue to the state from continued close cooperation with Germany. No less than 46% of the country's development budget is paid for by Germany, the Namibian, 1996. German military advisors and technicians are stationed in Namibia, where they teach and assist Namibian Defense Force personnel, Weidlich, 1995. In addition, direct flights from Germany bring Europacking tourists, many of whom do not want to be troubled by thoughts of a terrible past. When the legal successors to the mighty German Kaiser visited Namibia and enjoyed the hospitality of its government, Chancellor Helmut Kohl and Bundespräsident Herzog refused to meet Herero representatives, and were unwilling to offer an apology to the people of Namibia for what had happened in the past. Instead, Herzog referred to the war as a dark chapter in our bilateral relations and made the extravagant claim that the massacres constituted a burden on the conscience of every German. McNeil, 1998. At the time of writing, the government of Germany has made no official statement with regard to Herero claims. Nonetheless, while still in opposition, Germany's current governing parties did agree that what had occurred in Namibia constituted genocide. The Namibian, 1990. Regaining the international stage. It is in the context of the above events that on August 22, 1999, Dr. Kwame Aryarueko, the self-appointed paramount chief and king of all of the Herero, proclaimed that the Herero nation as a whole had decided to approach the International Court of Justice, ICJ, in The Hague in order to lay a charge of genocide against the German state, calling for reparations for the slaughter and other atrocities inflicted on the Herero. At the time, Ryarueko's statement ruffled a few feathers in Namibia itself. German diplomats in Windhoek emailed colleagues in Bonn/Berlin to look into the issue. 2 days later, a clinically worded statement by a spokesperson of the World Court put everyone, with the exception of Ryarueko, at ease. Only states may be parties in contentious cases before the ICJ and hence submit cases to it against other states. 32. In the absence of a formal apology, the call for war reparations from the Federal Republic of Germany has become more vociferous. Government inaction, the continued extensive presence of German tourists, settlers, businesses, and farms, and continued marginalization of the Herero lend increasing legitimacy to the Herero claims. This new visibility was evident with the launch of 2 court cases in the U.S. District of Columbia. With the support of Afro-American organizations, the Herero People's Reparations Corporation, HPRC, was established as a corporation, in keeping with the laws of the District of Columbia, and the court cases were launched in its name. 3 German companies, Deutsche Bank AG, Terex Corporation, Orenstein und Koppel, and Woermann Line, Deutsche Afrika Linien, were charged, along with the Federal Republic of Germany, in the person of its foreign minister, Joschka Fischer. The introductory paragraph of the charge reads as follows. The Federal Republic of Germany, defendant or Germany, in a brutal alliance with German multinational corporations, relentlessly pursued the enslavement and the genocidal destruction of the Herero tribe in Southwest Africa, now Namibia. Foreshadowing with chilling precision the irredeemable horror of the European Holocaust only decades later, the defendant formed a German commercial enterprise which cold-bloodedly employed explicitly sanctioned extermination, the destruction of tribal culture and social organization, concentration camps, forced labor, medical experimentation, and the exploitation of women and children in order to advance their common financial interests. 33. Conclusion. At various stages in the past 100 years, the Herero genocide has leapt onto or fallen off the international stage. Every so often, a group of researchers, activists, or spokespeople stumbles upon this allegedly forgotten genocide. Attempts are made to draw attention, once again, to the horrors of the past, whilst governments in power consistently attempt to sideline the issue or exploit it for their own ends. The Blue Book thus was not used to ensure that Herero regained their lands or received compensation for the wrongs done to them. Instead, documentation of the genocide was used to prevent Germany from regaining control of its colonies, and ensure that these would instead be granted as mandated territories to the victorious Allies. At later stages, in the interests of white settler unity, the Blue Book was dismissed as a propaganda tract. The denial of the wrongs inflicted upon the Herero has continued to the present. In Namibia, a post-colonial government, anxious to retain the support of its German financial and trading partner, has sought to mute demands for war reparations, claiming that all Namibians, irrespective of ethnicity, suffered under colonial rule. However, German administration, and hence genocide, never extended into northern Namibia, the area from which the current government derives its ethnic base of support. The Federal Republic of Germany, as the legal successor to Imperial Germany, is responsible for what happened in the name of the Kaiser in Namibia. Genocide was perpetrated, thousands of people were put to work as forced laborers, thousands were subjected to all manner of abuse. People were robbed of their land, possessions, and livestock, and driven forever from their ancestral lands. It is hard to say what form recompense in this egregious case should take, but a simple apology would be a beginning. 4. Genocide by any other name, North American Indian residential schools in context. Ward Churchill. We must begin with the misrepresentation and transform it into what is true. That is, we must uncover the source of the misrepresentation, otherwise, hearing what is true won't help us. The truth cannot penetrate when something is taking its place. Ludwig Wittgenstein. Genocide is among the more profoundly misunderstood words in the English language. Most often, the term has been cast as no more than a synonym for mass murder, albeit mass murder of the most extreme sort, and considerable scholarly energy has been expended in debating the scale of killing or proportionality of its impact upon victim groups necessary for one or another slaughter to qualify as truly genocidal rather than simply blending into history's vast panorama of butchery. More refined, or tedious, lines of analysis have devolved upon such questions as whether certain modes or methods of killing must be present if a given exterminatory phenomenon is to be considered genuinely genocidal. Still others have delved into the function, served by mass murder in what are taken to be genocidal settings and, most ambiguously, the nature of the intentions which must guide perpetrator groups if their actions are to be construed as genocidal. While it has been argued that such inquiries are undertaken for purposes of making our understanding of genocide more rigorous, they have for the most part had a decisively exclusionary effect, establishing definitional and conceptual threshold criteria for what has been aptly described as the incomparable crime, so narrow that supposedly reputable researchers were asserting by the mid-1990s that the Nazi-perpetrated genocide of World War II was phenomenologically unique. The conclusion embodied in such contentions is that real genocide has happened only once, to the Jews under Nazism, Bauer, 1978, 38. Not even the fate of the Sinti and Romani, Gypsies, simultaneously exterminated by the Nazis in a proportion entirely comparable to that of the Jews, and in the same camps, by the same methods and under the same official decrees, is accorded equal footing. Similar absurdities abound. The motives underlying imposition of such radical constraints upon the meaning of genocide have been anything but pure. On the one hand, as Edward Alexander has approvingly observed, their development has been a key element in a conscious strategy designed to invest the Jewish people with a monopoly on the sort of high-grade moral capital attending genocidal victimization, a matter translating into certain of the political advantages enjoyed by the State of Israel. Alexander, 1994, 195. On the other hand, the result is plainly exculpatory, allowing virtually every perpetrator regime or society other than the Germans under Hitler to dodge not only the stigma of their history but other potential consequences of their crime. Small wonder that such a truncation and deformation of the definition of genocide has long been a practice embraced enthusiastically and all but universally by the world's ruling elites and the responsible intellectual establishments they sponsor. Indeed, in many quarters, it amounts to official policy. That the policy at issue involves the routine denial of a plethora of genocides, not least in countries such as France and Canada, where comparable denials of the Nazi genocide constitute a statutory offense, should be self-evident. The implications, as Roger Smith, Eric Marcuson, and Robert J. Lifton have pointed out in connection with the much-denied 1915-18 Turkish genocide of Armenians, are exceedingly grim. Where scholars and other ostensibly reliable commentators deny genocide, in the face of decisive evidence that it has occurred, they contribute to a false consciousness that can have the most dire reverberations. Their message is, genocide requires no confrontation, no reflection, but should be ignored, glossed over. In this way, scholars lend their considerable authority to the acceptance of this ultimate human crime. More than that, they encourage, indeed invite, a repetition of the crime from virtually any source in the immediate or distant future. By closing their minds to the truth, that is, scholars contribute to the deadly psycho-historical dynamic in which unopposed genocide begets new genocides. Smith et al., 1995. Clearly, such denial is diametrically opposed to the openness described as essential by Leo Kuper, Israel Charny, and others, who have devoted themselves to the task of conceiving ways and means of preventing the recurrence of the human cancer. Because, as Irving Louis Horowitz has noted, Genocide is always and everywhere an essentially political decision, and since, following Huey P. Newton, politics itself must be seen as an ability to define a phenomenon and cause it to act in a desired manner, the need to approach eradication of genocide from the vantage point of definitional viability, thence precision, is of cardinal importance. Horowitz, 1976, 39, Newton quoted in Cleaver, 1969, 10. Hence, we would do well to review the actual meaning of the term as it was set forth by Raphael Lemkin, the man who coined it in 1944, Lemkin, 1944, 79-95. From there, it will be possible to apply Lemkin's concept in analyzing a process that lies well beyond the parameters of what has become the norm of genocide scholarship, thereby restoring to his formulation something of its original efficacy and promise. Form and scope of the crime. The first and most striking aspect of Lemkin's explanation of the neologism he created by combining the ancient Greek word genos, race, tribe, and the Latin side, killing, was the care he took to distinguish it from literal murder, irrespective of the scale on which the murder was committed. Lemkin, 1944, 79. Rather, he was at pains to emphasize that he was addressing virtually any policy undertaken with the intention of bringing about the dissolution and ultimate disappearance of a targeted human group. As such, generally speaking, genocide does not necessarily mean the immediate destruction of a nation, except when accomplished by mass killing. It is intended rather to signify a coordinated plan of different actions aiming at the destruction of the essential foundations of the life of national groups, with the aim of annihilating the groups themselves. The objectives of such a plan would be disintegration of the political and social institutions, of culture, language, national feelings, religion, and the economic existence of national groups, and the destruction of personal security, liberty, health, dignity, and even the lives of the individuals belonging to such groups. Genocide is directed against the national group as an entity, and the actions involved are directed against individuals, not in their individual capacity, but as members of the national group. Lemkin, 1944, 79, emphasis added. Thus, while Lemkin acknowledged that outright physical extermination was one means by which genocide might be perpetrated, he was quite unequivocal in his insistence that it was not a necessary ingredient of the crime, far less that it was the essential feature. What was essential in Lemkin's conception was that extinguishing the existence of a target group be undertaken as a matter of policy. Insofar as such a process was evident, it fell within the rubric of genocide, even though the individual members survived the process of group liquidation. Lebanese delegate to UN Ad Hoc Committee, quoted in Davis and Zanis, 1973, 20. There is in fact every indication that Lemkin saw the physical survival of all or most members of groups subjected to genocide as being normative, their physical extermination exceptional. Consider what may be taken as the very core of his definition. Genocide has two phases: 1. Destruction of the national pattern of the oppressed group, the other, the imposition of the national pattern of the oppressor. This imposition, in turn, may be made on the oppressed population which is allowed to remain, or upon the territory alone, after the removal of the population and colonization of the area by the oppressor's own nationals. Lemkin, 1944, 79. Hence, as Zygmunt Bauman has noted, Lemkin was primarily concerned with depicting the essential ingredients of what might be termed ordinary genocide, a process which is rarely, if at all, aimed at the total annihilation of the group in physical terms. Bauman, 1989, 119. So decisive was the non-lethal dimension of ordinary genocide in Lemkin's estimation that he observed how the term denationalization might have sufficed to encompass what he meant were it not for the fact that in connoting the destruction of one national pattern, it does not connote the imposition of the national pattern of the oppressor. Lemkin, 1944, 79-80. Similarly, he observed that denationalization, sometimes taken to connote a mere deprivation of citizenship, failed to encompass the fact that genocide, in some instances at least, involved destruction of the biological structure of the target group. 79-80. Much more than killing is at issue in this last connection. Involuntary sterilization and other measures designed to prevent births among the target group falls within the scope of biological genocide, 86-7. Not all of these are even physical in any literal sense. Lemkin held the Nazi refusal to permit marriage between Poles to be genocidal, for example, 86. Such understandings from the outset informed the international legal discourse on genocide. In 1947, the Secretary-General of the newly formed United Nations, pursuant to Economic and Social Council, ECOSOC, Resolution 47-4, retained Lemkin to head up a committee of experts charged with drafting a law to define, prevent, and punish the crime of genocide. This was the so-called Secretariat's draft of the present Genocide Convention. Here, Lemkin offered substantial clarification of what is entailed, elaborating the nature of the protected classes involved, which he'd earlier referred to simply as national or oppressed groups, by listing racial, national, linguistic, religious, and political groups as falling under the law's rubric. By implication, economic aggregates were included as well. Genocide itself is defined in a twofold way, encompassing all policies intended to precipitate 1, the destruction of such a group, and 2, preventing its preservation and development. The modes through which such policy objectives might be attained are then delineated in tripartite fashion and in considerable detail. 1. Physical genocide includes both direct/immediate extermination, a la Auschwitz and the Nazis' Einsatzgruppen operations in the USSR, and what are referred to as slow death measures, i.e. subjection to conditions of life which, owing to lack of proper housing, clothing, food, hygiene, and medical care or excessive work or physical exertion are likely to result in the debilitation and death of individuals, mutilations and biological experiments imposed for other than curative purposes. Deprivation of the means of livelihood by confiscation, looting, curtailment of work, and the denial of housing and of supplies otherwise available to the other inhabitants of the territory concerned. Davis and Zanis, 1973, 18-20, Arad et al., eds. 1989. 2. Biological genocide includes involuntary sterilization, compulsory abortion, segregation of the sexes and obstacles to marriage, as well as any other policies intended to prevent births within a target group. Davis and Zanis, 1973, 20. 3. Cultural genocide, which encompasses the schema of denationalization and imposition of an alien national pattern that Lemkin had described as being the central feature of the crime in 1944, includes all policies aimed at destroying the specific characteristics by which a target group is defined, or defines itself, thereby forcing them to become something else. Among the acts specified are the forced transfer of children, forced and systematic exile of individuals representing the culture of the group, prohibition of the use of the national language, systematic destruction of books printed in the national language, or religious works, or the prohibition of new publications, systematic destruction of national or religious monuments, or their diversion to alien uses and destruction or dispersion of objects of historical, artistic, or religious value and of objects used in religious worship. Davis and Zanis, 1973, 20. Significantly, no hierarchy is attached to these classifications. The perpetration of cultural genocide is presented as an offense every bit as serious, and subject to exactly the same penalties, as perpetration of physical or biological genocide. This was so in part because Lemkin held that the crux of what others would later call the genocidal mentality, Lifton and Marcuson, 1988, resides squarely within the cultural domain, and because he understood that there is ultimately no way of segregating the effects of cultural genocide from its physical and biological counterparts. For Lemkin, the deliberate destruction of cultures kills individuals just as surely as do guns and poison gas, especially when combined with imposition of the sorts of slow death measures which all but invariably attend such undertakings. There is thus no way in which cultural genocide may be reasonably set apart from physical and biological genocide as a lesser sort of crime. Lemkin's draft was submitted to ECOSOC in November 1947, and, in turn, the Council subjected it to review by a 7-member ad hoc committee chaired by the U.S. representative. The revised draft convention, which was unanimously adopted by the UN General Assembly on December 9, 1948, retained just enough of Lemkin's thinking to be, barely, workable. The second article of the 1948 Convention on Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide defines the crime as being any of the following acts committed with intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnical, racial or religious group, as such, by a. killing members of the group, b. causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group, c. deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part, d. imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group, e. forcibly transferring children of the group to another group. It is worth noting the obvious at this juncture: killing is only one of 5 criteria, or 20% of the total. The other 4, 80% of the entire definition of genocide posited in international law, consist of or devolve upon explicitly non-lethal lines of action, although B and C overlap with Lemkin's slow death measures. Note, too, that not only perpetration of these acts, but attempting to commit any of them, conspiring to do so, inciting them, or any other complicity in their commission are all criminal offenses under the Convention's third article. Under Article 4, it is specified that persons committing genocide or any of the other acts enumerated in Article 3 shall be punished, whether they are constitutionally responsible rulers, public officials, or private individuals. Genocide in North America. Both the United States and Canada have dodged implementation of the Genocide Convention from the outset, albeit in somewhat different ways. In Canada, the strategy was to foster an illusion of acceptance. Parliament voted to ratify the convention on May 21, 1952, while quietly redefining the crime in the country's domestic enforcement statute so as to omit any mention of policies and actions in which Canada was and is engaged. Thus, the convention's prohibitions of policies causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of a target group and/or affecting the forcible transfer of their children were from the first moment expunged from Canada's legal understanding. Davis and Zannies, 1973, 24. In 1985, the Canadian statute was further revised to delete measures intended to prevent births within a target group from the list of proscribed policies and activities. In its present form, Canadian law admits only items A and C among the criteria posited under the Convention's second article as being constitutive of the crime of genocide. At least one Canadian court, moreover, has recently entered a decree making it a criminal offence for anyone to employ the term in any other way. Deishoa Incorporated v. Friends of the Lubicon, 1998, for analysis, see Churchill, 2003, 247-61. The sheer disingenuousness embedded in this definitional distortion is abundantly reflected in the parliamentary debates leading up to the 1952 ratification. Although the official position was that only those provisions of the Genocide Convention intended to cover certain historical incidents in Europe that have little essential relevance in Canada were being excised, House of Commons, 1952, 61, it was clearly noted that then current proposals to impose integrated education upon American Indian children, for example, might fall within the Convention's prohibition against forced transfer of children. Canadian Civil Liberties Association. 1952, 6. Since the government had in fact been doing far more than entertaining proposals in this regard for the better part of a century, and would continue to do so for another 30 years, its claim that mass transfers of children to another group are unknown, in Canada can only be seen as a bald-faced lie. House of Commons, 1952, 61. In effect, the Canadian statute was knowingly crafted not as an instrument of prevention or punishment, but rather as a mask for the fact that Canada was consciously committing genocide, and had every intention of continuing to do so. As for the U.S., having led the way in watering down the convention during the UN revision process, it refused even to pretend to accept the resulting instrument for 40 years. When the Senate did finally vote for ratification on February 19, 1986, the ratifying instrument was not deposited with the United Nations Secretariat until November 1988. It did so on the basis of an attached set of reservations, referred to as the Sovereignty Package, which purported to set the U.S. Constitution above international law and to render the country exempt from compliance. The record of pre-ratification debates conducted by U.S. senators from 1950 onward is even more illuminating than that of their Canadian counterparts. A major sticking point for two successive generations was whether the convention's stipulation that killing members of a target group solely on the basis of their group membership is a genocidal act, irrespective of the numbers involved. This meant that the thousands of lynchings of African Americans carried out by the Ku Klux Klan constituted genocide, and would thus require the U.S. to declare the Klan a criminal organization in the same sense the Nazi SS had been declared such at Nuremberg. Another question was whether the entire corpus of U.S. race law and policy might not be construed as genocidal. Less discussed, but equally or more to the point, was the relationship of the U.S. to American Indians. Here, the country was in violation of every one of the criteria posited in the Convention's second article. While direct killing of the sort evidenced in scalp bounties and military extermination campaigns had mostly ended by the early 20th century, the U.S. imposition of slow death measures upon Native North Americans was quite clear-cut in 1950, and to a considerable extent remains so today. The policy basis for this situation rests in the unilateral extension of federal trust authority over what remained of Indians' lands pursuant to a 1903 Supreme Court opinion, a maneuver through which the government empowered itself to license the exploitation of indigenous resources by preferred corporations at a small fraction, usually no more than 10% of the royalty rates prevailing on the open market. Even this pittance did not go to the Indians themselves, but was placed instead in trust accounts administered in behalf of their native owners by the U.S. Interior Department's Bureau of Indian Affairs, BIA. From there, some 90% of it, nearly $140 billion, by current estimates, has been lost, that is, expended for purposes other than the well-being of the Indians whose money it was and is. See Kennedy, 2002, Brinkley, 2003. The upshot of this has been that as the U.S. economy bloated itself on the wealth of native people, the people themselves have been driven into the depths of a destitution resembling that prevailing in the Third World. To take but one example, it was recently estimated that nearly 90% of the dwellings on the Pine Ridge Reservation in South Dakota, the poorest in the country for more than 50 years, were effectively uninhabitable. Basic sanitation and water purification facilities were all but non-existent, as was anything resembling adequate nutrition or medical care. Such conditions are by no means atypical of reservation settings throughout the U.S., and the impact upon the health and longevity of native people has been predictably severe. The Indian health level is the lowest and disease rates the highest of all major population groups in the United States. The incidence of tuberculosis is 400% higher than the national average. Similar statistics show that the incidence of strep infections is 1,000%, meningitis 2,000%, and dysentery 10,000% higher. Death rates are shocking when Indian and non-Indian populations are compared. Influenza and pneumonia are 300% greater killers among Indians. Diseases such as hepatitis are in epidemic proportions, with an 800% higher chance of death. Diabetes is almost a plague. Overall, according to official census data, reservation-based American Indians experience an average lifespan one-third shorter than the general U.S. population, with a marginally better ratio prevailing in Canada. Strickland, 1997, 53. Clearer examples of the deliberate infliction of conditions of life calculated to bring about a target group's partial physical destruction and the imposition of policies causing serious bodily and mental harm to the rest are difficult to imagine. In sum, all the hallmarks of what Lemkin described as a coordinated plan of different actions aimed at destroying the essential foundations of existence of national groups, with the aim of eliminating the groups themselves, remain ongoing realities in both of the settler states asserting contemporary hegemony over the North American continent. 1. To kill the Indian. Since the end of the Indian Wars in 1890, by which point the indigenous population of North America had been reduced to 5% or less of its pre-invasion total, the weight of policy in the US and Canada alike has been placed on assimilating, digesting might be a better word, the residue of survivors. Described in 1910 by one of its chief practitioners, U.S. Indian Commissioner Francis Loop, as a mighty pulverizing engine for breaking up the last vestiges of the tribal mass. Loop, 1910-93, the objective of assimilation policy was from the outset to eliminate all American Indians culturally recognizable as such by some point in the mid-20th century. That its proponents failed to completely achieve this goal, despite sustained and concerted effort, is due to a number of mediating factors, not least the depth and degree of resistance mounted by the victims themselves. Beginning with the unilateral extension of U.S. jurisdiction over Indian country in 1885, actually, the process commenced much earlier in Canada. Several components have featured prominently in giving assimilation policy its shape and substance. These include a comprehensive program to abolish the traditional indigenous practice of holding land in common, imposing in its stead an anglicized system of individual property titles which undermine the cohesiveness of native societies, laid the groundwork for expropriation of more than two-thirds of the territory remaining in Indian hands at the turn of the century, and spawned an intractable heirship problem precluding effective use by the nominal owners of what little was left. Concomitantly, programs were adopted to supplant the traditional mode of defining group members by genealogy, kinship, with blood quantum, racial, criteria, to prohibit traditional spiritual practices and virtually compel the adoption of Christianity, to reshape traditional modes of governance along the lines of corporate boards, to disperse the native population as widely as possible, and, mostly during the 1950s, to terminate the existence of more than 100 distinct bands and tribes, i.e. they were simply declared extinct. All of this was undertaken on the basis of a self-ordained plenary, that is to say, unlimited and absolute, power held by federal authorities over American Indian lands and lives. So, too, was the program that served as the linchpin of assimilationist aspirations. This was an initiative begun both north and south of the border during the 1870s, and lasting over a century, in which it was ideally intended that every single Aboriginal child would be removed from his or her home, family, community, and culture at the earliest possible age and held for years in state-sponsored educational facilities, systematically deculturated, and simultaneously indoctrinated to see her/his own heritage, and him/herself as well, in terms deemed appropriate by a society that despised both to the point of seeking as a matter of policy their utter eradication. That some native children escaped such processing had far less to do with the ambitions of those administering the system than with the fact that the US Canadian settler states ultimately proved unwilling to allot sufficient resources to the task. Still, at its peak, the complex of Indian residential schools, boarding schools, as they were called in the U.S., was large enough to accommodate about half of all native North American children at any given moment, and something in the order of 80% of several succeeding generations of native youngsters underwent some portion of their schooling therein. The nature of the crime bound up in this coldly calculated education for extinction was put quite bluntly by Captain Richard Henry Pratt, the Army officer selected by the U.S. to create and supervise its system in 1879. The objective, Pratt publicly declaimed in 1895, was to kill the Indian, save the man in every pupil. Pratt, 1895, 761-2. Or, to rephrase it as U.S. Indian Commissioner William A. Jones did in 1903, the goal was to exterminate the Indian but develop a man, quoted in Coleman, 1993, 46. The core thinking of those running the system could not have been framed more clearly. To be discernibly Indian was to be other than human. To be human, one could not be discernibly Indian. The formulation, and the mentality it reflects, is identical at base to that displayed in General Phil Sheridan's earlier and much celebrated observation that the only good Indian is a dead one, to an enunciation but a step removed from Colonel John Chivington's infamous order, issued just prior to the Sand Creek Massacre of 1864, that his troops should slaughter Indian babies right along with their parents and other adults because, after all, nids make lice, see Hoig, 1961, Svaldi, 1989. Canada in most respects modeled its system on that of the U.S. Proceeding first under the mantle of the 1857 Act to encourage the gradual civilization of the Indian tribes in the province, and then under the 1884 Indian Advancement Act, the Indian Department took as its goal tribal dissolution, to be pursued mainly through the corridors of residential schools, Milloy, 1999, 19. Pratt's notion of killing Indians to save men was frequently voiced within the circles of those charged with educating Indians, while Commissioner Jones's Canadian counterpart, Duncan Campbell Scott, announced that the goal was to be rid of the Indian question. That is the whole point. Our objective is to continue until there is not a single Indian in Canada that has not been absorbed into the body politic, and there is no Indian problem, quoted in Tidally, 1986. 50, emphasis added. Such endeavors, he explained at another point, were quite consistent with the fact that progress, that is, consolidation of the Canadian state, would be unnecessarily difficult so long as the Indians remain a distinct people and live as separate communities, quoted in Miller, 1996, 121. Given the overtly genocidal character of such pronouncements, and the absolute centrality of the residential school system to Indian policy implementation in both the US and Canada for a sustained period, it is important to delve more deeply into the details of the system's functioning. Only in this way, can their implications be properly understood. And only in such understanding can there be hope that some of the residential schools' lingering effects might be redressed. Forcing the transfer of children. There can be no question that the transfer of children upon which the residential school system depended was coercive, that it was resisted by Indigenous parents and other adults, and often, to the extent they were able, by the youngsters themselves, and that physical force was used to overcome that resistance. In 1893, legislators authorized the BIA to withhold rations, clothing, and other annuities from Indian parents or guardians who refuse or neglect to send and keep their children of proper school age in school. Statutes at Large of the United States, Volume 27, 635. Canada followed suit with an amendment to its Indian Act in 1894 that authorized the Cabinet to make regulations, which shall have the force of law, for the commitment by justices or Indian agents of children of Indian blood under age of 16 years to an industrial school or boarding school, there to be kept, for a period not extending beyond the time at which such children shall reach the age of 18 years, an act to further amend the Indian Act, c. 32, 57-8 Vict. In some cases, the basic elements of coercion built into such legislation were sufficient to produce compliance. Where resistance was concerted, however, or threatened to be, direct applications of force were not infrequent. A typical scene was recorded by the agent of the Mescalero Apache Reservation in 1886. Everything in the way of persuasion and argument having failed, it became necessary to visit the Indians' camps with a detachment of police, and seize such children as were proper, and take them away to school, willing or unwilling. Some hurried their children off to the mountains or hid them away in camp, and the police had to chase and capture them like so many wild rabbits. This proceeding created quite an outcry. The men were sullen and muttering, the women loud in their lamentations, and the children almost out of their wits with fright. Annual Report of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, 49th Cong, First Session, 1886, 417. Virtually every memoir produced by a former boarding school student contains a section recounting the official use of force to compel enrollment. See, example Sikakwaptwa as told to Udall, 1962, 8-12, Kiwakla, 1970, 199 to 200, Kabaddi, 1977, 8 to 10. Although the military was not used to impound native children in Canada, the history there is otherwise quite similar. In 1893, for example, the Cree leader Star Blanket was deposed from his position as chief of his band and informed by the Indian Department that he would be reinstated only if he helped secure students for the residential schools. Officials routinely withheld food rations from parents who resisted the removal of their children, and there are numerous accounts of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, RCMP, herding children onto trains like cattle in the process of transporting them to institutions that none of them wanted to go to, any more than they wanted to go to hell or a concentration camp. Fournier and Gray, 1997, 56, Johnson, 1989, 6. So pervasive was the use of force and coercion that in 1908 the recruitment methods employed by the Red Deer Industrial School in Alberta, which consisted of coaxing and persuading instead of bribery and kidnapping, were officially highlighted as a marked exception to the rule. Milloy, 1999, 69-70. Aside from the emotional trauma afflicting any family or community whose children are being stolen from their embrace, paraphrasing Fournier and Gray, 1997, the resistance mounted by Native North Americans to the removal of their children for education in residential facilities was usually based on a firm understanding that the process was consciously genocidal. Analyst John Milloy has observed that reaction to residential schooling from First Nations governments across the southern part of Canada was resolutely negative. They recognized immediately its implications for continued tribal existence. Milloy, 1999, 19. As a now anonymous Native leader put it as early as 1858, the purpose of the whole procedure was self-evidently to break Indigenous societies to pieces, quoted in Milloy, 1999, 19. Destroying the national pattern of the oppressed group. In psychological terms, the regimen of residential schools was deliberately and relentlessly brutal. From the moment the terrified and bewildered youngsters arrived at the schools, designed as they were to function as total institutions, Goffman in Etzioni, 1961, 313-14, a comprehensive and carefully calibrated assault on their cultural identity commenced. For boys and girls alike, this began with a thorough scrubbing and disinfection. Alcohol and kerosene were among the astringents used for the latter purpose, often accompanied by staff commentary about dirty Indians. For boys, the next step was to undergo the humiliating experience of having their heads shorn, military style. At the heart of the policy was the belief that the boys' long hair was symbolic of savagism, removing it was central to destroying their sense of themselves as Indians. Adams, 1995, 101. The same was true of the children's clothing and other personal items, all of which were taken from them. In exchange, they were issued uniforms expressly intended to separate them from the excessive individualism of their own traditions by reducing them to sameness, to regularity, to order. Milloy, 1999, 124. Then came their names. Those with savage or unpronounceable identifiers like Chisejspiga or Sitapetal, which included the great majority of new arrivals, quickly found themselves saddled with anglicized replacements like Smith and Miller. A consistent theme running through autobiographical material written by former students is how this procedure in particular engendered an abiding sense that they had lost themselves and were thus strangers with no possibilities for the future. Such despair was perfectly in keeping with the desires of those in charge, in that it rendered the already malleable children still more so. The schools operated under the mandate of effecting a complete change in their charges. Inspector of Indian Schools J. A. McRae in 1886, quoted in Milloy, 1999, 38, a matter described in Canada, under the premise that true civilization must be based on moral law, which Christian religion alone can give, as the building and developing character on the foundation of Christian morality, making Christian faith and love the wellspring and motive of conduct. Convention of the Catholic Principles of Indian Residential Schools, 1924, quoted in Milloy, 1999, 38, Presbyterian Women's Missionary Society, quoted in Coleman, 1993, 42. In the U.S., more secular objectives were additionally set forth. It is of prime importance that a fervent patriotism be awakened in the children's minds. They should be taught to look upon America as their home and the United States government as their friend and benefactor. They should be made familiar with the lives of great and good men and women in American history, and be taught to feel pride in all their great achievements. They should hear little or nothing of the wrongs done the Indians, and of the injustice of the white race. If their unhappy history is alluded to, it should be to contrast it with the better future that is within their grasp. Indian Commissioner Thomas. All of this was calculated to take considerable time, even under optimal conditions. Hence, from the outset, it was standard practice that the students be kept in the schools year-round and for as long as a decade, with neither visits to their homes nor visits from their families. Even letters were sometimes withheld, because of the deleterious influences such interaction might exert. Superintendent General for Indian Affairs Edgar Dewdney in 1891, quoted in Department of Indian Affairs, 1889, 11. As early as 1863, U.S. Indian Commissioner William P. Dole complained that any other course led to repeated infection of the youngsters with the filthy habits and loose morals of their parents. Annual Report of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, 37th Cong, 3rd Session, 1863, 172. By 1888, the message was being framed even more bluntly: children leaving even the best of training schools for their homes are like swine returning to their wallowing filth and barbarism. Report of the School at Lawrence, Kansas, attached to Annual Report of Commissioner of Indian Affairs, 37th Cong, 3rd Session, 1863, 172. With the youngsters thus isolated, and otherwise stripped of the most immediate links to their cultural identity, a deeper and more comprehensive demolition was undertaken. This devolved upon absolute prohibitions on the speaking of indigenous languages and the knowledge and practice of native spirituality. Although instruction was already delivered exclusively in that language, the BIA promulgated a regulation in 1890 requiring that pupils be compelled to converse with each other in English, and should be properly rebuked or punished for persistent violation of this rule, cited in Adams, 1995, 140. Canada, which followed suit in 1896, was even more explicit, positing not only the inculcation of English and/or French but destruction of students' ability to speak their own languages as goals. Almost universally, school staff in addition to their other responsibilities were assigned the duty of preventing pupils from using their own languages, even in private conversations or prayer. Milloy, 1999, 39. Doing so, of course, meant that the children had to be placed under virtually continuous surveillance. The resulting stew of fear, loneliness, and obliterated self-esteem, sustained for most students over periods of years, was quite literally devastating to all who underwent it. Imposing the national pattern of the oppressor. The resemblance of residential schools to military facilities extended far beyond haircuts and uniforms. Captain Pratt's prototypical Carlisle Indian Industrial School, which opened its doors in November 1879 and in many respects served as the template for what followed, was actually established in an unused army barracks in Pennsylvania, as were a number of others. Although less conspicuous there, the situation in Canada was similar. Dormitories were typically built along the lines of barracks bays, and children were regimented in military fashion. As every newcomer quickly discovered, nearly every aspect of his or her daily existence, eating, sleeping, working, learning, praying, would be rigidly scheduled, the hours of the day intermittently punctuated by a seemingly endless number of bugles and bells demanding this or that response. Adams, 1995, 117. Pratt and his superiors sought to justify their imposition of a Prussian regime with glowing descriptions of the health benefits, ability to concentrate, and self-confidence supposedly imparted thereby, Annual Report of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, 55th CONG, 2nd Session, 1898, 541. More candid, or honest, observers extolled the virtues of patriotism and obedience being systematically hammered into previously wild youngsters, see, example Grinstead, 1914, 153. As might be expected, these mindsets structured the roughly 2 hours per day devoted in most schools to academic instruction. Here, first emphasis was on the 3 R's, reading, writing, and arithmetic, with the goal of bringing all students up to the rudimentary levels of proficiency necessary to allow them to meet the needs of potential employers in the real world. As the children progressed, increasing weight was placed on what were called the lessons of citizenship or civilization. The children came to identify far more with the mythic legions of noble white men populating their textbooks and classroom lectures than they did with the grotesquely distorted caricatures of their own ancestors and traditions presented therein. The second half of the instructional day was explicitly devoted to the proselytizing of Christianity. Implanting the true faith was integral to the overseers' mandate to impose the national pattern they represented. Indeed, the churches had established Indian residential schools as part of their missionary programs long before governments of either the US or Canada set out to do so. In both countries, partly to acquire the benefit of their experience, partly as a cost-constraining expedient, these pre-existing institutions and their staff/faculties were simply incorporated, usually on a contract basis, into the official system, with the result that the churches were in this sense made responsible for the fulfillment of official policy. Conversely, church representatives were positioned to exert decisive influence in the formation of educational policy as it pertained to Indians. In Canada, the residential school system was a creature of the federal government even though the children in the schools were, in most cases, in the care of the churches, Milloy, 1999, 13, while in the U.S., the reverse may ultimately have been the case. Even as the government edged the mission societies to the margin in the U.S., however, its teachers also sought to imbue pupils with some form of Christianity. For most secular as well as missionary educators, civilization was inconceivable unless grounded in Christian values. Coleman, 1993, 115. Consequently, and regardless of whether church or state was ascendant in operating the schools at any given moment or location, the result was the same. Even as they underwent a harsh and thoroughgoing process of deculturation, or denationalization, the children were systematically reinculturated to function in psycho-intellectual terms as little white people. Given the virulently racialist constructions of role and place by which the U.S. and Canadian settler societies were and are defined, of course, white was and is something an American Indian child could never become. The slow death measure of starvation. In the boarding schools, hunger was a continual and symptomatic problem. A 1944 report submitted to Canada's Department of Indian Affairs by Dr. A.B. Symes, medical superintendent of the Qu'Appelle Indian Hospital, concluded that 28% of the girls and 69% of the boys were underweight in the nearby Elkhorn School, Manitoba. Symes, 1944. The same or worse was true of virtually every Indian residential facility in the country. The reason is not hard to find. Having forced thousands of native youngsters into the schools, the government was willing to spend almost nothing to feed them. The department's per capita allocation for Indian residential school support, all support, that is, not just food, at the time of Symes's report was 49 cents per day, and in many schools, only a fraction of that meager sum was actually being spent on students. Milloy, 1999, 118, 332 and 101. It has since been argued that, given its overall economic situation during most of the period in question, this was the best Canada could do. At the time, however, even Indian department officials acknowledged that the rates applied to supporting native residential students were exceptionally low, quoted in Milloy, 1999, 103. The truth of this admission is revealed in a comparison of annual allocations made to sustain white children in residential facilities in 1938, the year the all-time high rate of $180 was applied to Indians. A per capita rate of $550 was allotted to the Manitoba School for Boys, to name one example, while the Provincial School for the Deaf received a governmental subsidy of $642 per student, about 3.5 times the rate paid to support a native child. Church-sponsored facilities serving white children also did far better than those to which Indian youngsters were consigned. St. Norbert's Orphanage in Winnipeg received $294 per student, St. Joseph's $320, R.A. Hoy to DIR of Indian Affairs H. McGill, November 4, 1938. In the U.S., things were even worse. Although the Child Welfare League of America reported that the average expenditure per white child in a residential institution ranged from $313 to $541 annually, the 1928 Merriam Report concluded that as little as 9 cents per day, $32.85 per year, was being expended on the feeding of a native child in a government boarding school. Merriam, 1928, 12, 327 to 31, 348 to 50. Even assuming that triple this amount was involved by the time a child's clothing, medical care, and the like were added in, a wildly optimistic expectation, under the circumstances, the annual per capita expenditure on a native youngster was still less than $100, or about 1/4 the amount expended on the average white child in a residential facility. Wilbur and Dupuy, 1931, 126. In 1929, moreover, Representative Louis C. Crampton, chair of the House Subcommittee on Appropriations for the Department of Interior, argued vociferously, and unopposed by Indian Commissioner Charles Burke, that even this meager sum was extravagant, quoted in Zass, 1999, 19. The results of such governmental frugality were as grim as they were predictable. As Dr. Symes discovered at the Elkhorn School, there was not enough milk, no potatoes or other vegetables on stock, and, the children never received eggs, quoted in Milloy, 1999, 115. If anything, Symes's findings understated the case. But Indian Affairs Director Duncan Campbell Scott dismissed claims about such dire conditions as exaggerations, even libels, claiming in the face of all evidence that 99% of the Indian children at these schools are too fat. D.C. Scott to F. Mears, January 11, 1924. Hence, no departmental action was taken. Year after year, school by school, the situation remained the same. The quality of such food as the children received was also a serious issue. Accounts of bug-ridden and spoiled foodstuffs abound, as when most of the students at Shubenacadie became violently ill after being served liver so tainted that it had taken on a greenish cast. The children's inability to stomach such fare sometimes had dire consequences. A young girl at Shubenacadie who, unable to swallow some soggy bread, vomited in her plate, found her face pushed into the mess by a nun supervising the dining room and was forced to eat what she'd regurgitated. Millward, 1992, 11. Nor was this the only report of such methods being used to prevent food wastage. The number of American Indian children who actually died of starvation during their time in the residential schools is unknown. Probably, from that cause alone, it was not many. However, the link between poor diets and poor health was well known to officials in both the US and Canada from a point long before either had imposed its residential education system upon native children. The implications tend to speak for themselves, not only in view of the staggering disease-driven mortality rates within the schools, discussed in the next section, but also with respect to the sharply reduced life expectancy afflicting survivors from start to finish. It is also worth noting that the effects of chronic malnutrition would unquestionably have been far worse had the children in most schools not devised ways of supplementing their diets by foraging and or stealing from institutional larders. Indirect killing by disease. Since at least as early as 1763, when Lord Jeffrey Amherst ordered smallpox-infected blankets to be distributed to the Ottawas as a means of extirpating this execrable race, the spread of disease has been a conscious part of the Euro-American/Euro-Canadian approach to facilitate the vanishing of native North America. See, example Stern and Stern, 1945, 44-50. Probably not the first time, and certainly not the last, that epidemics were deliberately unleashed. Amherst's gambit serves as an especially crystalline example of a larger whole. Most often, the methods employed were less direct, as when the U.S. Army interned the entire Navajo population at the Bosque Redondo for 4 years, 1864-68, under conditions that left half their number dead of malnutrition, exposure and, above all, disease. The residential schools must take their unfortunate place in this latter category. Mortality rates in the schools were appalling from the outset. While comprehensive data for the U.S. are sketchy, partly because of a policy of sending terminally ill children home to die, their deaths thus lumped in with reservation statistics. No less an authority than Duncan Campbell Scott observed that, in Canada, 50% of the children who passed through these schools did not live to benefit from the education they received therein. Scott, 1913, 615. To place this startling proportion in proper perspective, it should be borne in mind that the death rate at the infamous Nazi concentration camp of Dachau was 36%, mostly from disease. At Buchenwald, another notorious example, the rate was 19%. At Mauthausen, described by historian Michael Burley as exhibiting the harshest regime of all the concentration camps, the death rate was 58%, again, mostly from malnutrition and attendant disease. Burley, 1997, 211. What is known of the U.S. experience suggests that conditions and outcomes there were, at best, only marginally better than those pertaining under Scott's regime in the North. The vast majority of fatalities among youngsters in the schools were caused by the rampant spread of contagious diseases, primarily tuberculosis, although influenza had its moments as a major killer, and smallpox made an occasional appearance. At the Crow Creek School, South Dakota, for instance, it was reported in 1897 that nearly all the children there seemed to be tainted with scrofula and consumption, quoted in Adams, 1995, 130. Overall, a 1908 study undertaken by the Smithsonian Institution concluded that by that year only 1 in every 5 students was likely to be entirely free of tubercular symptoms. Heard-Licott, 1909, especially 25, 32, Murphy, 1911, especially 106-7. Beginning in 1882, when the tuberculosis bacillus was first conclusively identified, a medical consensus rapidly formed holding that among the best defenses against the disease were strict hygiene, a nutritious diet, and well-ventilated living quarters. Adams, 1995, 130. Conditions in U.S. boarding schools went in exactly the opposite direction, a circumstance greatly compounded by a gross underfunding of medical services. Zass, 1999, 19. So blatant was the cause and effect relationship that, by 1899, even a BIA inspector, William McConnell, was openly denouncing the whole residential education system as embodying a policy of deliberate slaughter. The word murder is a terrible word, but we are little less than murderers if we follow the course we are now following after the attention of those in charge has been called to its fatal results. Hundreds of boys and girls are sent home to die so that a sickly sentiment may be patronized and that institutions where brass bands, foot, and baseball are the principal advertisements may be maintained. Quoted in Putney, 1980, 10-11. Those in charge, repeatedly, although seldom so bluntly, informed of the silent Holocaust occurring as a result of their methods and priorities, not only ignored it but, whenever possible, actively suppressed relevant information. More damning still is the pattern of promotion prevailing in the BIA throughout the entire period, a process which saw some of the most egregious offenders elevated to higher and broader realms of responsibility. On balance, then, there can be no reasonable dispute of the fact that responsible U.S. officials knew exactly what they were doing when, during the half-century lasting from 1880 to 1930, they continued to feed other people's children like fodder into the maw of their residential facilities as fast as or faster than beds were vacated by dead or dying youngsters. Nor did the vaunted reforms marking America's New Deal of the 1930s mean an abandonment of the system. In 1941, 49 schools were still operating, some 14,000 native youngsters were still consigned to them, and conditions, although noticeably improved, still produced rates of death by disease markedly higher than the norm. For statistics, see ZAS, 1999, 60, for health data, see, example Wood, 1980, especially 179-80. So it would remain, to one extent or another, until 1990, when the Phoenix Indian School finally closed its doors. In Canada, where things have been rather better documented, albeit far from adequately, the full horror comes into clearer focus. This is in substantial part due to a study of 15 residential schools undertaken in 1907 by Dr. P.H. Bryce, Chief Medical Officer of the Indian Department. The Bryce Report, as it is usually called, revealed that of the 1,537 children who had attended the sample group of facilities since they'd opened, a period of 10 years, on average, 42% had died of consumption or tuberculosis, either at the schools or shortly after being discharged. Extrapolating, Bryce's data indicated that of the 3,755 native children then under the care of Canada's residential schools, 1,614 could be expected to have died a miserable death by the end of 1910, Bryce, 1907, 17-20. In a follow-up survey conducted in 1909, Bryce collected additional information, all of it corroborating his initial report. At the Qu'Appelle School, the principal, a Father Huguenard, informed Bryce that his facility's record was something to be proud of since only 153 of the 795 youngsters who'd attended it between 1884 and 1905 had died in school or within 2 years of leaving it. Milloy, 1999, 92. The reasons were neither hard to find, nor constrained to glaring dietary deficiencies. Press reports in the first decade of the 20th century spoke of Indian boys and girls dying like flies because of an absolute inattention to the bare necessities of their health in schools that aid the White Plague, and noted how even war seldom shows as large a percentage of fatalities as does the education system imposed on our Indian wards for. The response of those in charge was to do nothing. Or, more accurately, they did nothing constructive. As in the U.S., they did continue to facilitate a steady increase in the number of native children lodged in the schools. Beyond that, their main effort appears to have been aimed at discrediting Bryce as a medical faddist who had brought the system into undeserved disrepute. S. Swinford, December 4, 1907. One ranking bureaucrat actually went on record describing the jolly, healthy children fairly bubbling over with vitality supposedly inhabiting Manitoba's boarding schools. Manitoba Indian Commissioner David Laird, quoted in Milloy, 1999, 92. By 1914, the author of the Bryce Report had been pushed out of the Indian Service altogether, forced to watch from the sidelines in mounting rage and frustration as the business of educating Indians went on as usual. By 1922, Bryce had had enough, publishing a searing tract entitled The Story of a National Crime, in which the mechanics of death in the schools were laid bare and responsibility placed squarely on Duncan Campbell Scott's conscious and undeviating blend of thrift with ever greater numbers of compulsory enrollments. Bryce, 1922. Among other things revealed was that in several of the schools upon which Bryce had reported in 1907, conditions had grown demonstrably worse over the intervening decade and a half. At most residential schools, apparently robust children weakened shortly after admission, and eventually became so sick they had to be confined to sick bays where the dead, the dying, the sick and convalescent, were all lumped together in the same room in order to hold down the cost of their care. Memo from W. Ditchburn, October 12, 1920, Reverend J. Woodsworth II, November 25, 1918. Sometimes they were then buried 2 or more in a grave to reduce the expense entailed in disposing of their corpses. Topping things off, Scott had ordered that departmental medical services be cut back in 1918, the position of medical inspector was eliminated altogether, for reasons of economy. Reverend J. Woodsworth II, November 25, 1918. The Indian Department mounted a vituperative defense of its policies and practices for public consumption. But privately, Scott himself conceded the substance of Bryce's charges. Writing behind a shroud of presumed confidentiality in a 1918 report to Superintendent General Arthur Meighan, he readily admitted that the buildings to which his minions were sending more and more native children were already seriously overcrowded and otherwise inadequate, and that the resultant unsanitary conditions therein were undoubtedly chargeable with a very high death rate among pupils. D.C. Scott to A. Meighan, January 1918. Thus informed, Meighan took no more corrective action than had his predecessors. Indeed, it would be another 16 years before monies were set aside to establish the first tuberculosis sanatorium for the ravaged youngsters, and even then no special funds were designated to improve conditions in the schools themselves. That would have to wait until comprehensive reforms were finally undertaken in 1957. As late as 1969, reports on a number of schools revealed conditions were not especially different from those recorded by Bryce and others at the beginning of the century. So it would remain until the last of Canada's Indian residential facilities was closed in 1984. Viewed in the whole, and especially in light of Scott's sharing of critical information with Arthur Meighan and other such highly placed officials, there can be no real question of the onus of blame resting upon the Indian Department alone. If it was not literally a policy consensus in Canada that residential schooling should be used as a handy medium through which to physically liquidate an appreciable segment of the country's Aboriginal population, then their mass death was undeniably treated as an acceptable byproduct of the government's broader drive to annihilate them culturally. To refocus analyst John Milloy's apt assessment of the priorities displayed by the principal of Old Sons School in 1922, Canadian officials as a group were plainly determined that, with slates and chalk in hand, the children would die on the road to civilization. Milloy, 1999, 99. As to Canada's general public, leaving aside the transient and largely pro forma expressions of outraged concern attending release first of the Bryce Report, and later of the story of a national crime, manifestations which in themselves prove that average settlers knew, or had reason to know, what was being done in their name, the deaths, and the condition of the schools pricked no collective conscience, wrought no revolution, nor even sustained pressure for a reformulation of policy. As in the U.S., the fate of native people, children included, was simply not discussed within the polite circles of good Canadians. Instead, such issues, like those contemporaneously pertaining to Jews and other undesirables in Germany, were swept, quietly and conveniently, into the darker reaches of the national consciousness. Milloy, 1999, 102. A better illustration of the genocidal mentality at work is impossible to conceive. The slow death measure of forced labor. Amplifying the debilitating effects of continuous anxiety and stress, malnutrition, and the near-total absence of basic sanitation in the fostering of rampant disease among residential school students was the substantial work regimen imposed in most such institutions. A number of facilities were from the outset explicitly designated as industrial schools. Pratt's prototype at Carlisle is a classic example. There were 25 such entities in the US and 22 in Canada by 1907, Zass, 1999, 10, Milloy, 1999, 55, but those never endowed with that telltale descriptor ultimately functioned in much the same way. Overall, the situation in the US was such that in 1935 BIA employee Oliver Lafarge went on record describing the boarding school system as being composed of penal institutions, where little children are sentenced to hard labor for a term of years for the crime of being born of their mothers. Lafarge, 1935, 233. In Canada, Residential school survivors have also not infrequently compared their experience to imprisonment. In 1991, the Musqueam leader Wendy Grant John referred to them as internment camps for children, quoted in Fournier and Gray, 1997, 61, although as those who had actually been incarcerated in both types of facility usually observed, the food was better in prison, quoted in Miller, 1996, 387. Whether or not they were formally designated as purveyors of industrial training, virtually all residential facilities were, by design, frankly supported in part by the labor of their students, who, by the time they reached 5th grade, work-ed for half a day and went to school for half a day. A U.S. investigating commission found in 1928 that much of the work of Indian children in boarding schools would be prohibited in most states under child labor laws, Miriam et al., 1928, 13. The official justification in the US and Canada alike for exempting Native children from such protections was that, in the course of their employment, they were being prepared for future self-sufficiency by learning a trade. The trades taught, however, often bore no relationship to the prospect of future employment. Plainly, production rather than education, vocational or otherwise, was at issue. As one analyst has put it, the student worked for the school rather than the school for the student, Kaiser, N.D., 69. The goal, openly and repeatedly stated on both sides of the border, was to make each school financially self-sufficient, or even profit-making. Toward this end, where students were paid for their labor at all, some administrators apparently believed token wages might provide incentive to greater productivity. The compensation was abysmally low. According to 1897 BIA guidelines, students new to a job should never be paid, but might receive 1 cent per hour after a few months. Children with 2 years' experience might receive a raise to 1.5 cents per hour. Even these tiny sums did not go to the youngsters who earned them, however. Rather, they were deposited in no-interest savings accounts, managed by school administrators. The labor demanded of children in residential institutions was not only dreary and demeaning, but often gut-bustingly difficult. In a single year, the 38 working-age boys at the Fort Stevenson Indian Boarding School, North Dakota, in addition to cutting and hauling 300 posts, fencing in 20 acres of pasture, cutting over 200 cords of wood, and storing away 150 tons of ice, mined 150 tons of lignite coal. Proud of this accomplishment, the superintendent boasted that a vast amount of hard labor was required to extract the coal, partly because about 9 feet of earth had to be removed before the vein was reached. Adams, 1995, 151. It is impossible to calculate with precision the extent to which the conditions of forced labor imposed upon residential school students, rather than the malnutrition and other adverse conditions to which they were all but universally subjected, proved decisive in lowering their resistance to the diseases that at times claimed half their number. Probably the best approach is, as historian David E. Stannard recommends, to treat the combination of factors as an inseparably interactive whole. Stannard, 1996, 177. Torture. To be sure, Native children were not merely the passive victims of all that was being done to them. Virtually without exception, survivor narratives include accounts of subversion, both individual and collective, most commonly involving such activities as stealing and or foraging for food, possessing other contraband, persistence in the speaking of native languages, and running away. In many, perhaps most, residential schools, such activities were so common and sustained as to comprise outright cultures of resistance. For overviews, see Coleman, 1993, 146-61, Adams, 1995, 209-38, Miller, 1996, 343-74. And in most instances, the official response was to intensify the already harsh disciplinary regimen by which institutional life was defined, resorting to corrective measures exceeding any reasonable limit or proportion. Many of the methods routinely employed not only went beyond the usual standards of cruel and unusual punishment prohibited under Anglo-American law for application to convicted felons in penal facilities, but violated the prohibitions against torture found in international legal custom and convention. Under guidelines promulgated in 1890, the schools were licensed to inflict corporal punishment, literal imprisonment in a guardhouse, and other such penalties on students believed guilty of persistently using profane or obscene language, lewd conduct, stubborn insubordination, lying, fighting, wanton destruction of property, theft, or similar misbehavior. Annual Report of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, 56 Cong, First Session, 1900, Clay. In other words, observes analyst David Wallace Adams, just about everything the children did was subject to discretionary interpretation and punishment by their overseers. Adams, 1995, 121. The severity of such beatings, sometimes undertaken with fists, rubber hoses, and even baseball bats, is attested by the case of a 13-year-old boy who in 1912 was held, handcuffed, and almost beaten into insensibility with a strap. The result was that the boy collapsed, lay on the floor almost helpless, and, after 16 days, 26 cruel scars remained on his body, and 11 upon his right arm. Adams, 1995, 122. Such brutality, found by congressionally commissioned investigators to be endemic in 1928, was hardly the end of it. There are many accounts of children as young as 8 being shackled to posts, having a ball and chain tied to their ankle, and so on. Macbeth, 1983, 106. Although in 1929 Indian Commissioner Burke made an ostentatious display of renewing the 1898 ban on the worst of such practices, his successor, Charles J. Rhodes, effectively gutted the constraints a year later. As had been the case with the 1898 constraints, Burke's 1929 ban was for the most part ignored anyway, almost invariably without discernible consequences to violators, and, irrespective of periodic official pronouncements to the contrary, harsh measures of discipline remained in use at facilities like the Phoenix and St. Francis, South Dakota, Indian schools into the mid-1980s, Trenard, 1988, 192. As always, things were no better in Canada, especially during the tenure of Duncan Campbell Scott as Indian Service Director. Those who physically resisted such abuse, usually but not always adolescent males, typically came in for still harsher treatment. One young man at the Mackay School, Manitoba, who in 1924 fought back against a strapping after he was accused of slacking at work, actually, his hands had become too blistered to hold the pitchfork he was assigned to use, ended up bruised black from his neck to his buttocks. Milloy, 1999, 147. Another boy, upon being cracked across the skull with a cane by a staff thug named Skinner at the Red Deer School, seized the cane and hit his assailant back. Shortly thereafter, the youngster was beaten so badly that he needed to undergo cranial surgery. Such atrocities were regularly reported to Scott, but, other than the release of a vacuous 1921 assertion that abuse would not be condoned, no action was taken. The torture continued on a system-wide basis, decade after decade, until the very end. During the late 1960s, for example, a staff member at the Oblate St. Philip's Residential School, Saskatchewan, regularly burned recalcitrant children with his cigarette lighter, and developed a specialized punishment called whipping with 5 belts, in which a cluster of narrow straps resembling the infamous cat o' nine tails, but embellished with metal studs, was used to induce a proper degree of submissiveness in the unruly. It was not at all uncommon for this punishment to leave scabs that stuck to clothing and left scars. Miller, 1996, 327. Another method of bringing unduly stubborn youngsters to their senses during the same period was to place them in restraints and then apply electrical shocks. Chris John and Young with Moran, 1997, 32. Native residential school children opted all too frequently to embrace the ultimate refusal of the conditions imposed upon them, suicide. In this connection, however, the record is sufficient to provide only occasional glimpses of what was happening. The first documented suicide at the Phoenix Indian School was that of a Pima boy in 1894. For instance, contemporaneous accounts strongly suggest that ending the burden of severe discipline and punishment was likely his motive. Trenard, 1988, 50. At the Williams Lake School in 1920, in the aftermath of severe beatings, 9 youngsters attempted mass suicide, one of them successfully, by eating water hemlock. Milloy, 1999, 148, 153-4. Cause of death: bookkeeping on both sides of the border was ultimately too shoddy, or deliberately misleading, to allow anything resembling a comprehensive and accurate appraisal of suicide rates in the schools. But even such fragmentary evidence as is available plainly belies apologistic screeds like Robert Havigurst's convenient, and therefore influential, 1971 study claiming that virtually no suicides occurred in boarding schools during the first 90 years of their operation. There is, after all, a considerable distinction to be drawn between the number of suicides attempted on the one hand and the number of attempts recorded on the other, especially in a context where those in charge at all levels preferred that things appear to be other than they actually were. Even without hard data on the number of child suicides claimed by the residential schools, the ghastly toll taken by the systematic torture practiced in those institutions for more than a century is quite clear. Predation. Throughout the entire period in which the residential schools were operating, in virtually every facility, and, perhaps most unspeakably, even as the children were mercilessly flogged for the slightest deviation from the supposed virtues of strict chastity and other such aspects of Christian morality, they were routinely subjected to the attentions of sexual predators among the staff members, quite prominently including priests, nuns, and Protestant clergy. So ubiquitous was the situation that in 1995 Douglas Hogarth, a Supreme Court judge for British Columbia, went on record describing his country's residential school system as having been nothing but a form of institutionalized pedophilia and sexual terrorism, quoted in Grant, 1996, 229. Although they have adamantly denied it, those in charge, both of the churches and of the Indian Service, knew about and defended this sexual predation as well. In numerous cases, when predation in a given school was discovered or suspected by native communities whose children were lodged there, the predator was simply moved to another institution and, at least in some instances, promoted. Some indication of the scale of the predation is conveyed by a 1991 report of the Caribou Tribal Council into the operations of the Oblate St. Joseph's Mission Residential School in Williams Lake. The report produced shocking figures. In answer to an interviewer's question to a group 187 people, whether they had suffered sexual abuse as children at the school, 89 answered in the affirmative, 38 in the negative, and 60 refused to answer. Depending on how the non-respondents are allocated between the yes and no categories, these data represent a reporting rate of from 48 to 70%. The chief investigators of a less scientific study of abuse at the Roman Catholic Kuper Island School in British Columbia found that more than half the 70 people interviewed had horrendous stories. Mel H. Buffalo, an advisor to the Sampson Cree Band in Hobbema, Alberta, reported that every Indian person I've spoken to who attended these schools has a story of mental, physical, or sexual abuse to relate. Miller, 1996, 329. In 1993, 3 years after investigators for the Ministry of National Health and Welfare had also turned up, and publicly commented upon, evidence that 100% of the children at some schools were sexually abused between 1950 and 1980, quoted in Globe and Mail, June 1, 1990, the Indian Service, which had by then been merged into what is called the Department of Indian Affairs and Northern Development, DIAND, turned over the first 35 of its files on suspected molestation cases for further action by the RCMP. Meanwhile, conclusive proof was piling up in court, beginning in 1989, when oblate priest Harold McEntee pled guilty to allegations that he'd molested more than a score of boys as young as 5 during his years at the St. Joseph's Mission School. In 1995, Arthur Henry Plint, a career supervisor at the Albany School, pled guilty to having committed serial sexual offenses against the children under his care from the moment he was hired until his retirement 20 years later. His case is emblematic of the rest. Plint, then 77, cursed his accusers as he walked into court under the glare of television lights, hitting out with a cane in a final act of contempt and violence. Inside, he pled guilty to 16 counts of indecent assault of Aboriginal boys aged 6 to 13 between 1948 and 1968. 3 of the boys were forcibly sodomized, others forced to perform oral sex, often daily, for months and years. Fournier and Gray, 1997, 71, 73-4. As one official had already acknowledged, only the tip of the iceberg appeared to have been revealed by such cases, quoted in Miller, 1996, 333. Under these circumstances, Canada's Aboriginal Rights Coalition requested in 1992 that the Indian Department initiate an official and comprehensive investigation of the extent to which sexual predation had prevailed in the schools. In December of that year, Duncan Campbell Scott's heir, Tom Sidon, continued his predecessor's tradition of hiding the truth by declaring that he did not believe a public inquiry was the best approach to resolving the issue, quoted in Milloy, 1999, 301. Although by 1992, most of the churches had apologized, the Presbyterians held out until late 1994. Sidon also made it clear that the Indian Service had no intention of following suit. There would be no ministerial apology, no apology on behalf of Canadians, and no plans for providing compensation to the victims, quoted in Milloy, 1999, 299, 301. The most the department was willing to offer was a carefully worded expression of regret that bad things had happened in the schools, through no fault of its own. The situation is even more putrid in the U.S. There, the wall of silence behind which much of what happened to the North was all too conveniently hidden prior to 1990 remains as towering as ever. Even amidst a burgeoning scandal concerning endemic sexual predations of priests and others operating in mainstream settings over the past 30 years, and of systematic cover ups and protection of offenders, most prominently by the Catholic Church, there has been no exploration whatsoever of the probability that such abuse of Native children was as pervasive in U.S. residential schools as in Canada's. To the contrary, such efforts as have been made to explain the much better documented, and in that sense unavoidable, phenomena of forced labor and physical torture have been primarily of the sort designed to neutralize rather than elaborate the implications. Worlds of pain. It is true that in both Canada and the United States the imposition of residential schooling upon Indigenous children ended some 20 years ago. It is not true, however, as Diane's Tom Sidon was already claiming by 1991, that the effects are now in the past. To the contrary, the ravages of a virulent cluster of psychological dysfunctions that has come to be known in Canada as Residential School Syndrome, RSS, there is no corresponding term in the US, although the symptomatologies involved are just as clearly present there, not only remains undiminished, but may in some respects have intensified during the decades since the last survivors were released from residential facilities. Given the proportion of the Native population caught up in the residential school system during the last 2 generations of its operation, and the fact that the syndrome is demonstrably transmissible to children and others closely associated with or dependent upon survivors, the magnitude of its ongoing impact upon Native North America deserves exploration. In its most common manifestations, RSS includes acutely conflicted self-concept and lowered self-esteem, emotional numbing, often described as inability to trust or form lasting bonds, somatic disorder, chronic depression and anxiety, often phobic, insomnia and nightmares, dissociation, paranoia, sexual dysfunction, heightened irritability and tendency to fly into rages, strong tendencies towards alcoholism and drug addiction, and suicidal behavior. While the syndrome has been treated as if were something unprecedented and unique by most Canadian researchers, that is, as a clinical phenomenon requiring extensive study before it can be either defined or effectively addressed, such posturing diverts attention from the fact that there is nothing at all new or especially different about RSS. Rather, it has a number of obvious and well-researched corollaries, including the entirely comparable sets of symptoms afflicting victims of rape, torture, hostage-taking, domestic violence and child abuse. Strong similarities also exist between the behaviors exhibited among those suffering RSS and the post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, often associated with soldiers who've undergone heavy combat. Perhaps most significantly, the symptomatologies of RSS are virtually interchangeable with those attending the so-called concentration camp syndrome, CCS, manifested on a collective basis by survivors of both the Nazi facilities and their counterparts in the Soviet Union and elsewhere. One readily observable result of the residential schools, all but unremarked in discussions of RSS, is the existence of an entire stratum of native people in both Canada and the US who were, in what might be seen as a permanent variation of the so-called Stockholm Syndrome with which hostages are sometimes temporarily afflicted, ideologically converted by their experience. See Simons, 1982, Strantz, 1982. For the most part deeply Christianized, often just as deeply rejecting of their own people/traditions, and primally conditioned to identify their interests as coinciding with those of their oppressors, they have over the past 50 years been increasingly employed by the settler status quo, governmental, corporate, and academic, as a sort of broker class, willing to extend an appearance of native endorsement to even the most objectively anti-Indian initiatives. Point 4 In exchange for their utility in perpetually subverting themselves and their peoples, the brokers typically receive incidental monetary compensation and appointments to prestigious, but invariably powerless, positions as Indian leaders. The process steadily deepens their estrangement from native communities, wherein they are usually branded as sellouts, and furthers the process of socio-political fragmentation within the communities themselves. A much larger group, which significantly overlaps with the first, consists of people among whom the neutralizing symptomatologies of RSS predominate, either intermittently or continuously. Deculturated to the point of being unable to participate fully in their own societies, at least in their own minds, and congenitally barred by the race codes upon which North America's settler societies continue to function from fitting into them either, such people are trapped in a perpetual limbo of conflicted identity, personal unfulfillment, and despair. Seeking some sense of normalcy in marriage and the forming of families, they typically discover that a combination of the psycho-emotional damage they've suffered in the schools, their all but total lack of experience in actual familial settings, and often their inability to secure the steady work necessary to provide for their dependents, generates catastrophic results. As a rule, they end up visiting upon their offspring some variation of the misery they themselves suffered as youngsters. Aware of this, but incapable of altering the destructive dynamics at play, most compound the problem by seeking the oblivion and self-nullification offered by alcohol and other substances. Ultimately, or alternatively, they seek the final closure of suicide, at a rate more than 5 times the national average. For the children of residential school survivors, childhood is often an experience worse than it was for one or both of their parents. Their suffering and witnessing of traumatic abuse begins much earlier, often at birth, and tends to be sustained longer and in a more intensive fashion. The tormentors of residential school children were at least the aliens who had displaced their parents. For the children of survivors, the tormentors all too frequently are their parents themselves. The record of the residential schools is filled to overflowing with poignant accounts of little boys and girls who cried themselves to sleep each night in loneliness for the warmth and affection of the homes from which they'd been torn. The children of survivors are home, and must shed their tears in desperate hunger for something they've never known. Children in the schools escaped in droves, almost always trying to return to the places whence they'd come. When the children of survivors run, as they often do, it is only a way. It has been reasonably estimated that 1 in every 2 adult American Indians suffered acute alcoholism during the 20th century. In some locales, the Grassy Narrows Reserve, Ontario, for example, as well as Alkali Lake, British Columbia, Norway House, Manitoba, and Cross Lake, Manitoba, the tally was at times 100%. Shkilnik, 1985, York, 1992, 175 to 200. Much verbiage, and untold research dollars, have been expended in trying not so subtly to affix blame to the victims themselves, a process of seeking and asserting proof that Native people are genetically predisposed to alcoholism or that there is something in traditional cultures that obtains the same result. Westermeyer, 1974, Leland, 1976, Maracle, 1993. No study has as yet attempted to correlate such obvious facts as that, while half of all Native people have lately become alcoholics, an equal proportion were also processed through residential schools. In the same vein, although they share neither genetic nor cultural characteristics with Native North Americans, other peoples subjected to long-term colonization on the English model, the Irish, for instance, have been notoriously beset by comparable rates of alcoholism, schizophrenia, and other such RSS-like maladies. Shaping the future. Native North Americans are by no means the only people who have been subjected to residential schooling, or something similar, by their colonizers. Certainly, the station policy maintained by Australia with regard to the Aboriginal populace of that subcontinent during the bulk of the 20th century bears a more than passing resemblance, as do the results embodied in the Aborigines' lost generations. Although residential facilities were not usually employed, the system of compulsory schooling imposed by Britain upon the Irish from the early 19th century onward entailed pedagogical objectives identical to those pertaining to American Indians: destruction of linguistic and spiritual traditions, undermining of familial/social structures, and so on. The same goals hallmark the modes of schooling more selectively forced by the British upon their colonial subjects in India and West Africa. Occasionally, as with the British Home Child Program, some of the worst aspects of what was done to American Indian and Australian Aboriginal young people have also been visited upon unwanted or surplus white youngsters. While the fate of the home children was an exceptionally ugly manifestation of the vicious class structure by which the English-speaking world has organized itself internally, such phenomena have plainly been the rule in colonial settings. Indeed, it has been observed that something akin to the residential school system is inherent to any successful order of colonialism. As Sartre noted in his preface to Frantz Fanon's monumental anti-colonialist tract, The Wretched of the Earth, and elsewhere, colonization can only be accomplished by a violent subjugation internalized as terror by the colonized. Colonial violence does not only aim to keep the enslaved people at a respectful distance, it also seeks to dehumanize them. No effort will be spared to liquidate their traditions, substitute our language for theirs, destroy their culture without admitting them to ours. They will be rendered stupid by exploitation. Malnourished and sick, if they continue to resist, fear will finish the job. The natives have guns pointed at them, along come civilians who settle upon their land and force them with the riding crop to farm it for them. If they resist, the soldiers or police will shoot and they are dead men. If they give in, they degrade themselves and they are no longer human beings. Shame and fear fissure their character and shatter their personality. The business is carried out briskly by experts. Psychological services are by no means a new invention. Neither is brainwashing. Sartre, 2001a, 142-3. Eventually, if the colonizer's system functions as intended, the colonized do not even need to be exterminated anymore. The body will be allowed to live on but the spirit will be destroyed. Sartre, 2001b, 76. In effect, aside from the perpetual massacre through which it is necessarily sustained, colonialism is by its very nature a process of cultural genocide. Colonization cannot take place without systematically liquidating all the autochthonous characteristics of the native society. Sartre, 1968, 62-3. It follows that, for Sartre, colonialism, as such, equals genocide. It may be added, moreover, that there is nothing in his formulation, unlike those advanced from virtually every other quarter during the second half of the 20th century, which is in the least inconsistent with Raphael Lemkin's original conception of the crime. Sartre's percipience has been treated as controversial, especially among self-described genocide scholars. For those not disposed to reject the formulation out of hand, there can be neither compromise nor equivocation. Given that residential schooling and its corollaries have all along served as cornerstones for the consolidation of colonial order, and that colonialism in itself amounts to genocide, there can be no hedging as to whether either the schools or their after effects were and are really genocidal. They were, and blatantly so. The something taking the place of this truth remarked by Wittgenstein in the epigraph to this essay is thereby revealed as the aggregate of interpretations holding that the Indian residential school systems maintained by the US and Canada were anything but instruments of genocide. The first task, then, is to uncover the source of the misrepresentation and transform it into what is true. Genocide, always and everywhere, must be called by its right name. So, too, must those who would camouflage or deny it be called by theirs. Having thus defined the phenomenon at hand in a fashion common to both Wittgenstein and Huey Newton, the question becomes how it might be caused to act in the desired manner, that is, to cease and disappear. The answer, of course, resides in the source of both the phenomenon and its misrepresentation. Insofar as the genocide embodied in residential schooling arises as an integral aspect of colonialism, then colonialism must be seen as constituting that source. It follows that the antidote will be found, exclusively so, in a thoroughgoing process of decolonization. To be consciously anti-genocidal, one must be actively anti-imperialist, and vice versa. To be in any way an apologist for colonialism is to be an active proponent of genocide. In this, given the dynamics of power at play, there are, indeed can be, no bystanders. Rephrased in affirmative terms, decolonization in the context of native North America means simply the assertion and realization by American Indians of the right to self-determination repeatedly confirmed in international law as being vested in all peoples, by virtue of which, they freely determine their political status and freely pursue their economic, social, and cultural development. 5. More concretely, this means the extension of unfettered indigenous jurisdiction over the full extent of the territories explicitly reserved by native peoples for their own use and occupancy in their treaties with the US and Canada, as well as such territories as were expropriated from them through fraudulent or coerced treaties. Within these reconstituted homelands, an aggregate totaling perhaps half the continent, it follows that indigenous nations, not North America's settler state governments, will exercise complete control over everything from natural resource disposition, to their form, of government, to the criteria of citizenship. There can be none of the current U.S. subterfuge of pretending that native people are already self-determining, or that they are entitled to exercise only a kind of internal self-determination previously unknown to legal discourse. Restitution in terms of property and jurisdiction are by no means the only elements involved in the decolonization of native North America. The colonization itself occurred in flagrant violation of international law, not least through the systematic breach of some 400 ratified treaties in the US and scores more in Canada 6, and has been maintained since 1945 in circumvention of provisions in the United Nations Charter making colonialism itself illegal. To this must be added the implications of sustained and multifaceted violations of the Genocide Convention and numerous other conventions, covenants, and declarations by both North American settler states. Under international tort law, offending entities incur a liability with regard to each such breach of legality, requiring that, to the extent possible, they repair all damages done as a result of their transgressions. In cases where reparation is not possible, for example, where land has been rendered uninhabitable by mining and or contamination, or where the destruction of population is involved, they are obliged to make adequate compensation to the victims and survivors. Under no circumstances is an offending entity entitled to define adequacy of restitution, reparation, or compensation. This is the prerogative/responsibility of a neutral third party such as the International Court of Justice, World Court. Finally, there is the matter of criminal culpability. Those who formulated and presided over, as well as those who carried out, criminal policies are subject to prosecution for their actions. Where domestic tribunals fail to mete out justice in such matters, as those of the US and Canada invariably have, the authority of the newly constituted International Criminal Court may be invoked, despite an ongoing refusal on the part of the US in particular to accept its jurisdiction. As to the matter of the culpability lodged in the broader settler populations that have for so long proven themselves accepting of what was and is being done to American Indians, and who have gladly queued up to avail themselves of material benefits plainly accruing at the expense of native people, a posture adding up to complicity, if nothing else, a more metaphysical resolution presents itself. In general, this would assume the form of penance explored quite eloquently by Karl Jaspers in his The Question of German Guilt. At a minimum, providing an accurate account of Euro-American history, thereby replacing national and cultural hubris with the sort of humility accompanying all such admissions of criminal comportment, would undoubtedly go far towards dissipating the attitudes which gave rise to the residential school system and related atrocities, while giving no small measure of psychic comfort to surviving victims. The task is daunting. Yet, should those among North America's settler societies who manage to see things clearly nonetheless shirk their responsibility to do that which is necessary, the agony of the others who are their country's victims will continue, and even incrementally worsen to the point of their long prophesied extinction. Somewhere between this point and that, those relegated and nullified existence will seize upon a moment of cumulative anguish and do the job themselves, or try to, in a manner both natural and far more horrific than if the defaulters had done it themselves. If the resulting monumentality of violence would be redeemed by the fact that it was no less than man reconstructing himself, to quote Sartre, far better that significant sectors of the colonizing populace joined hands with the colonized before the fact, eliminating colonialism in a common project that had the effect of reducing the magnitude of violence experienced by all concerned. Surely such a project is worthy by all conceivable moral, ethical, and legal standards. Equally, we owe it to the survivors of the ongoing process of genocide embodied in the residential schools, and to their children, their grandchildren, and to our own humanity, if ever it is to be reclaimed, that we shoulder the burden, whatever it may entail, of ensuring that the order of colonialism is shattered at last, never to be restored. Most importantly, we owe it, all of us, to our coming generations, 7 deep into the future, to bequeath to them lives free of the nightmarish reality in which we ourselves remain so mired. Should that prove to be the legacy of the little ones who suffered so long and so terribly in the schools, then perhaps their spirits may finally be at peace. 5. The Allies in World War II, the Anglo-American bombardment of German cities. Erich Langenbacher. One of the most serious ethical dilemmas in modern warfare is the tension between Jus ad bellum, just war, and Jus in bello, justice in war. Walzer, 1977, 21. Are any means justified in fighting a just war? What are legitimate targets in total or unconventional wars, where the distinction between combatant and civilian is blurred and where the entire economy and social life of an enemy power support its ability to fight and perpetrate crimes? Although such questions arise repeatedly in places like Vietnam, Afghanistan, and the Middle East, they continue to be posed most clearly in the bloodiest war of human history, World War II. At a general level, however, there are no such dilemmas. In the European theater of that conflagration, the Nazi regime in Germany was a severe threat to all of the values democracies hold dear. It began the hostilities through naked aggression and conducted the war with unprecedented viciousness. Numerous soldiers, members of the party and its affiliated organizations, such as the SS and Gestapo, and many ordinary Germans planned and committed crimes against peace, war crimes and, above all, crimes against humanity, epitomized by the Holocaust, Bartov, 1991. Since the cessation of hostilities, the criminal nature of the regime, its wars, and the genocide it perpetrated have been assiduously documented, and unprecedented efforts were made to hold the criminals responsible, most notably at the Nuremberg trials, Maris, 1997. In the face of the Nazi evil, the justice of the Allied side in the struggle against the Third Reich and the necessity of defeating Nazism were and are beyond dispute. This was a quintessentially just war. The difficulty of the military effort is also undeniable, given the resources and power of the enemy and the brutality of the Nazi conduct of this total war. Given the overwhelming justice of the Allied side, relatively little attention has been devoted to the conduct and the actions of the Allies during the hostilities, that is, whether the means used to defeat Hitler's Germany were also just. A review of the historical record shows that neither the actual combat practice of the Western Allies in battle against the Wehrmacht, nor their treatment of prisoners of war, was questionable. Moreover, the Western occupation regime after 1945 was a paragon of restraint, generosity, and wisdom. What remains very much open to question, however, are the actions undertaken against German civilians during the war itself, specifically the aerial bombardment of Germany by the American, AAF, and British, RAF, Air Forces. 1. This chapter explores the campaign of strategic, area, carpet or terror bombing against German cities and civilians between 1942 and 1945, with the intention of determining whether these actions were crimes of war. Such an assessment illuminates the fundamental questions of whether any means, even unjust ones, are acceptable in pursuit of a just end. I argue that these questions are still of utmost importance, because the very values and laws so central to the self-image of democracies, and which the West successfully defended against the Nazi threat, can be undermined and delegitimized if unethical or illegal acts are left unstudied, unacknowledged, and unpunished. I conclude by showing that many in the West acknowledged that excesses had been committed, and that the generous post-war policies toward Germany can be partly explained as an informal way to provide a form of redress and to make amends. Effects and effectiveness. To examine whether the aerial bombardment of cities was a crime of war, the material effects of the actions need to be investigated, as well as their intent, the questionable legal/ethical nature of the deeds, and knowledge of the consequences on the part of the relevant actors. 2. The effects are clear and undisputed. By the end of the war in 1945, every large and medium-sized German city, as well as many smaller ones, had been destroyed or badly damaged by the Allied strategic bombing offensive. Overall, 2.7 million tons of bombs were dropped, destroying 3.6 million homes, 20% of the country's total, leaving 7.5 million homeless. Kurowski, 1977, 356, USPS, 1945, 1. Altogether, about 43% of housing in the 61 cities with over 100,000 inhabitants, comprising 25 million people, or 32% of the total population, and 50% of the built-up area were completely destroyed. A further significant proportion of housing was damaged to various degrees. Kurowski, 1995, 204, USPS, 1945, 72. The most notable individual raids started with the 1,000-bomber raid against Cologne in 1942 that, in combination with other raids, destroyed 69.9% of that city's housing. Zarga, 1986, 90. Operation Gemara obliterated Hamburg in 1943, burning out 6 square miles of the city's core, destroying 49.2% of housing, and damaging a further 30%. Rumpf, 1963, 81, Deidendorf, 1993, 11, Markusen and Kopf, 1995, 158. Countless attacks on Berlin, the heaviest of which were the Battle of Berlin between November 1943 and March 1944 and Operation Thunderclap in February 1945, annihilated 6,300 acres of the built-up area with 45,000 tons of bombs. Crane, 1993, 106-7, Rumpf, 1963, 125. Berlin lost about 40% of its housing and the center of the city was over 70% destroyed. The last great raid was the firebombing of Dresden in February 1945, which has become emblematic in post-war historical consciousness of the strategic bombing offensive and the horrors of war. Schaefer, 1985, 97, see also Kurowski, 1995, Marcuson and Kopf, 1995, Naumann, 1998. In other large cities, the percentage of housing completely lost ranged from 66% in Dortmund and 50% in Hanover to about 30% in Munich. Kurowski, 1995, 204. Smaller cities were similarly affected, with overall destruction amounting to 89% in Würzburg, 75% in Wuppertal, and 83% in Remscheid. 3 The loss of life was substantial. Estimates of deaths range from about 300,000, USPs, 1945, 1, 72, to 600,000, Levine, 1992, 190, Rumpf, 1963, 162-4, and of injuries from 600,000 to over a million, Deidendorf, 1993, 11. The most lethal single raids were Hamburg and Dresden, with about 35,000 deaths each, and the thunderclap raid of February 3, 1945 on Berlin, which caused 25,000 deaths. 4. Several other characteristics of the raids stand out. First, most of the destruction of German cities was to the central core, the most highly built-up areas and densely populated residential districts. Almost all historic buildings, including churches, former palaces, city halls, and opera houses, and much of the social infrastructure like schools, universities, hospitals, and stores were destroyed or greatly damaged. 5 Suburban and industrial areas were not as comprehensively damaged. The post-war United States Strategic Bombing Survey substantiates this, noting that 24% of the total tonnage of bombs was dropped on residential or commercial parts of cities, almost twice the weight of bombs launched against all manufacturing targets together, USPs, 1945, 71. On the British side, approximately 75% of the bombs dropped between early 1942 and 1945 were dropped in area raids. Garrett, 1993, 11-12. Second, most of the civilian victims were women, infants, and elderly people. Rumpf shows that for every 100 male casualties, there were 160 female casualties in Hamburg, 181 in Darmstadt, 136 in Kassel and 122 in Nuremberg, 1963, 160. About 19% of the victims were children under the age of 16, 5% of whom were babies and children below school age, and about 20% of the casualties were over the age of 60, Rumpf, 1963, 161.6. These groups suffered disproportionately because most adult males were away serving with the armed services or Nazi Party organizations, and many adult women were working in factories, well defended and often not the main targets of attack. Adolescents and young adults were largely evacuated to rural or safe urban areas, constituting a large portion of the approximately 6 million urban dwellers relocated as a response to the bombing campaign. Groller, 1988, 292. Third, despite the destructive raids on Cologne and Hamburg earlier in the war, the vast majority of damage was inflicted at the very end of the conflict. Some 72% of American bombs were dropped in the last 10 months of the war, after July 1, 1944, that is to say, after the Luftwaffe was defeated, April 1944, and as the German armies were collapsing on all fronts. Werrell, 1986, 711.7. Already during the war, and continuing ever since, there has been intense debate over whether bombing was effective in weakening the Nazi German ability to fight and thus hastening the end of the war. Speaking for most scholars, Werrell, 1986, 712, notes that it neither broke German morale nor deprived the German military of needed weapons. Such sober views were shared by the official assessments of the Western Allies themselves. The United States Strategic Bombing Survey shows that German losses as a percentage of annual production were 2.5% in 1942, 9% in 1943, 17% in 1944, and 19.5%, at an annualized rate, in 1945, USPs, 1945, 74. However, total production increased until and peaked in 1944, revealing an underestimation of the German war economy's ability to increase production and divert resources from other non-essential areas. 8 Interestingly, throughout the period the losses inflicted by area attacks fell mostly on industries relatively unessential to the war effort, 74, mainly the consumer goods sector. 9 Moreover, civilian morale was not greatly affected. Instead of producing resistance to Hitler or a desire for peace, the most the bombing did was to destroy active enthusiasm for the regime and create apathetic, but not necessarily unproductive, workers, 95-8. The amount of bombs dropped, and the extent of damage, actually produced diminishing returns, with inhabitants of the most bombed cities proving the least willing to surrender, 96. Others like Overy, 1986, disagree, asserting that air power was a major component of the overall Allied strategy and success, and that it was more effective than is usually thought. 10 By 1944, the Germans were forced to divert substantial resources to fight the bombing, including 2 million soldiers and civilians engaged in air defense, 30% of total gun output, and 20% of heavy ammunition, 122. Furthermore, despite the increase in production until 1944, bombing placed a ceiling on German war production. The amount of war material that Germany might have been able to produce for the crucial battles of 1944 and 1945 without bombing would have meant a longer and far more costly battle for the final defeat of fascism, and might have made necessary the use of atomic weapons in Europe as well. 123, 125. However, he concludes that overall, bombing was much more successful in interrupting production and bringing the military machine to a halt than in carrying out those tasks of terror and intimidation so publicized in the pre-war period. Despite the horror of bombing and the way in which it imposed a widespread and direct involvement in the war, the ordeal remained subsidiary to the contest over economic and military power with which the air war was primarily concerned. In terms of the effects of bomb destruction on the course of the war, it was the destruction of industrial resources, including labor, that determined a country's ability to continue the war, not the dislocation of community life itself. Such destruction, in Germany, became in Portal's unfortunate phrase, incidental. 208. John Keegan, referring to the campaign as terror bombing, as did Churchill shortly after the Dresden raid, concludes simply, it did not work. Keegan, 1995, 27, see also Messerschmitt, 1988, 300.11. In fact, most authors argue that precision attacks against military transportation or communication targets were much more important in weakening and defeating the enemy. More specifically, the campaign against German oil supplies and refineries, possible in late 1944, but not pursued until early 1945, is singled out as the crucial factor in shortening the war. Werrell, 1986, Levine, 1992. 12 Some authors go further, arguing that these policies, especially when continued after technological advances made alternatives possible, actually prolonged the war. 13 Levine, 1992, 195, suggests that the British obsession with area attacks let oil production recover in the fall of 1944, and probably prolonged the war into 1945. He forcefully concludes that the air war did not measurably reduce the time it took to defeat the German armies in Europe. 192. Even the USPS admits that the bombing produced highly effective fodder for Nazi propaganda, and may have actually created a greater sense of solidarity and desire to fight until the end. 14 Finally, many have speculated about the possible result if the massive resources devoted to indiscriminate strategic bombing had been invested elsewhere, such as in developing an effective fighter plane that could have accompanied precision bombing missions much earlier in the war. Thus, it is questionable whether this lethal means actually shortened the war or decisively weakened the Nazi German war effort. Intent, international law, and recognition. Even though the amount of destruction and number of civilian victims indicate explicit targeting, it remains possible that this was simply collateral damage as a result of the bombing of legitimate military and economic targets. 15 This was not the case, particularly on the British side. The RAF started the war espousing a doctrine of precision attacks against military targets and for several years largely followed it. However, as a consequence of the erosion of mutual restraint, Marcuson and Kopf, 1995, 153, 16 In response to German attacks on Britain, the Battle of Britain, the London Blitz, as well as the heavy losses the Air Force encountered when attacking German targets, the policy was repraised. By February 1942, 17 military and political leaders adopted a policy of area attacks conducted at night, and the shift was formalized by the appointment of Sir Arthur Bomber Harris as head of the RAF Bomber Command. At the time, Churchill stated, "The civilian population around the target areas must be made to feel the weight of war," and even earlier, he thought defeating Hitler was possible only through an absolutely devastating, exterminating attack upon the Nazi homeland. Garrett, 1993, 11. Sir Charles Portal, the Chief of Air Staff, provided detailed instructions regarding the new emphasis on targeting civilian morale and dehousing German workers. The aiming points are to be built-up areas, not, for instance, the dockyards or aircraft factories. Garrett, 1993, see also Marcuson and Kopf, 1995, 156. 18 Harris, who vehemently pursued area bombing until the very end of the war, deemed the latter to be panacea targets and directed his crews to avoid them, even when ordered to attack them. The tactics employed included the use of incendiary bombs to create unmanageable fires. Hamburg, Dresden, waves of raids explicitly aimed at hitting fire and rescue crews responding to the first attacks, and later, when possible, low-level flights to strafe survivors and rescue crews. In late 1943, Harris summarized the aim of the campaign as the destruction of German cities, the killing of German workers and the disruption of civilized life throughout Germany. Garrett, 1993, 33. American policy and intent were more complicated. Until the end of the war, the official bombing doctrine espoused precision bombing, by day and at lower altitudes, of legitimate military targets. The primary purpose of American air power would be to disintegrate the enemy society by striking the most vital points in the web, such as oil refineries and power stations. Schaefer, 1980, 320. Actual practice for most of the war corresponded to this rhetoric. What Werrell calls a surgical method stood in contrast to the British sledgehammer policy. 705. Indeed, the AAF successfully resisted British pressure to shift to a coordinated policy of area attacks, notably at the Casablanca Conference of January 1943. American pressure led to the resulting combined bomber offensive, mandating the progressive destruction and dislocation of the German military, industrial and economic system, and the undermining of the morale of the German people to a point where their capacity for armed resistance is fatally weakened. Levine, 1992, 77. At the time, AAF General Arnold called this a major victory, for we would bomb in accordance with American principles using methods for which our planes were designed. Schaefer, 1985, 38. Nevertheless, the precision bombing doctrine eroded precipitously, and reality moved much closer to the British practice towards the end of the war. For example, in late 1943 the AAF began blind bombing using radar to find targets. These inexact methods accounted for 80% of American raids by the end of 1944, and depended for effectiveness upon drenching an area with bombs. Marcuson and Kopf, 1995, 167. Moreover, in the last months of the war, civilian morale was explicitly targeted, especially in the Clarion campaign against small towns and rural areas, even if only transportation facilities were officially targeted. Schaefer, 1980, 327. Finally, the famous Thunderclap operation explicitly attacked the working-class residential districts of Kreuzberg and Wedding in Berlin. Many argue that by this stage of the war there was little concern about the ethics of bombing. As their willingness to consider Thunderclap suggests, the Americans did not always inflexibly oppose area attacks, or bombing to undermine civilian morale, or even operations specifically aimed at killing civilians outright. Levine, 1992, 176.19. Schaefer concludes that there was a major difference between on-the-record policy, meant for domestic audiences, who presumably would have recoiled from indiscriminate bombing, and for posterity, an actual understanding and practice. Moreover, whatever restraints there were did not arise out of the consciences of the men who ran the AAF, for the record provides no indication that they objected on moral grounds. They were expressing not personal repugnance to the bombing of non-combatants, but apprehension over the way others would regard the actions of the AAF. Schaefer, 1980, 333.20. It is clear that civilians and cities were explicitly targeted, but was this acceptable conduct of war, given the international laws and conventions in force at the time? Again, experts are divided, given the novelty of the technology and the problematic status of civilians as non-combatants in modern wars. Groller, for one, writes, "The fact that strategic air raids were contrary to international law of the time is undisputed, and was also not denied in legal expert opinions sought internationally by the Royal Air Force, whose leadership, therefore, went to great lengths until late 1945 to conceal the true nature of the bombing campaign." 1992, 292. Messerschmitt notes that there was no specific ban, but argues that other conventions and agreements define the practice as clearly unethical and illegal. In addition to certain relevant provisions in the Geneva Conventions of 1864, 1906, and 1929, banning, for example, attacks on enemy medical facilities or personnel engaged in search and rescue. Pictet, 1952, 14-15, 21. The most pertinent precedents include Articles 23 and 25 of the Hague Rules of Air Warfare from 1907. Article 23 states, "Aerial bombardment for the purpose of terrorizing the civilian population or destroying or damaging private property not of a military character, or of injuring non-combatants is prohibited." Messerschmitt, 1992, 300. Article 25 proclaims, "The attack or bombardment, by whatever means, of towns, villages, dwellings, or buildings which are undefended is prohibited." 324-5. The 1907 rules were never ratified, and other efforts in the 1920s and 1930s came to naught. 22. When war broke out in 1939, a murky legal situation pertained. Nevertheless, if it is possible to summarize the law of war as it existed at that time, it could be reduced to two principles: a. Indiscriminate, intentional, attack on the civilian population as such was prohibited; b. A legitimate military objective could be attacked wherever located so long as ordinary care was exercised in its attack. Collateral civilian casualties were not the concern of the attacker, but by state practice were regarded as an inevitable consequence of bombardment and a legitimate way to destroy an enemy's will to resist. 339. What did leaders of belligerent nations think at the time? Messerschmitt shows, 1992, 301, that the most important air powers in the European theater of the Second World War assumed that there was a binding code for the conduct of the air war. Both the British and American governments admitted as much at the outbreak of hostilities. In 1939, Chamberlain suggested 3 rules to govern bombing: that it was against international law to bomb civilians, that targets must be legitimate military targets, and that they must be capable of identification. These propositions were issued as guidelines to Bomber Command in 1938, and were even adopted as a non-binding League of Nations resolution. Garrett, 1993, 28-9, Hayes-Parks, 1992, 345. On the American side, Roosevelt proclaimed on September 1, 1939, "I am addressing this urgent brief to every government which may be engaged in hostilities publicly to affirm its determination that its armed forces shall in no event, and under no circumstances, undertake the bombardment from the air of civilian populations or of unfortified cities." Hayes-Parks, 1992, 345. Garrett, 1993, 28, agrees that there was no formal ban on area bombing, but contends that a war convention was in effect that the British government prior to World War II seemed clearly to accept. Hayes-Parks concludes that a legal vacuum existed, which was, however, not total. All nations agreed for humanitarian and utilitarian purposes that indiscriminate bombardment was prohibited. Hayes-Parks, 1992, 352. In sum, explicit international laws were somewhat vague, but the War Convention, Walzer, 1977, clearly outlawed such practices, a position that almost all of the relevant military and political leaders, even Hitler, accepted. Ethics, conscience, and recognition. It is already clear that the questionable legal and ethical nature of the bombing campaign against German cities was recognized by wartime policymakers. The very fact that the RAF and AAF disagreed over the practices is further evidence that these leaders knew it was wrong. On the American side, Spaatz, an AAF commander, repeatedly raised the moral issue involved in bombing enemy civilians, while another high-level leader, Eaker, went so far as to state that we should never allow the history of this war to convict us of throwing the strategic bomber at the man in the street. Schaefer, 1980, 318. When precision bombing doctrines were being jettisoned in early 1945, another general characterized the raids as homicide and destruction. Schaefer, 1985, 100. There was also intense disagreement and debate in Britain among branches of the armed forces, within the political establishment, and among the general public. The writer Vera Brittain compared the bombings to Nazi treatment of prisoners in concentration camps. Her voice was an isolated one, but not unique. A Labour MP publicly acknowledged the policy, stating in the House of Commons that no apologies are now offered for the indiscriminate bombing of women and children. Garrett, 1993, 117. Many religious leaders also voiced concern. The Bishop of Chichester, for example, noted that the Allies stand for something greater than power. The chief name inscribed on our banner is law. Garrett, 1993, 113. Even Liddell Hart, a military historian who had defended strategic bombing earlier, came to oppose it, proclaiming, "It will be iron Eichel if the defenders of civilization depend for victory upon the most barbaric, and unskilled, way of winning a war." Garrett, 1993, 105. Churchill, too, was well aware of what was being done. In 1935, he wrote, "It is only in the 20th century that this hateful condition of inducing nations to surrender by massacring women and children has gained acceptance," quoted in Garrett, 1993, 44. Yet during the war, he argued, it is absurd to consider morality on this topic. In the last war the bombing of open cities was regarded as forbidden. Now everybody does it as a matter of course. It is simply a question of fashion changing as she does between long and short skirts for women. Garrett, 1993, 45.23. There are additional pieces of evidence. The Americans and especially the British deceived their publics about the true nature of the policy, instructing military and political authorities to publicly, and sometimes even privately, proclaim the precision bombing doctrine, even when presented with evidence to the contrary. Churchill's famous minute after the Dresden raid is illuminating. It seems to me that the moment has come when the question of bombing German cities simply for the sake of increasing the terror, though under other pretexts, should be reviewed. The destruction of Dresden remains a serious query against the conduct of Allied bombing. Walzer, 1977, 261. In fact, almost all defenses implicitly admit to the dubious legal and ethical nature of the policy. The supreme emergency, which clearly obtained in 1940–41, had largely receded by 1944, when the bombing campaign peaked. 261. This justification accepts the existence of rules, but argues that life-threatening circumstances warrant overriding them. Both the sliding scale argument, the more justice the more right, Walzer, 1977, 229, and what Marcuson and Kopf call the killing paradox that efficient brutality hastens the end, Marcuson and Kopf, 1995, 201–90, assert that an unjust means is justified by the clear higher good of winning the just war. The injustice of the act used to achieve this end is admitted. Of course, as I argued above, whether the campaign hastened the end of the war is highly questionable, an issue raised by intelligence during the hostilities themselves. Webster and Franklin, 1961. Even the more general problematizing of the civilian combatant distinction in modern total war revolves around how a civilian is to be defined, not the issue of whether persecuting or killing civilians is justified. Point 24. The just war tradition condemns indiscriminate bombing. The dilemma over the past century has been in identifying the line where military actions cease being permissible and become indiscriminate. Hayes Parks, 1992, 313. But the line still exists. Finally, the argument that the bombing campaign saved Allied lives, deployed even more readily to justify the attacks on Japan, is unacceptable. Neither the dropping of the atomic bombs nor the area bombardment of cities were a military necessity as defined in the rules of international law. The end result of this strategy is the large-scale killing of non-combatants to spare soldiers. None of the above-mentioned rules and provisions of international law permit such actions. Messerschmitt, 1992, 306–7. In retrospect, there was a rather clear, if unofficial, acknowledgement that the campaign was at least highly questionable. After issuing his minute on the firebombing of Dresden, Churchill, like other post-war leaders, consciously distanced himself from the strategic bombing policy. It is germane that at the Nuremberg trials, no Nazi or German was ever charged with crimes resulting from aerial bombardment. This was not because the Allies did not consider these acts to be crimes, see below, but because they did not want to attract criticism to their own policies. Point 25. More generally, in a process that Walzer, 1977, 323, calls the dishonoring of Arthur Harris, the head of Bomber Command was not promptly honored along with other wartime leaders. He was granted a baronetcy, not a peerage, only in 1953, when Churchill returned to power. Later, a leading military journal refused to review his memoirs, and the official history, highly critical toward him, declined to interview him. Point 26. Indeed, the history wrote that there had never been anything like the destruction produced in Germany by the area offensive of this period. The bomber crews themselves could see the holocausts of fire. Webster and Franklin, 1961, 244. Westminster Abbey has no plaque to commemorate the casualties of Bomber Command, in contrast to the one for Fighter Command, and a statue to Harris was erected in London only in May 1992, by a private group of war veterans, the Bomber Command Association. That unveiling was highly contested at the time, with protests in Britain and Germany and highly critical coverage in the British press. The Guardian, for example, referred to the ceremony as the most acute diplomatic embarrassment of the past 12 years of international commemoration of the Second World War, and referred to the underlying issues as the longest-running controversy since the war ended, Izzard, 1992. The mayor of Dresden spoke for most Germans when he stated that nobody in history has ever erected a memorial to a hangman, Weaver, 1992. This lingering bad conscience, and the desire to make amends, have been particularly evident in the post-war period in the case of the destruction of Dresden. Almost all discussions of the bombing campaign focus on the destruction of that city, which is widely recognized as a deplorable excess. Should Britain apologize for Dresden? The answer has to be yes, simply because it happened. Guardian, 1995. The 50th anniversary of Dresden's destruction, in 1995, was the occasion of much soul-searching, and of ecumenical services aimed at reconciliation and atonement. Private organizations like the Dresden Trust are devoted to rebuilding the city, Clayton and Russell, 1999, and the British government even donated a new orb and cross to crown the reconstructed Frauenkirche, Church of Our Lady, when it is completed in 2006. There has been less soul-searching on the American side, but then the allegations against the AAF were never as far-reaching as those leveled against the RAF, at least with regard to the bombing of Germany. Nevertheless, in his examination of the controversy over the Smithsonian's Enola Gay exhibition in 1995, Cohn, 1995, notes that Air Force veterans have felt slighted ever since the war, being incessantly criticized by liberal pacifists. Like the British crews, they are also comparatively less well memorialized in Washington, D.C. Finally, it can be argued that the generous post-war policies of the Western Allies, including the Marshall Plan and the rapid integration of the defeated enemy into West European and Atlanticist organizations, constituted a tacit recognition of the excesses that took place, and an indirect form of compensation and redress. Conclusion: was it a war crime? Article 6, c. of the Charter of the International Military Tribunal at Nuremberg defines a war crime as violations of the laws or customs of war. Such violations shall include, but are not limited to, murder, ill-treatment or deportation to slave labor or for any other purpose of civilian population of or in occupied territory, murder or ill-treatment of prisoners of war or persons on the seas, killing of hostages, plunder or public or private property, wanton destruction of cities, towns, or villages, or devastation not justified by military necessity. United Nations, 1949, 93. Was the Anglo-American bombing of Germany such a crime? The term is highly evocative, so a review of the facts is necessary before an assessment can be made. German cities were extensively destroyed during the war, and a minimum of 300,000 civilians, disproportionately women, children, and the elderly, perished as a result of area bombing raids. Although most of these cities had some industry, the vast majority of destruction was to housing, historic buildings and social infrastructure. Such destruction was not collateral damage, but was the result of explicit policies aimed at destroying civilian morale and lives, especially on the part of the British, but also by the Americans in the last months of the war. International law did not explicitly ban such policies, but many precedents and conventions pointed to the practice as being unacceptable. Moreover, numerous statements by Allied leaders revealed a clear recognition of the illegality of bombing civilians. Intensive efforts were made throughout the war to deceive the public, and other military leaders, regarding the true nature of the campaign. All of the possible attenuating circumstances that authors and policy-makers cite in trying to justify the campaign implicitly admit to the illegality of the policy. It is also highly uncertain, and was at the time, that the policy hastened the end of the war. In the post-war period, recognition of excesses was apparent if unofficial, as exemplified by the treatment of Arthur Harris and a general guilty conscience, especially towards the destruction of Dresden. Clearly, the aerial bombardment of German cities during World War II was a violation of international law, military ethics, and war convention. Walzer, 1977, 261, concludes that the greater number by far of the German civilians killed by terror bombing were killed without moral, and probably also without military, reason. Thus, especially on the British side, aerial bombardment was a crime of war, as defined above. Point 27. The wartime British military leaders, Harris, Portal, and even Churchill, were clearly responsible for the policy, and a good case could have been made against these men in the post-war period, if the political will had existed to mount prosecutions. Of course, there are many good reasons why this political will was lacking. These men had, after all, contributed to the necessary and just defeat of Nazism. If anything good resulted from the carnage of the Second World War, it was the reaffirmation of the values of human and civil rights, freedom, and the rule of law that are fundamental to democracies. Moreover, the development of a corpus of international law that defined war crimes and crimes against humanity, and that established procedures to hold those guilty responsible, was a major step towards internationalizing these fundamental values. These values are universal, and are underpinned by non-arbitrary, equal, and fair applicability and implementation. They are undermined whenever they are not applied in such a fashion. Even-handed fidelity to these principles is necessary if we are not to destroy the principles themselves. This is the biggest supporting argument for prosecuting, or at least denouncing, the men responsible for orchestrating the aerial bombardment of German cities. Finally, to return to the more general issue I began with, the dilemma of unjust means being used for a just end. Democracy's representatives and defenders cannot advance such an argument if they truly seek to defend the values that define democracy. As the Marquis of Salisbury wrote during the war, of course the Germans began it, but we do not take the devil as our example, quoted in Izzard, 1992, 21. Lewis Mumford, 1959, 39, was even clearer. He talked about the moral debacle when both the United States and Britain adopted what was politely called obliteration bombing. These democratic governments sanctioned the dehumanized techniques of fascism. This was Nazidom's firmest victory and democracy's most servile surrender. That moral reversal undermined the eventual military triumph of the democracies. Prosecuting the leaders who planned and implemented these policies over 50 years ago is impossible. Recognizing the crimes, and the need to prosecute their perpetrators, as fundamental to sustaining democratic values is not. 6. Torture and other violations of the law by the French army during the Algerian War. Raphael Branch. Law is a historical entity, so, too, are its violations. Law has been used as an instrument to wage war while being subjected to extremely strong stresses. This sheds a powerful light on the contradiction whereby France, land of the rights of man, a democracy that strives to bring civilization and enlightenment to the world, especially to its colonies, has maintained, both verbally and, to a certain extent, practically, these fundamental precepts while radically contradicting them. The study of violations of the law during wartime, of their reality as well as of the reasons for their use, of their oversight by the political authority and of their consequences for the political authority itself, provides a contradictory portrait of a democracy at war, engaged in combat with individuals who were neither full citizens nor foreigners. Colonial law was skilled at creating distinctions among Frenchmen. Police operations in Algeria. The first attacks that hit Algeria during the night of November 1, 1954 marked the beginning of armed confrontations that would eventually involve up to 500,000 French soldiers. Apart from fighting, these soldiers were assigned to carry out tasks as diverse as teaching, guarding crops, and patrolling the electric fences installed at frontiers, activities the goal of which was to preserve French Algeria in the face of the threat posed by a handful of armed nationalists. The nationalist forces were initially limited to eastern Algeria, until ideas first of autonomy, then of independence, gained ground among a majority of Algerians. Since 1848, Algeria had been officially composed of French departments. For the French to recognize a state of war there was accordingly impossible. It would mean admitting the existence of a civil war within France, or, alternatively, the legitimacy of Algerians' nationalist claims. And so, for 8 years, the French armed interventions in Algeria were officially referred to as police operations aimed at maintaining order on French territory. They were depicted, thus, as an internal matter. This initial refusal to consider the Algerian events as fundamentally political would have a bearing upon the manner in which the war was conducted, and how the French armed forces behaved on the ground. The normal peacetime framework would rapidly fail to provide adequate justification for repressive force. In the spring of 1955, the government succeeded in passing a law declaring a state of emergency that expanded the powers of the civil and military authorities in Algeria. The state of emergency contravened the law on two fronts, both by allowing exceptional police measures and by extending military authority. Thus, a prefect was granted the right to limit civil freedoms, and could go so far as to order house arrest or confinement in camps. As for the army, its legal powers were expanded with the aim of accelerating the course of justice, in a context described most often as the struggle against terrorism. The state of emergency originally decreed for certain Algerian wards was extended to the whole country on August 20, 1955. The killing of Europeans in Nord-Constantinois, followed by an unprecedented eruption of acts of violence against the Algerian population, rendered untenable the idea that this was merely a limited war. The harsh policies of those governing political life in Algeria gained wider support within metropolitan France, especially from Minister of the Interior Maurice Bourges-Monnery. In June 1955, Bourges-Monnery defended the state of emergency before representatives of the Interior Commission, declaring, "If we had acted more forcefully at a certain moment, there would have been fewer people killed and mutilated. I do not believe that we will achieve anything by displaying weakness against people who have rejected our nation in a very clear fashion." This mindset was widespread among the state's top echelons. Some months later, those who defended a specific program of peace in Algeria gained a majority in the National Assembly. Guy Mollet, a socialist, was appointed chief executive. But the war was speedily reaffirmed as a priority, with victory on the ground viewed as a preliminary step, even if it were achieved by means other than all-out military victory. In March 1956, the government asked parliamentarians to grant it special powers to address the Algerian crisis. Unlike the state of emergency, this was not a question of granting precise powers, but rather of buttressing the principle of the executive's absolute power with regard to all matters concerning Algeria. These special powers were granted for a period of 6 months, whereupon the government decided to impose them on Algeria. The special powers were accompanied by the ceding of some prerogatives to the executive, i.e. the government in Paris. In fact, the powers frequently devolved to Robert Lacoste, resident minister in Algeria, to use as he saw fit. Either through Lacoste's intervention, or directly through their delegation, these special powers signified the devolution of key powers to the army. This was presented as a temporary measure, but it would endure, and have grave consequences. Indeed, the regulatory framework remained in place throughout the Algerian War. Maurice Bourges-Monnery, upon assuming chief executive powers, sought the extension of emergency measures to metropolitan France in summer 1957, and General de Gaulle later asked for their confirmation, as the law required. In October 1958, a statute repealed the requirement that each new government seek a renewal of the special powers. Never officially abrogated, they therefore continued in force even during the life of the Fifth Republic. Moreover, in February 1960 the government sought approval from the Assembly to assume full powers for 1 year. Thus, throughout the war, the conduct of Algerian affairs remained in the hands of the executive. It was this executive that, by issuing new regulations, redefined crimes and misdemeanors, though the penal code remained officially in force. Another legislative framework existed alongside this national framework, international law and, as it happened, the 1949 Geneva Conventions. 1 This law placed new constraints on the legal conduct of war or armed conflict, though it should be noted that the offenses described, including rape and torture, were already prohibited under the peacetime French Penal Code. France adopted the conventions in 1951, and what we know today as the Algerian War provided France with its first opportunity to implement them. In fact, viewed through the lens of international law, the conventions were highly pertinent in the Algerian case. Point 2 But French participants in the war, both civil and military, adamantly rejected such an approach. The organization that claimed special custody of the Geneva Conventions was the International Committee of the Red Cross, ICRC. The general framework for its operations was established by France's chief executive, Pierre Mendès France. ICRC missions were allowed to enter Algerian territory, but were ordered to concern themselves with one matter only, the conditions under which prisoners were detained. This would demonstrate France's respect for the Third Geneva Convention, although this was never stated officially. France thus found herself in a paradoxical situation. The events taking place in Algeria warranted the treatment of prisoners, under the Third Convention, as prisoners taken in armed conflict. However, these same events did not justify the application of the First Convention to those wounded on the battlefield, or the Fourth to civilian populations. And so, as far as these other conventions were concerned, peace officially reigned in Algeria, although the tacit recognition of the Third Convention indicated a state of war. Inasmuch as the Third Convention was not officially recognized, however, it was still deemed permissible to turn a blind eye. The political dimension of the law's application did not escape the notice of Algerian nationalists. As the self-styled Provisional Government for the Algerian Republic, GPRA, they agreed in 1960 to respect the conventions, in the context of negotiations with the French government. By adopting a position usually reserved for a state, the GPRA intended to affirm its own legitimacy and Algeria's proto-statehood. Another consequence of the negotiations process was a certain improvement in France's application of the Geneva Conventions, at least insofar as the treatment of military prisoners was concerned. From March 1958, military internment centers were established to house rebels captured while armed. This led, finally, to these men being accorded recognition as soldiers, even though they were not always considered prisoners of war, and though it was claimed that the Third Convention did not apply to them. Thus, it seems that the acceptance of diplomatic intervention in the conflict prompted the emergence of an official enemy on the battlefield. Paradoxically, it was the prospect of peace between the two parties that rendered it necessary to depict the events in terms of war, of opposing sides and enemy soldiers. The history of the application of the Geneva Conventions during the Algerian War illustrates how an enemy originally considered a rebel against the state was transformed into an enemy that was both external and legitimate. Only with such an officially designated enemy could peace be concluded. This brief explanation buttresses the idea that violations of the law in Algeria must be analyzed with reference to two separate legal codes. Moreover, the prevailing norms fluctuated according to the political context, leading to a similar flexibility in interpretations of violations, in particular whether emphasis was placed on written law or judicial practice. A nuanced presentation of violations by the French army thus requires not only a description of those violations, but analysis of their relationship to multiple and concurrent norms and processes. Only in this manner can we grasp how certain violent practices came to call into question not just the law, but the French state as a whole. Violence by the French army in Algeria, legality, legitimacy, and violations of the law. The principal function of an army is to wage war. What, therefore, was the status of the acts of violence perpetrated by these agents during their mission, given that the framework in which the acts occurred had not been officially designated as a war? In particular, how did the acts derive their legitimacy, if we cannot speak of their legality? Perhaps the behavior of soldiers in the field provides the source of that legitimacy, independently of the laws of war. If so, what were the practical and political ramifications? During the Algerian War, these complex issues were debated vehemently. The unease evoked by acts of violence committed by a democratic army parallels the determined beating about the bush that characterized political debate in France in 2000 to 2001, when the use of torture by French soldiers again became the subject of fierce public controversy, see the introduction to this volume. Most acts of violence perpetrated by the French army targeted civilians. This was not surprising, in that the conditions in which the war was fought effectively blended combatants and civilian populations. At the outset of the conflict, French soldiers were obliged to report the deaths they caused to the gendarmerie, whose duty it was to make reports and conduct inquiries. Killing one's enemy on the battlefield, a legitimate action if a state of war exists, was not recognized as such. Nevertheless, in the light of subsequent and more prominent developments, we will set aside this particular act of violence for the remainder of the discussion. From the first year of the war, two acts of violence grew exponentially: summary executions and internment in camps. The state of emergency authorizing house arrest underpinned the latter phenomenon, which expanded further over the course of the war, gradually escaping the control of the civil authority. In the French camps, where internment was theoretically supposed to be temporary, the military held some detainees for months or even years, sometimes submitting them to torture without the slightest qualm. These camps were signs both of the growing power of the military during the war, and of the inability of the civilian authorities, at least up to 1959–60, to ensure respect for certain elementary rights of prisoners. As for summary executions, they were covered a priori by a lengthy directive from the Minister of National Defense and the Minister of the Interior. Dated July 1, 1955, it confirmed the approach to be adopted vis-à-vis rebels in Algeria, emphasis added. This directive required that military retaliation should be harsher, speedier, and total, with each man asked to demonstrate creativity in applying the most appropriate means compatible with his conscience as a soldier. But the directive also contains certain specific commands. Thus, every rebel bearing a weapon, or believed to be carrying one, is to be shot immediately. Above all, soldiers must open fire on every suspect who attempts to flee. This directive, relying as it did on a conception of the enemy that was already extremely vague, rebels, contributed to the development of an iconic figure of the war, the suspect. Far from being directly involved in violent practices and organized in terrorist cells or armed bands, like standard rebels, Algerian suspects formed a huge group with notably blurred boundaries. The order made no distinction between civilian and military personnel, or even between armed and unarmed persons. Simply to take flight was to render one suspect. The authorization to shoot runaways constituted the legalization a priori of summary executions. In the early days of the war, regulatory leeway was granted to authorize prohibited acts. Summary executions were disguised as attempts to flee, attempts to escape, or the killing of escapers. This offered one of the clearest indications of the exemptions from the laws of war that should have governed the use of force in Algeria. Other very ordinary acts of violence did not benefit quite so explicitly from this regulatory camouflage. They were authorized, but without direct approval being granted. The procedure allowed political and military authorities to obfuscate when distinguishing between the licit and illicit, and to speak only of screw-ups or excesses in the implementation of counterinsurgency policy. Two acts of violence that were expressly forbidden by the French Penal Code stand out in this category: the execution of hostages and torture. The execution of hostages owed its genesis to colonial law, which assigned collective responsibility in the case of certain infractions, and authorized collective punishments, including forced labor. This principle was enforced in the spring of 1955. If an attack took place, the nearest village was considered collectively responsible. The reprisals that ensued might include executing hostages. Although this was officially prohibited, and condemned on several occasions in the French National Assembly, it was explicitly recommended by some military leaders, and tacitly implemented by others. The practice of torture adds a significant dimension to this category of violence. Torture was used indiscriminately in the towns and in the mountains, in active operations or back in billets, against military prisoners or against civilians. Some prisoners were tortured immediately after their arrest, while others, or the same ones, languished in captivity for a period before more extreme measures were applied. The victims were fighters in the Algerian underground, but also, and much more often, civilians suspected of providing the rebels with supplies and money, or engaging in political organization and mobilization. Even though torture was officially prohibited, a special group was established during the war to function as a secret service and specialize in the torture and eventual execution of prisoners. The organization, the Détachement Opérationnel de Protection, DOP, was composed of all kinds of men, conscripts as well as career soldiers. This army within an army comprised 2,000 men at its zenith. It actually took custody of a relatively small number of prisoners and suspects, coming to specialize in the most difficult cases. At the same time, torture was practiced by regular military units, notably by teams from the DXIM Bureau, the office charged with gathering intelligence information. Alongside these teams, other soldiers might also be induced to torture prisoners, especially when the latter were to be interrogated immediately after capture, a process they were instructed to follow. From the beginning of the war, in fact, soldiers were pressured to view the search for information as their greatest priority. Torture, rarely explicitly recommended but often quietly suggested, was one way of obtaining it. The historian should not, of course, focus only on the apparent goal of information gathering. Whatever aims a torturer might set for himself, or believed to have been set for him, torture is characterized by the willingness of one or several persons to cause suffering to another human being. It is pain deliberately inflicted, carried out within a framework in which the victim is deprived of all rights while the executioner lacks none, including the right to put another human being to death. Torture aims to deprive the other of his or her ability to think, and has its psychological basis in the manipulation of the victim's fear of death or permanent injury. During the Algerian War, torture was virtually always an act of violence inflicted by a group, under the command of a superior. It appeared to be subject to certain rules, and drew on a relatively limited array of violent acts. Torture sessions began with the systematic stripping of the victim. One method of torture was rarely used alone. It was more often combined with one of 5 separate tactics: beatings, hanging by the feet or hands, water torture, torture by electric shock, and rape. The beatings were systematic. Apart from them, electric shock was undeniably the most widely practiced torture method. Indeed, technological developments allowed troops to transport an electric generator with them into combat, a machine also capable of providing electricity for the field telephone or radio. The functional aspect was clearly important, but this form of torture also held a great attraction for rational minds trying to convince themselves of the necessity of this violence in wartime. The generator permitted pain levels to be gradually increased, and adapted to the response of the victim. The use of a machine also allowed a soldier to distance himself from the violence inflicted, and from the body of the other person. We find inanimate objects similarly employed in the other torture methods, except beatings: a rope, a jerrycan of water and funnel, objects for sexual violation. The use of these objects, and the accompanying desire for efficiency, arose from the same impulse. They helped to entrench torture within a culture of supposedly civilized and rational violence. In particular, it was imperative to differentiate the acts of violence from those employed by the other, the enemy, which were characterized as barbarous or savage. Some authors eventually acknowledged the use of methods officially prohibited to, but regularly employed by, French troops. Through to the end of the war and until the present day, however, the term torture was not used by French authorities, except to deny its existence or to minimize the scale of its use. Matters are more straightforward when we turn to a final category of violent acts, those prohibited not just in theory, but explicitly and officially, those for which perpetrators were theoretically subject to punishment. One example is rape. Leaving aside rape as a tool of torture, wartime rapes did occur in Algeria. In most cases they were opportunistic, occurring especially during searches of suspect villages. Moulad Farun clearly understood this, writing of his native Kabylia, Once the soldiers have removed the men from their homes and have penned them up outside the village in order to ransack the houses, the men know that the sexual organs of their daughters and their wives will be ransacked as well. Rapes were most often committed in a collective manner. Other soldiers watched while the rapist was at work. This particular act of violence struck a well-aimed blow at one of Algerian society's foundations, the virginity or purity of women. It also attacked the manhood of Algerian men, which relied upon their ability to defend their women. Moulad Ferran echoes this when he writes, "The Felaga Algerian nationalists have advised women not to talk about these things, to refuse to allow the enemy to believe that he has touched the Kabylian soul, as it were, and to bear themselves as true patriots who subordinate everything to the liberation of their enslaved homeland." If the effectiveness of rape in wartime can be questioned, its purpose, psychological destruction, cannot be contested. No attempt was ever made by French authorities to justify the use of such force. However viewed, it was to be condemned for its effects both on Algerian society and on military efficacy. In this respect, rape differed from torture, which found numerous defenders, political, military, and even religious. Rape, then, was a prohibited use of violence. Was it ever penalized or condemned? No precise conclusion is possible based on archival study. Nonetheless, as far as one can judge, two trends emerged. On the one hand, cases of rape were judged and condemned at the instigation of superior officers, who demanded that guilty men be handed over to tribunals to be tried for their crimes. On the other hand, rape seems to have been considered as collateral war damage, not something on which one needed to dwell. Rapists did receive punishment, but not through the legal process, and not from some superior officers, who apparently encouraged their men to rape, although urging them to use discretion. Clearly, then, it was not sufficient for an act of violence to be prohibited by French legal codes and statutes in order for it to be effectively punished. Did these clear and repeated prohibitions in fact set limits on soldiers' actions during the Algerian War? Torture was also prohibited theoretically, explicitly, and officially. Its perpetrators, too, were liable in principle to be punished under the codes and statutes. In reality, however, torture enjoyed a much more ambiguous status. It was both prohibited and authorized. Depending upon the situation, a leader could seek refuge in these ambiguities. But once he had allowed torture to become entrenched, or had himself included it among the range of acceptable practices, it was impossible to step back. And the reality was that torture in Algeria went unpunished. If official texts condemned it, practice itself permitted and nurtured it, without any direct opposition being mounted by the high command or the broader political apparatus. The logic of war appeared to justify torture, thus, it would have been illogical to punish it. In fact, no trial of military torturers ever took place, with the exception of one trial held for inflicting death under torture. It concluded with the acquittal of the 3 officers who had admitted to their involvement. As long as torture was not subject to truly effective punishment, it was indeed, as Hans Kelsen defines it, an authorized practice. How, then, can we interpret the role of these acts of violence, especially torture, during the Algerian War? The role of torture. The soldiers who carried out the acts of violence described above, with the exception of rapes in the course of searches, which as noted were never justified by military necessity, committed them in the context of their perceived duties. Did this influence the nature of the violence and the interpretations of it that one might offer? The monopoly on legitimate violence that is normally asserted by state agents proved problematic when military and police agents were confronted with acts of violence that were manifestly unlawful and explicitly prohibited to them. Was it lawful to carry out an unlawful and prohibited act of violence within the context of one's duty as a soldier? If so, what were the implications of these practices for the state, a body whose legitimacy was perilously and closely tied to its legality? These questions deserve special emphasis, since the Algerian events prompted a resort to specific acts of violence as basic weapons available to soldiers. In examining this violence, we touch precisely upon the domains of reasons of state, violence that is prohibited and officially denied, but authorized nonetheless to advance state interests. The logic of reasons of state would normally entail limiting the violence to a small number of practitioners, such as members of the DOP. But instead, torture was widespread throughout the army, employed even by those who were not specialists in its application. These acts of violence, as I have already suggested, were both prohibited and authorized. This paradoxical state of affairs led the perpetrators to believe that their acts enjoyed a legitimacy founded in the requisites of war. The demands of the legal system, by contrast, seemed to them external, artificial, and perhaps unsuitable. Such a contrast gravely threatened a state seeking to reconcile, however tenuously, law and war. Operating outside the law had direct ramifications for the legitimacy of the French state. Soldiers who based their conceptions of legitimacy on military practice, and felt that the practice strengthened the army in the name of France, eventually sought to use force to influence the political direction of the country as a whole, through recurring attempts at military revolt. Examples here are numerous, from the hijacking of the aircraft transporting leaders of the FLN, National Liberation Front, in October 1956, to the bombardment of the Tunisian village of Sakiet in February 1958, to the creation of holding centers for prisoners in Algiers in 1957. These last were totally clandestine centers that politicians felt obliged to legalize, to avoid losing complete control over them, or at least to maintain appearances. It could also be argued that, as it transpired, the army had no need to stage a full-scale putsch. It had succeeded in imposing its will on the political system, a state of affairs that held as late as May 1958, when the French government fell and the military, under General Salin, finally succeeded in melding civil and military powers in Algeria. It was only after General de Gaulle's speech on self-determination for Algerians, on September 16, 1959, that the political authority gradually regained control of the military effort, while conscious that it incurred great risks in doing so. The principal proponents of all-out war and the harshest methods were removed. The Commander-in-Chief General Challa had to leave Algeria, efforts were made to exercise greater control over the DOP, and so on. But this reclamation of powers was only partial. Moreover, it encountered profound hostility from the new Commander-in-Chief, who rejected the meddling of politicians in war operations. And it was partially responsible for the failed putsch mounted in April 1961, led by Generals Salin and Challa. At the same time, some officers joined the ranks of the organization Armée Secrète, OAS, which sought to establish itself as an alternative army advancing a distinct political project. Only with the end of the Algerian War were the authorities able to smash this opposition and take back firm control of the army. These difficulties arose as the direct result of the sense of unity existing within army ranks during the war years. Whatever the differences among the various units and headquarters, this solidarity held firm when it came to the basic objective entrusted to the army by the political authorities, to make Algeria French, then negotiate independence from the strongest possible position. This goal was nourished by an amalgam of ideas, by particular views of the Algerians, and by an atmosphere of war that undoubtedly provided support for the acts of violence described above, in particular of torture. Beyond the direct victims, people executed, tortured, and raped, these acts of violence formed part of a political lexicon, aimed at the Algerian population as a whole. The latter became the principal prize in the war, a war waged against the nationalists whom the Algerians allegedly sheltered, aided, or feared. The Algerian population thus became the chosen field of battle. The central place of torture in the system of control was clear from that point on. The population was both a source of information and the target of psychological warfare. It was necessary for the French to keep the Algerian people off balance, while confronting the nationalists operating in their midst. Torture was not, therefore, simply one means of obtaining information. It was an essential weapon, allowing the French to fulfill their fundamental war aims. Torture was used not only to force people to talk, but to make them understand, and remember, who wielded power. Torture was effectively adapted to the new form of warfare that the army faced in Algeria. This was not because the war demanded more intelligence gathering than other conflicts, but because it required control over the civil population. In this sense, torture was above all a political form of violence. Meanwhile, the question of violations of the law, though never ignored, was considered a side issue by all relevant decision-makers. Translated by Joe Jones. 7. Atrocity and its discontents, U.S. double-mindedness about massacre, from the Plains Wars to Indonesia. Peter Dale Scott. One of the great needs of the 20th century is a scientific study of atrocity and of the moral issues involved. Herbert Butterfield 1. What we're really doing in Vietnam is killing the cause of wars of liberation. It's a testing ground, like Germany in Spain. It's an example to Central America and other guerrilla-prone areas. Bernard Fall 2. Atrocities, seminal and responsive. As any newspaper reader knows, we live in an age not just of atrocities, but of atrocities exploited to achieve political ends. This fact tends to be both underreported and underregistered in our minds. The whole topic of atrocity is so distasteful that we prefer to avert our eyes. And we comfort ourselves with the consolation that what cannot be helped, uncontrollable irrationality, need not really concern us. Unfortunately, my research into atrocities has persuaded me that this consolation is not only false, it is part of the problem to be addressed. The most massive atrocities of this century have not arisen primarily from the spontaneous behavior of humans out of control. They have been managed atrocities, outrages provoked and exploited by state powers within the so-called civilized world. Our personal psychological denial of this basic fact facilitates and reinforces the large-scale political denial that allows the phenomenon of managed atrocity to continue. The atrocities I address in this chapter are those committed on a personal level, mass rapes, mass murders, and torture. I do not mean to imply that we should be less concerned about impersonal atrocities, such as the indiscriminate slaughter inflicted by saturation bombings or nuclear weapons. See Lang and Booker's discussion in this volume. The two phenomena are sometimes related, as when in Cambodia anti-Western killings on the ground followed years of American carpet bombing from the air. In the case of ground-level, hand-to-hand massacres, American media are quick to expose the personal atrocities of others, when they happen, not coincidentally, to be our enemies. We have heard much about the outrages committed by Nazi Germany and Japan during World War II, by Stalin, and by China through to the Cultural Revolution and Tiananmen Square. The massacres in Cambodia, with their pyramids of skulls, have been replaced in our media by the killing fields of East Africa, Bosnia, and Algeria. The massacres we do not hear about, at least at the time they are taking place, are those for which the United States itself is in large measure responsible. This ongoing, systematic suppression, from the Plains Wars of the 19th century to El Salvador in the 1980s, falsifies our understanding not just of our own history, but of all managed atrocities throughout the world. For managed atrocities do not just happen, they are not an inevitable consequence of human frailty and hatefulness. The more they are studied, the more they emerge as part of a single coherent narrative. Most of the bloody massacres today can be seen as part of the ongoing legacy of colonialism, a single narrative, whether the colonialism we speak of is capitalist, socialist, or Islamic. In many parts of the world the seminal acts of atrocity were connected to Western expansion, such as that of the British into India, the French into Indochina, the Spanish into Latin America, the Belgians into Central Africa, the Dutch into Indonesia. Indeed, one can reasonably wonder if the exertion of power over alien populations has ever been achieved without the use of atrocities to intimidate the colonized into submission. Though many attempts have been made to link the commission of atrocities to the ethos of particular expansionist nations, my studies suggest rather that atrocities are a feature of expansionist power itself. These planned, state-sponsored atrocities may be declining in number, but they tend to be the largest in scale. And they continue to be significant. They are the atrocities that help most to explain the rest. For example, the atrocities of recent times in North Africa, Yugoslavia, and the Near East have gone on since before the imperial conquests of these areas, and are rooted ultimately in religious persecutions of a millennium or more ago. Nevertheless, the French scorched earth campaign of the 1830s in Algeria and the ensuing repression can be considered seminal atrocities, quantum escalations in brutality whose consequences are seen in the responsive atrocities there today. Likewise, the history of Indonesia, the principal focus of this chapter, is a succession of invasions and atrocities. Nevertheless, the carefully planned and executed massacre of 1965, in which perhaps 1 million people were killed, can be called a seminal escalation, and one whose consequences are still being suffered. Let me at this point clarify what I mean by managed atrocities. Atrocities can be used politically in different ways. They can be threatened. This practice is widespread. They can actually be committed. Or the commission of atrocity can be managed and exploited psychologically to induce further terror among survivors. This last mentioned process, which I call managed atrocity, is known and taught at special U.S. military schools as part of psychological warfare, or PSY-war. A fully managed atrocity is one in which the pretext for the exploited atrocity is developed by the managers of the atrocity itself. Not all PSY-war by any means is managed atrocity. But all managed atrocity is PSY-war, and PSY-war is responsible for the seminal managed atrocities of today. Point 3. This chapter began as a study into the theory and practice of U.S. PSY-war as applied to the Indonesian archipelago. Here the case for U.S. responsibility is more controversial than what has been conceded in Latin America. The scale of atrocity is also immensely larger, leading in the case of East Timor to the death of perhaps 1/3 of the population. As I proceeded with my research, however, I saw more and more clearly the relevance of U.S. actions in Indonesia to superficially different massacres in Chile, 1973, Cambodia, after 1975, and Algeria, in the 1990s. And I have come to appreciate better the difference between Cambodia and Algeria, which I see as responsive to earlier managed atrocities, and Chile, which at the level of massacre was unprovoked, seminal, and thoroughly ours. The reader should understand that this narrative, though inevitably nasty, is in the end optimistic. It is difficult to address responsive atrocities, such as that in Bosnia. However, seminal atrocities, precisely because they are planned, can more easily be controlled. For this reason, I consider it imperative to examine the residue of the US-managed atrocities in the world today. I believe that terminating U.S. management of atrocity is the best formula for ensuring that responsive atrocities diminish. For example, if public protest had deterred the U.S. from its style of training and arming terrorists in Afghanistan after 1979, we might not have had the responsive atrocity of the World Trade Center by one of our own erstwhile terrorists in 1993, or the far more destructive attacks of September 11, 2001. At least in theory, then, these processes are amenable to human control and amendment. We saw in the 1980s how the US-backed atrocities in El Salvador and Nicaragua could be limited or terminated by congressional action, especially after the long-denied massacre of hundreds of peasants at El Mozote in 1981, by a US-trained battalion, was finally acknowledged. The delayed exposure of atrocities in East Timor led belatedly to U.S. pressures on Indonesia, in the form of withholding military aid, and this in turn helped end the bloody Indonesian occupation of the territory. The holding of a free and open referendum on self-determination for East Timor, and the subsequent ascension of East Timor to the ranks of the world's independent states, represented a great victory for the people of that small and sorry nation. Hopefully it will also strengthen a more general proposition, that where state authority can only be sustained by the continuous use of terror, that authority is illegitimate, and the international community should contemplate intervention for the restoration of peace. The example of East Timor should encourage us to believe that managed atrocity in this world is unacceptable, and can and should be eliminated. The two Indonesias and the two Americas. Before 1998, of all the Western nations, the one whose people knew least about the Indonesian army's record of atrocities was probably the United States. This was no accident. Despite deceptive public protestations about its support for human rights, the United States was also the major power with the greatest responsibility for those conditions of ongoing psychological warfare, which is to say terror. U.S. press silence about Indonesian atrocities in East Timor gradually lifted with the events leading to the fall of Suharto in late May 1998. In that conflict, two Indonesian traditions were evident, locked in a dramatic struggle to determine that country's future. 1, representing one of the world's most tolerant Muslim cultures, sought a nonviolent return towards the democratic civil society that prevailed in the early 1950s. The other apparently hoped to maintain the army's ruthless domination of power, using violence and provocations reminiscent of Indonesia's violent bloodbath of 1965. Yet there were also, and continue to be, two ongoing U.S. traditions caught up in this struggle. One is humanitarian, represented by the millions of dollars that the U.S. government has poured into Indonesian human rights groups and other non-governmental organizations. The other tradition, less recognized and trumpeted, believes in and teaches the use of repressive violence in Indonesia and other parts of the Third World. The conflicting goals of these two traditions have led to recurring showdowns in the U.S. Congress. In March 1998, Congress learned that, despite its express prohibition in 1992, the Pentagon had continued to supply training to the Indonesian Army unit, Kopassus, that had been most involved in massacres and torture over the last 35 years. On May 8, 1998, the Pentagon headed off congressional anger by suspending its controversial aid to the Indonesian Army, ABRI. It was, however, clear that Washington would not terminate the U.S. ABRI connection, which it regarded as its best hope to influence affairs in Indonesia. The Kopassus Red Berets, then known as RKAD, played a key role in the 1965 bloodbath that brought Suharto to power. The tactics taught Kopassus recently by U.S. Green Berets, in advanced sniper techniques, military operations in urban terrain, psychological operations, and close-quarters combat, suggest that in the 1990s the Pentagon was still improving the ability of Kopassus to use violence against Indonesian civilians. There were at least 41 such exercises between 1992 and 1997, and 20 more scheduled for 1998.4. On repeated occasions in the last 4 decades, the votes of the congressional majority to limit military aid have been similarly thwarted. Only in the case of aid to Vietnam in 1974 was the limit respected, but that was because the Saigon regime fell before the limit was reached. Congressional bans on aid to Contra death squads in Nicaragua in the mid-1980s were secretly and illegally subverted by Oliver North in the Reagan White House, with Pentagon and CIA support, provoking the Iran-Contra confrontation. Indonesia's acute crisis in the late 1990s recalled in its details the political uncertainty at the end of the Sukarno era more than 30 years earlier. Political unrest was aggravated by economic disruption and inflation, so that protests mounted throughout Indonesia. Tensions built between the Suharto regime and the international community, above all the United States. They increased also between proponents of a nonviolent transition to a more democratic civil society, and provocations that in some cases appeared to be stage-managed by elements of the Indonesian army. These same conditions in 1965 led to an army intervention and a change of leadership, accompanied by a military-backed massacre in which perhaps over 1 million civilians were murdered. That grim memory lends significance to another important similarity between 1965 and 1998, one that has been generally ignored. Up until March 1998, as in 1965, though for different reasons, most members of the U.S. Congress mistakenly believed that they had terminated U.S. military training for Indonesian troops. In fact, in both periods, U.S. training continued on the sly, and for obvious reasons of realpolitik. In 1964-65, the U.S. administration wished to maintain contact with the officer corps of the Indonesian Army, which it regarded as a more secure ideological ally than the Indonesian head of state. On the other hand, it sought for the sake of appearances to distance itself publicly from the Indonesian army, as the latter prepared to eliminate its opponents by wholesale massacre. The first political motive was spelled out in a secret memo to President Johnson on July 17, 1964, preceding the coup and massacre by 1 year. Our aid to Indonesia, we are satisfied, is not helping Indonesia militarily. It is, however, permitting us to maintain some contact with key elements in Indonesia, which are interested in and capable of resisting communist takeover. We think this is of vital importance to the entire free world. 5. A Defense Department official reiterated in 1998 that the training program was designed to gain influence with successive generations of Indonesia officers. 6. Meanwhile, the 1965 bloodbath was accompanied by U.S. instructions to its officials to keep their distance. This appearance of distance was maintained in the 1990s as well. Covert U.S. aid and training before 1965 mostly took the innocuous-sounding form of civic action. I have argued that in fact civic action provided a cover, in Indonesia as in Vietnam, for Psy-war, and that Psy-war in turn had become a euphemism, used without translation by the key Red Beret organizers of the slaughter in Java, for techniques of terror, including massacre. Scott, 1985. I believe that through these links to the Indonesian army, U.S. civilian and military advisors bear an important share of the responsibility for the 1965 killings. In 1998 there was a risk that history might repeat itself. In February 1998, Admiral Joseph Pruher, U.S. Commander-in-Chief, Pacific, CINCPAC, stated in London that trouble lay ahead in Indonesia. There is no economic and political stability. We're trying to work in an economic, political, and military way, to be as supportive as we can to try to bring this back in line. 7. A number of prominent U.S. visitors to Indonesia, such as Defense Secretary William Cohen, made a point of visiting Army General Prabowo, a US-trained general who graduated head of his class at Fort Benning, Georgia, Nairn, 1998. Prabowo was quite simply a murderer, having personally given the commands to shoot 20 civilians in East Timor in 1989. He had also headed the elite Kopassus Red Beret Command, which was chiefly responsible for killings and torture in East Timor. It was a 1991 massacre in East Timor that led Congress to ban training in 1992, yet Kopassus was one of the chief groups the Pentagon continued to train. Kopassus is also the successor unit to the RPDAD Red Berets, who were chiefly responsible for organizing the slaughter in 1965. Early in 1998, journalists reported that Prabowo was helping to instigate anti-Chinese rioting of the kind which, in 1965, preceded a more general massacre. In May 1998, Prabowo was demoted and later fired, after an investigation showed that elements of Kopassus had been involved in the torture and disappearances of civilians. In 2000, he became the first person to be denied entry to the United States under the provisions of the United Nations Convention Against Torture and Other Cruel, Inhuman, or Degrading Treatment or Punishment. 8. The Pentagon certainly knew the implications of dealing with Prabowo and Kopassus, a unit notorious for terror, murder, rape, and torture. Yet when Congress banned training under the usual Pentagon program of International Military Education and Training, IMET, the Pentagon quietly kept on training Kopassus under a different program, that of Joint Combined Education and Training, JCET. 9. A subsequent New York Times editorial specified that the Indonesians were trained under JCET in riot suppression, and noted that it seems likely that the troops will be used to crush legitimate democratic protests. 10. The outcome of the Pentagon-Congress tussle over training troops is still a matter of concern, involving far more than the human rights violations in Indonesia. In Latin America and other parts of the world, the Pentagon has persisted, despite congressional concerns, in supplying training and aid to armies that are directly or indirectly involved in Psy-war massacres. Two recent examples are Colombia and Mexico, where officers accused of involvement in civilian massacres have been trained at the School of the Americas in Fort Benning. Even the Inspector General of the Pentagon has conceded that execution and torture have been taught there in the past. 11 In December 2000 the U.S. Army closed the school, but reopened it a month later under another name. 12. Developing Psy-War. The struggle to reduce U.S. backing for state-supported violence will not be an easy one. For over 2 centuries, this nation has nourished conflicting attitudes towards atrocities. On the one hand is its humanitarian tradition, dating back to 19th century concerns about the mistreatment of Indians and slaves. This has been the tradition most often given voice in Congress. On the other hand, as we shall see, is the tradition of explicitly defending the usefulness of atrocities, most recently in the service of counterinsurgency or low-intensity conflict. The result is an official schizophrenia with respect to state-sponsored violence. The two Americas are not in dialogue with each other, each simply proceeds as if the other were not worth taking seriously. Such schizoid divergence can break into violence at home, as we saw recently in the era of the Vietnam War. East Timor is one victim of US-assisted atrocities that only recently have been addressed. I shall quote at this point from an eyewitness account by a Catholic missionary of a search and destroy mission in 1981, 3 years after the worst killings had ended. We saw with our own eyes the massacre of the people who were surrendering, all dead, even women and children, even the littlest ones, not even pregnant women were spared, they were cut open. They did what they had done to small children the previous year, grabbing them by the legs and smashing their heads against rocks. All this was happening at a time when President Suharto of Indonesia had offered amnesty to all Timorese who surrendered. The comments of Indonesian officers reveal the moral character of this army. We did the same thing in Java, in Borneo, in the Celebes, in Irian Jaya, and it worked. That is, terror caused the people to submit. Quoted in Barbado de Magalhães, 1990, 52, 13. Un-American as this conduct might seem, it is part of a counterinsurgency tradition that can be traced back to the U.S. conquest of the Philippines, and before that to the wars against Native Americans. Consider this observer's account of the 1864 massacre of an unsuspecting Indian encampment at Sand Creek, Colorado. They were scalped, their brains knocked out, the men used their knives, ripped open women, clubbed little children, knocked them in the head with their guns, beat their brains out, mutilated their bodies in every sense of the word. 14. Like other atrocities, the Sand Creek massacre remains a focus of controversy a century and a half later, and has generated 2 parallel traditions of response, both American. An Eastern-dominated Congress investigated and condemned the massacre as unprovoked and unwarranted, as have most historians since, and voted substantial indemnities to relatives of the survivors. 15 But many whites in the region agreed with Colonel John Chivington, the commander, that the slaughter was the only way to bring peace. 16 To this day there are military historians who defend what happened at Sand Creek as an early example of pacification. 17 Among those supporting atrocities against the Indian population were U.S. Army Generals Sheridan and Sherman, whose explicit endorsement became a model for a later generation of commanders in the U.S. Philippine War in the 1900s, Churchill, 1997, 236-40, Miller, 1982, 94-5. We should therefore not be surprised to see much the same terrorist strategies exemplified in this latter conflict. For example, a contemporary news report stated that American soldiers killed men, women, children, from lads of 10 and up, an idea prevailing that the Filipino, as such, was little better than a dog. Our soldiers have pumped salt water into men to make them talk, have taken prisoner people who held up their hands and peacefully surrendered, and an hour later, without an atom of evidence to show they were even insurrectos, stood them on a bridge and shot them down one by one, to drop into the water below and float down as an example to those who found their bullet-riddled corpses. This testimony is the more credible because the correspondent approved of these tactics. It is not civilized warfare, but we are not dealing with a civilized people. The only thing they know and fear is force, violence, and brutality. 18. This sending of corpses downstream occurred under the command of General J. Franklin Bell, another commander who, like Colonel Chivington, has been remembered differently by civilian and military historians. Recently one of the latter, John Morgan Gates, has singled out General Bell for his excellent understanding of the role of benevolence in pacification, and noted the consensus of both civil and military officials in the Philippines that Bell's campaign in Batangas represented pacification in its most perfected form. Gates, 1973, 258, 288. Because of this, Gates claims, General Pershing's campaign against the Moros in 1908 greatly resembled Bell's, just as the campaign against the Huk movement in the Philippines following World War II greatly resembled the American campaign of almost 50 years earlier. The American approach to the problem of pacification had been a studied one. Gates, 1973, 288, 291. Thus, the motif of corpses dropped in rivers staged a comeback during the US coordinated counterterrorism campaign in the Philippines in the 1950s. The special tactic of these squadrons was to cordon off areas. Anyone they caught inside the cordon was considered an enemy. Almost daily you could find bodies floating in the river, many of them victims of Major Napoleon Valeriano's Nanita Unit. 19. Valeriano went on to co-author an important American textbook on counterinsurgency, and to serve as part of the American pacification effort in Vietnam. 20. Strikingly similar atrocities have been rife in other countries where the United States has played a decisive role in training and supplying troops. The following summarizes a survivor's account of a Guatemalan army raid on a village in Quiche. The government troops came in, rounded up the population, and put them in the town building. They took all the men out and decapitated them. Then they raped and killed the women. Then they took the children and killed them by bashing their heads with rocks. Quoted in Peck, 1987, 329. In nearby El Salvador, a sweep by the US-trained Atlasatl Battalion was followed by the murder, one by one, of 24 women and children. Counter-terror style, the mutilated corpses were left behind as a warning to leftist guerrillas. Valentine, 1990, 423-4. Likewise, a 1997 raid by uniformed paramilitaries in the Colombian village of Maparapan resulted in dozens of decapitated corpses being thrown in a nearby river. 21. A recent Rand Corporation study confirms that the paramilitaries there routinely execute alleged guerrilla sympathizers to instill fear and compel support among the local population. Rabeza and Chalk, Andy, 56. Such horrors are intentional, meant to terrorize the rest of the population into submission. U.S. War, Indonesia, and East Timor. There is no question that the U.S. provided military materiel and training for the Indonesian invasion of East Timor, as well as a virtual green light. What has been long denied in America is the U.S. role in preparing for a massacre by the Indonesian army of its own people in 1965. It is symptomatic of this psychological denial that my own article on this subject has been published 4 times in Indonesia as well as in 5 other countries, but never in the United States. The key to U.S. responsibility in 1965, as today, lay in special training for a key political paracommando battalion, the Red Berets. Later renamed Kopassus, this battalion was at the center of massacre and torture operations in the 1960s as in the 1990s. Its then chief, Sarwo Ethi, appears to have been a CIA agent or contact. 22. It was he who, while giving orders in Indonesia for the elimination of the Indonesian Communist Party, used the American Army word Psywar. We learn from an official Indonesian account of the campaign to crush the Indonesian Communists, the G30S/PKI, that Sarwo Ethi's meeting to plan this campaign in Surakarta on October 26, 1965 was organized according to the following principle, with the emphasized words not in Bahasa Indonesia but in English. The G30S/PKI should be given no opportunity to concentrate/consolidate. It should be pushed back systematically by all means, including Psywar, distribution of pamphlets and the spreading of information to achieve the goal of slowing down G30S/PKI activities. Point 23. What followed this meeting is well known from other sources, not leaflet distribution, but the training of youths as death squads for civilian killings. Crouch, 1978, 151. The Psy-war character of the 1965 massacres in Indonesia can be plainly seen in one of the first eyewitness accounts of the slaughter. The corpses choking the rivers of East Java were not just dumped there to dispose of them. They had been rigged to float, and thus to terrorize those living downstream. Stomachs torn open. The smell was unbelievable. To make sure they didn't sink, the carcasses were deliberately tied to, or impaled on, bamboo stakes. And the departure of corpses from the Kediri region down the Brantas achieved its golden age when bodies were stacked on rafts over which the PKI banner proudly flew. Rokajat, 1985, 43-4. This deliberate impaling on stakes, to ensure that the psychological message reached the maximum number of villages, hardly fits one scholar's description of it as unplanned brutality, compounded by inexpert techniques and a desire to make the bodies unrecognizable. Cribb, 1990, 15:30. Rather, it seems to exemplify the practice of corpse mutilation and display used earlier in the Philippines, and codified in the 1962 U.S. Psy-war Handbook. Counter-guerrilla operations. Few weapons have quite the same effect on guerrilla morale. Point 24. The dispatching of Indonesian corpses downstream was supplemented by the display of decapitated heads and body parts, including male genitals, on high roads and in public places. Cribb, 1990, 140, 172, 175. This was earlier the practice of CT, counter-terror, teams in Vietnam, also recruited by the military from civilians. The teams would leave a Viet Cong head on a pole as they left a village, or a mutilated body, or ears nailed to houses. The idea was that fear was a good weapon. Point 25. The CIA advisor who introduced this counter-terror to South Vietnam, Ralph Johnson, formulated his theory in the Philippines in the mid-1950s and as a police advisor in Indonesia in 1957 and 1958, prior to the failed Sukarno-Sik coup 26. Corpses and human heads were also displayed in East Timor after the Indonesian invasion of 1975, as part of a campaign of terror supported and supplied by the United States. See, example Taylor, 1991, 102. But the core of the Indonesian pacification program in East Timor was the same as the core of General Bel's in Batangas, the forced resettlement of the population in villages which could be called concentration camps. Forced relocation had, of course, earlier been the core of U.S. pacification efforts against Native Americans in the American West. For most Timorese, the focus of their lives became the strategic camps into which they were herded prior to being transported to new resettlement villages in sites created away from their original homes. As Mgr. Costa Lopez, apostolic administrator of Dili until his dismissal in May 1983, noted, "The problem is that people are forced to live in the settlements and are not allowed to travel outside. This is the main reason why people cannot grow enough food." An ICRC delegate, surveying the Haitolia camp where 80% of its 8,000 inhabitants were suffering from malnutrition, was reported as concluding that it was as bad as Biafra and potentially as serious as Kampuchea, whilst the head of Catholic Relief Services commented that the problem was greater than anything I have seen in 14 years of relief work in Asia. Taylor, 1991, 92, 93, 97. Here is how General Bel's well-conceived reconcentration plan was characterized by Professor Gates, writing in 1973, in the brief interval between the failure of such techniques in Vietnam and their introduction in East Timor. A basic feature of General Bel's pacification policy was his plan for isolating the guerrillas from those supporting them. He ordered each garrison commander to establish a plainly marked area. Unless the Filipinos moved into them by December 25, their property would become liable to confiscation or destruction. Within the zones of protection, the Americans encouraged the Filipinos to erect new homes. Schools were also provided, and all of the benevolent and humane actions that had characterized American operations in the Philippines were evident in the zones of reconcentration. In the Philippines, the U.S. Governing Commission recognized the success of the Army's approach to pacification, and it passed a Reconcentration Act in 1903, modeled on General Bell's techniques. Gates, 1973, 8, 259-60, 288. Like Professor Miller's book, Professor Gates's is clearly written as part of America's debate over Vietnam, where relocation was at the heart of the controversial U.S. pacification program. The two books together illustrate an important division in American consciousness, antedating the Civil War. In response to books like those of Chomsky and Miller, Gates announced in his preface that he would concentrate on activities far removed from the already well-publicized and exaggerated atrocities of the Philippine Campaign. Gates, 1973, 8. Thus he omits aspects of Bell's perfected campaign, which at the time caught the attention of U.S. anti-imperialists, who objected in Congress. When an American was murdered, they were instructed to by lot select a POW. Preferably one from the village in which the assassination took place, and execute him. The entire population outside of the major cities in Batangas was herded into concentration camps. Everything outside of the camps was systematically destroyed. Bell's main target was the wealthier and better educated classes. Adding insult to injury, Bell made these people carry the petrol used to burn their own country homes. He compared such tactics to those of General Sherman in Georgia during the war between the states and theorized that once the better elements were miserable enough they would persuade the others to stop fighting. Miller, 1982, 207-8. The same mix of terror, indiscriminate reprisals, and forced relocation shaped the American experiments in psychological warfare and counterinsurgency in Vietnam, culminating in Operation Phoenix. These were imitated in turn by Indonesia in East Timor, and today by paramilitaries in Colombia. Meanwhile, the atrocity business, given more polite titles, such as counterinsurgency or low-intensity conflict, remains a staple and a rationale for hard-headed Pentagon policymakers. The culture of low-intensity conflict has spawned its own population of consultants, who defend death squads publicly in the same way that military historians defend Chivington and Gates. Thus, in 1986 death squads were cited as an extremely effective tool by Neil Livingstone, who at the time was a counterterrorism consultant to Oliver North and the Reagan administration. 27 4 years later Michael Radu, a researcher at a formerly CIA-funded think tank, justified the Salvadorian death squads for doing what they had to do, and faulted the attempts of Congress to condition aid on respect for human rights, his quotation marks, as a total misunderstanding of the situation. Radu and Tismanianu, 1990, 69-70. Radu also claimed that it was untenable to treat the Salvadorian Archbishop Oscar Romero as a spiritual leader, 17, presumably meaning that a death squad was quite right to murder him in 1980. Turning to a more timely topic, Radu attacked the absurd and artificial notion in Latin America of university autonomy, 15. This was shortly after the US-trained Atlasatl Battalion had demonstrated its agreement with the thesis, in 1989, by murdering 6 Jesuit priests at San Salvador's principal university. Congress responded to the Jesuit killings by attempting to terminate aid to the Salvadorian army, but the attempt was vetoed by President Bush in 1991, Sharp, 1991. Another split occurred at this time over aid to the Guatemalan army, after a colonel, who was also a CIA agent, was implicated in the murder of an American innkeeper, Michael Devine. Citing this murder, the State Department cut off about $3 million a year in military aid to Guatemala. But the CIA secretly continued liaison support for Guatemala's military intelligence programs, which involved both murder and torture, to the tune of about $5 million to $7 million a year. 28. The Guatemala example showed the military CIA mentality at odds not just with Congress, but with the civilian administration. Even presidential policies are regularly subverted by the military. The history of the Vietnam War was one of repeated violations of presidential guidelines by U.S. Armed Forces, see Scott, 1972, especially 79 to 107. The problem has continued with U.S. military aid, much of it also under JCET, to Colombia. 29. Conclusion. For generations, the United States has sustained two parallel but opposed states of mind with respect to atrocities and human rights, that of most of the public, and that of the majority of counterinsurgency specialists and historians. There is nothing in history to suggest that the views of atrocities proponents are destined to prevail. On the contrary, Congress should recognize that atrocities have been and continue to be within its power to control, at least in theory. Vietnam provides an example of this. Congress contributed, however belatedly, to the termination of that fatal experiment. Again, in the 1980s, the US-backed atrocities in El Salvador and Nicaragua were scaled back by congressional action, especially after the Atlasatl Battalion's long-denied 1981 massacre at El Mozote was finally acknowledged. Most recently, the atrocities in East Timor were finally acknowledged by the U.S. State Department and the New York Times, who had both worked 20 years earlier to cover up Indonesia's genocidal campaign in the territory. The breakthrough was soon followed by East Timor's belated independence. This should serve as a reminder to cynics and faint hearts that America is capable of rising above the genocidal acts of its defenders and allies. What remains to be seen is whether Congress, which rebuked Colonel Chivington in 1864 and exposed General Bell in 1901, can become an agent to ensure that US-trained troops act to prevent massacres and other atrocities, instead of, as at present, facilitating them. This will only happen if the humanitarian forces in America rouse themselves yet again in opposition. We must bring the full force of publicity to bear on atrocities that are tolerated only because of their relative obscurity. Much progress has been made since 1965, when few people outside Indonesia had any means of knowing what transpired there. Today, international organizations closely monitor human rights violations around the world, and their work is supported by local monitors, who are sometimes killed for their vigilance. A global consciousness is emerging that increasingly demands the prosecution and punishment of major human rights violators at the international level. In general, I applaud these developments, including the establishment of international tribunals for accused war criminals. But I think we must proceed very carefully down this path. To begin with, the prosecution of human rights crimes should not become a pretext for committing them. Many people, including this author, were appalled by the way NATO, in the name of defending human rights, inflicted major civilian casualties on the nation of Yugoslavia. See MacDonald's chapter in this volume. We have not yet purged ourselves of the crusade mentality that killed in the name of Christianity, then in the name of enlightenment, progress, and development, and most recently in the name of human rights. A related principle is that, even though peace requires justice, peace must precede justice, that is, justice should not become something that threatens an uncertain peace. I personally disagreed with my former allies in the international campaign for East Timorese independence who demanded ex post facto justice for East Timor via an international tribunal. This demand did not, in my view, take into account how such demands could further destabilize the already precarious, sometimes bloody status quo in Indonesia, as well as playing into the hands of military and Muslim extremists waiting in the wings. 30. I believe that, ultimately, the best guardians of the new humanitarian consciousness are ordinary people, rather than any state apparatus, whether national or international. Just as past atrocities have endured through denial, so today the publicizing of atrocities and those who commit them is the most reliable antidote to their perpetuation. The consolidation of this new consciousness is a task too precious to be turned over to traditional state mechanisms of prosecution and punishment. 8. Bob Kerrey's Atrocity, The Crime of Vietnam and the Historic Pattern of U.S. Imperialism. S. Brian Wilson. Mekong Delta, 1969. My U.S. Air Force Combat Security Unit was dispatched to Binh Thuy on March 7, 1969, to fortify a Vietnamese-controlled air base a few miles northwest of Can Tho City along the Bassac River. This was in Phong Dinh Province, about 100 miles southwest of Saigon in the Mekong Delta. I was the first lieutenant in charge of this unit of nearly 40 men. Tet 1969, though far less intense than the devastating Tet Offensive of 1968, had been launched by the Viet Cong, VC, less than 2 weeks earlier, on February 23. Everybody was on edge. 2 days later, on February 25, then Lieutenant and now ex-US Senator Bob Kerrey and 6 other Navy SEALs, sea, air, land forces, under his command committed an atrocity at Thang Phong, where as many as 24 villagers were gunned down, at least half of whom were women and children. See also the introduction to this volume. Thang Phong lies near the South China Sea in Quien Hoa Province, about 50 miles directly east of Can Tho. During Tet 1968, the Delta, like most of South Vietnam, had been hit hard. 13 of the 16 provincial capitals had been seriously penetrated by the VC. Binh Thuy Air Base had received 18 different attacks in February and March 1968, far more than the other 10 air bases in South Vietnam, with the exception of Tan Son Anh Hut in Saigon, which was also hit 18 times. The U.S. response had been furious, especially against VC operations in Can Tho City, and in My Tho and Ban Tre in Quien Hoa Province to the east, not far from Thang Phong. At that time, the New York Times, February 6, 1968, reported the infliction of at least 750 civilian casualties in My Tho, 350 in Can Tho, and 2,500 in Ban Tre. Ban Tre had been so pulverized by U.S. firepower that a U.S. major infamously explained, it became necessary to destroy the town to save it. Some months later, in December 1968, Operation Speedy Express, conducted primarily by the 9th Infantry Division, had begun sweeping missions designed to finish off VC units in the Delta, especially in the provinces of Quien Hoa and Vinh Binh. This operation was in full swing when I arrived. According to military historian, retired Col. Harry G. Summers, Jr., when Speedy Express had concluded operations in May 1969, there were nearly 11,000 enemy casualties. As a combat security officer, I had to acquaint myself quickly with intelligence reports on enemy activity and locations and types of friendly resources. My job was, in essence, to protect airplanes in between their bombing missions. Since the villages they were bombing had been identified as being in a free fire zone, it was easy to rationalize destroying everything. On occasion, through ground observations, I witnessed the horrific aftermath of these bombing missions, villages with bodies of mostly young women, many children, and a few elderly strewn on the ground. I never saw any weapons in these virtually defenseless villages. The bombing of civilian population centers, which at first I thought must be a mistake, I later concluded was deliberate and systematic. I had been in Vietnam only a short time before I began to sense that virtually everybody, other than Vietnamese business, political, and military leaders, was at least secretly hostile to the U.S. presence, and alternately sympathetic with the Vietnamese struggle for independence from any outside political/military force. Though at first I did not want to believe this, it was increasingly confirmed by other experiences, discussions with other U.S. Air Force personnel and members of the Vietnamese military, interactions with members of the U.S. Army's 9th Infantry Division, conversations with numerous Vietnamese in the area, examination of 7th Air Force bombing reports that conflicted with my own personal knowledge of bombings, and the reading of a history of U.S. intervention written by 2 Cornell University professors, Kaheen and Lewis, 1967. After Tet 1968, the CIA Phoenix program had begun intense efforts to eliminate perceived political and military leadership in the VC. U.S. air and ground forces had become much more indiscriminate in killing Vietnamese civilians while glibly designating most of them as VC. I had been briefed that 3/4 of South Vietnam had been designated by the U.S. military command and local Vietnamese officials as a free fire zone, meaning that virtually any villager in that vast area could be killed without question. Nonetheless, or perhaps as a result, in my continued visits to various villages northwest and northeast of Kinh Tho, there seemed little real support among villagers for the U.S. and our South Vietnamese political/military ally. Bob Carey, as leader of a Navy SEAL team, was likely participating in Operation Speedy Express and/or the Phoenix assassination program. Many Navy SEAL units were identified as hunter-killer teams, and were especially skilled at infiltrating areas by sea in small boats or as frogmen. Their rigorous training explicitly prepared them for just such missions. 1954-65, U.S. thwarts 1954 Geneva Accords, defies Vietnamese sovereignty and conducts illegal covert war. We in the U.S. knew little or nothing about the Vietnamese people, their history, or their authentic sentiments. The Vietnamese had a long history of successfully resisting outside forces, no matter the numbers of their own losses. They fought the Chinese for nearly 1,000 years, and then the French for 100. After the end of World War II, the French suffered nearly 175,000 casualties in their effort to restore their pre-war colony, while the Vietnamese suffered perhaps more than 1 million dead in defending their independence. The unilateral U.S. intervention began in 1954, immediately following the humiliating French defeat. Our ignorance as U.S. Americans, along with our intrinsic cultural racism and historic sense of superiority, produced a lawless, brutal use of force that knew virtually no limits when it came to violent assaults against the Vietnamese people and their culture. We troopers were simply guinea pigs. We did not realize the Vietnamese were prepared to defend their sacred independence at any cost. We did not even believe that the Vietnamese had the right to their independence. The July 21, 1954 Geneva Agreement concluded the French war against the Vietnamese and legally promised them a unifying election, mandated to be held in July 1956. The U.S. government knew that fair elections, in effect, meant a victory for revered communist leader Ho Chi Minh. This was unacceptable. Thus, in June 1954, prior to the signing of the historic agreement, the U.S. began CIA-directed internal sabotage operations against the Vietnamese, while setting up puppet Ngo Dinh Diem, brought over to Vietnam from the U.S., as our political leader. No elections were ever held. This set the stage for yet another war for Vietnamese independence, this time from unwanted U.S. forces and their South Vietnamese puppets. The extent of the U.S. government's interference with independence movements in Asia should not be underestimated. U.S. National Security Council documents from 1956 declared that our national security would be endangered by communist domination of mainland Southeast Asia. Secret military plans stated that nuclear weapons will be used in general war and in military operations short of general war. By March 1961, the Pentagon top brass recommended sending 60,000 soldiers to western Laos accompanied by air power that included, if necessary, use of nuclear weapons to ensure that the Royal Laotian government would prevail against the popular insurgency being waged against it. The covert operations intended to destabilize the Vietnamese independence movement were in direct violation of the Geneva Agreements. They were also in violation of the United Nations Charter and other international laws. This covert war lasted nearly 11 years until the overt invasion by U.S. forces commenced on March 8, 1965. This invasion was also in violation of international laws, as well as the U.S. Constitution, which requires a declaration of war by Congress prior to initiating acts of war. 1965-75, U.S. moves to illegal overt intervention. For the 10 years 1965-75, the U.S. continued its lawless behavior, unleashing forces that caused, and continue to cause, incomprehensible devastation in Vietnam. 8 million tons of bombs, 4 times the amount dropped by the U.S. in all World War II, destroyed an area the size of the state of Maine, if laid crater to crater. U.S. forces utilized 8 million additional tons of other kinds of ordnance. Nearly 400,000 tons of napalm, a totally indiscriminate incendiary weapon, was dropped on human targets. The callous identification of as much as 3/4 of South Vietnam as a free fire zone justified the murder of virtually anyone found in thousands of villages in those vast areas. A historically unprecedented level of chemical warfare was practiced in the indiscriminate spraying of nearly 20 million gallons on 1/7 the area of South Vietnam. The lingering effects of chemical warfare poisoning continue to plague the health of adult Vietnamese, and ex-GIs, while causing increased birth defects. Samples of soil, water, food, and body fat of Vietnamese continues to the present day to reveal dangerously elevated levels of dioxin. Today Vietnamese officials estimate the continued dangerous presence of 3.5 million landmines and 300,000 tons of unexploded ordnance, leftovers from the war. Tragically, these munitions continue to explode when farmers and children accidentally detonate them in their work and play activities, and kill or injure several thousand every year. The Vietnamese report 40,000 people killed since 1975 by landmines and buried bombs alone. That means that every day 4 or 5 Vietnamese are killed due to U.S. ordnance. The war against the Vietnamese continues. Examination of U.S. conduct during the war indicates violation of the United Nations Charter prohibiting unilateral or bilateral military interventions not sanctioned by the UN, the U.S. constitutional requirement of a declaration of war, and rules for war conduct as outlined in its own Army field manuals, incorporating the Nuremberg Principles, see below. In addition, U.S. conduct in the war regularly violated the 1907 Hague Convention in respect to land wars and bombardment by naval forces, the 1949 Geneva Convention relating to protection of civilians, prisoners of war, and the wounded and sick, and the Nuremberg Principles as formulated by the International Law Commission in 1950 proscribing war crimes and crimes against humanity. A massive number of civilian murders and destruction of civilian infrastructures were achieved through ground actions, indiscriminate bombings, chemical defoliation, use of incendiary weapons and napalm, scorched earth campaigns, forced transfers of civilians, use of gas, and regular utilization of mutilation and torture, among other methods. This shameful litany of crimes violated virtually every rule of war ever formulated. It is now believed that the US and its allies killed as many as 5 million Southeast Asian citizens during the active war years. The numbers of dead in Laos and Cambodia remain uncounted, but as of 1971 a Congressional Research Service report prepared for the U.S. Senate Foreign Relations Committee indicated that over 1 million Laotians had been killed, wounded, and turned into refugees, with the figure for Cambodia estimated at 2 million. More than 500,000 secret U.S. bombing missions to Laos, beginning in late 1964, devastated entire populations and decimated ancient cultures. Estimates indicate that around 230,000 tons of bombs were dropped over northern Laos in 1968 and 1969 alone. Increasing numbers of U.S. military personnel were added on Laotian ground in 1961. Land invasions of Laos occurred for 2 months in early 1969, and again for a week in early 1971. Secret bombing of Cambodia had begun in March 1969. An outright land invasion of the country occurred from late April 1970 through the end of June, causing thousands of casualties. And the raging U.S.-covered wars in these countries did not finally cease until August 14, 1973, inflicting countless additional casualties. When the bombing in Cambodia finally ceased, the U.S. Air Force had officially recorded dropping nearly 260,000 tons of bombs there. The total tonnage of bombs dropped in Laos over 8.5 years exceeded 2 million. The consensus now is that more than 3 million Vietnamese were killed. Herman and Chomsky, 2002, Karnow, 1984, with 300,000 additional missing in action and presumed dead. Maidans, 2000, Foz and Page, 1997, Franklin, 2000. In the process, the U.S. lost nearly 59,000 of her own men and women, with about 2,000 additional missing, while 4 of her allies lost over 6,000 more. South Vietnamese military forces counted nearly 225,000 dead. All this carnage was inflicted to destroy the basic rights and capacity of the Vietnamese to construct their own independent, sovereign society. None of these people deserved to die in war. Vietnamese, Laotians, Cambodians, and US military grunts were all victims. All of these corpses were created because of a cause that had been concocted by white male plutocrats in Washington, many of whom possessed PhDs from prestigious universities. These politicians and their appointees, along with profit-making arms makers/dealers, desired, as did most of their predecessors extending far back in US history, to ensure the destruction of people's democratic movements that threatened US hegemony over markets and resources, in this case those located in East Asia, and the profits to be derived therefrom. But perhaps never did a small country suffer so much from an imperial nation as the Vietnamese did from the United States. Comparison of casualties. To grasp the nearly incomprehensible consequences to the Vietnamese society, it is instructive to reflect that during the U.S. war against the Vietnamese, nearly 1 in 10, or 10% of Vietnam's population of approximately 35 million, was killed. In addition, vast areas of territory were devastated by bombing and chemical warfare, and Vietnam's infrastructure was largely destroyed. This contrasts with 1 in 3,300, or 0.03% of the U.S. population, who needlessly died in the lawless intervention. What would be the effects on U.S. society if we had suffered losses of 20 million, or 10% of our population, in a war? Furthermore, how would it have affected us if vast regions of our country had been bombed and chemically defoliated, simply because we insisted on the right to be free from a foreign power intending to dominate and control us? Vietnam was not an aberration. An honest examination of United States history shows that, unfortunately, violent intervention such as in Vietnam is not an aberration. The defining and enabling experience of U.S. civilization was the Holocaust perpetrated against millions of original inhabitants of the land. See Ward Churchill's and Peter Dale Scott's chapters in this volume. Native peoples living in thousands of villages and hunting regions were ruthlessly uprooted from their land base across the hemisphere. That act was followed by the kidnapping and transporting of millions of mostly Africans to the Americas to provide free labor for building our original agricultural and mercantile system. 2/3 of those originally seized in Africa perished while resisting arrest or during the deplorable conditions of transport to the coastal ports or across the Atlantic Ocean. This amounted to the second Holocaust that underlies the foundation of U.S.-American civilization. This is an intrinsic part of our cultural ethos and karma, and is equally applicable to the other emergent Eurocentric nation-states in the Americas. The historic record also reveals that the U.S. has intervened militarily more than 400 times in more than 100 nations. Bleckman and Kaplan, 1978, Congressional Research Service, 1993, Bloom, 2000, CHS 11, 17, to expand our control over global resources and markets, that is, expansion of resources and markets at gunpoint. In only 5 of those interventions did the Congress declare war as required by its Constitution. As the body of international law unfolded, virtually all of these military incursions contravened its prohibitions. None of them, besides World War II, was predicated on any genuine concept of self-defense. 1 Additionally, it is now known that the U.S. has covertly intervened in a variety of destabilizing actions at least 6,000 times in over 100 countries since the end of World War II alone. 2 All of these were gross criminal actions that violated a multitude of laws, both national and international. How can we ignore this record? One of the principles now better understood is the perennial influence of the past. In other words, the past is always with us in the present. Lessons inherent in the history and evolving ecology of life's processes need to be honestly acknowledged and incorporated as part of today's wisdom. To mistakenly ignore these lessons risks almost certain repetition of previous injurious behaviors, with ever more severe consequences. As cultural historian Lewis Mumford has concluded, without intuitions and memories, Without ancient cultural landmarks, the intelligence is enfeebled. Mumford, 1970, 75. Historical precedents of imperial behavior. Gruesome human behavior is not unique to U.S. Americans. There are a number of historical precedents and cultural beliefs that have justified slavery and dehumanizing treatment of unfortunates. The term civilization first took form under kingship, which infused itself with divine power. Thus, centralized power became an end in itself, and emerged as the chief identifying mark of civilization. Lewis Mumford has summarized its chief features as human sacrifice, war, arbitrary inequalities in wealth and privilege, and slavery and forced labor for industrial, agricultural and military purposes. Mesopotamia and Indus civilizations, 4000 to 1800 BC, Egypt, 3500 to 2180 BC, China, 1700 to 1050 BC, Greece, 750 to 400 BC, and Rome, 500 BC 400 AD, all had slave economies to varying degrees. The Roman Empire required elaborate schemes of rationalized exploitation to maintain its grip over vast and distant territories. Notable Greek and Roman philosophers condoned the cataloging of certain persons as inferior to others, in order to build a good life. By the end of the 1400s, slavery was endemic in parts of medieval European, Islamic, and African societies. The Italians, Portuguese, and Spanish had well-established slave trades. When Columbus stumbled into the populated Caribbean in October 1492, he launched what was to become perhaps the most egregious and systematic destruction of indigenous societies ever known. A handful of small advanced nation-states at the western extremity of Eurasia in 400 years brought within their political control many of the diverse peoples of the earth across 5 continents. Though the Western Hemisphere became known as the New World, the exploration, colonialization, and outright conquering of indigenous and emerging national societies touched virtually every region of the globe. The Europeans believed they were bringing blessings, their Western science and Christian faith, to the savages and subhumans. One of the most significant historic alterations of local economies and cultures occurred in the late Victorian period, especially the last quarter of the 19th century. This period saw many of the non-European peasant societies involuntarily integrated into a world economy. Essentially, European colonizers force-marched many of the world's indigenous into the emerging global capitalist economy. Widespread production and export of cash crops, and extraction and export of natural resources for the benefit of elites both domestic and foreign, replaced subsistence farming and decentralized village life. This marked the beginning of the Third World, and an era in which dramatic income and wealth disparities, the development gap, created a deeply entrenched, nearly irrevocable division of humanity into classes. In effect, this was the foundation of the structural adjustment program which today has become our political/economic religion, and the forerunner of what we now call globalization. Point 3. The special intensity and reach of Western and U.S. imperialism. There is something striking about Western man, and the role the United States has played in asserting this Eurocentric model throughout the world. Novelist and historian Hans Koning has declared, "What sets the West apart is its persistence, its capacity to stop at nothing." Koning, 1991, 116. As Lewis Mumford summarizes, wherever Western man went slavery, land robbery, lawlessness, culture wrecking, and the outright extermination of both wild beasts and tame men went with him. Mumford, 1970, 9. Reading the accounts of early Puritans and white, male, settlers, founding fathers, U.S. military officers, and countless politicians provides an explicit idea of the racist and arrogant thinking that possessed the founders of our civilization. Captain John Smith of the Virginia colony in the early 1600s referred to the original inhabitants as subanimals and beasts worthy only of extermination. Drennan, 1990, 52, 55. Puritan leader John Endicott of the Massachusetts Bay Colony regularly ordered death to the Pequot Indians. 34, 51. The U.S. founding document, The Declaration of Independence, refers to the original inhabitants as merciless savages, and George Washington termed them beasts of prey to be destroyed, 65, 99, 331. European settlers regularly called them brutes or vermin to be destroyed, 200 years, 1973, 65. General William Tecumseh Sherman in the 1870s ordered extermination as the final solution to the Indian problem, Fellman, 1995, 260, Drennan, 1990, 329. It is highly interesting to note that Hitler's ideas of concentration camps and genocide were partly inspired by his study of the United States policy of extermination of its indigenous population, Toland, 1976, 802. The United States emerged as a world imperial power at the end of the Victorian period. This marked the beginning of an empire that would ultimately exceed all predecessors in scope, reach, and impact. The Spanish-American War launched the U.S. as a force in Latin America, the Caribbean, the Pacific, and parts of Asia. By this time, U.S. agricultural and manufacturing production had begun seriously to exceed its capacity for domestic consumption. Maintenance of U.S. capitalist profitability demanded identifying, then securing, overseas markets. The European powers had already established the model for colonization. The United States would refine and expand it. In his message to Congress in 1904, President Roosevelt, after having seized Panama by force from Colombia in 1903 on the grounds of the latter being incapable of keeping order on the isthmus, maintained that in flagrant cases of wrongdoing by Latin American republics, the U.S. had the right to exercise an international police power over them. This came to be known as the Big Stick Policy, and justified increased intervention into Latin American affairs. As a significant extension of the original Monroe Doctrine first declared in 1823, it also became known as the Roosevelt Corollary. All in all, the U.S. sent in the Marines on more than 100 occasions into 23 Latin American countries, starting as early as 1831, usually citing as justification the need to protect U.S. interests and property. The policy continues. By the time the U.S. entered World War I, Progressive President Wilson had Marines stationed in Haiti, Nicaragua, and the Dominican Republic. During his tenure, Marines landed in Mexico, 11 times, Cuba, 1917, and Panama, 1918. Furthermore, in 1918 Wilson sent 13,000 U.S. troops to aid the white side of the Russian Civil War in seeking to overthrow the revolution. Some say the Cold War really began at this point. Wilson had earlier discussed the need for overseas expansion as the new frontier to replace the continent. He stressed the need for markets to which diplomacy and if need be power must make an open way. Since trade ignores national boundaries and the manufacturer insists on having the world as a market, the flag of his nation must follow him, and the doors of the nations which are closed must be battered down. Williams, 1972, 72. The Monroe Doctrine of 1823 had become a justification for belligerent U.S. political, military, and economic intervention as nations became increasingly economically dependent upon the United States and its profiteers. With the advent of aerial bombings prior to and during World War I, the number of civilians murdered increased dramatically. The bombing of civilian targets is believed to have first occurred with firebombs dropped by the Italians on Tripoli in 1911, where news accounts reported that non-combatants, young and old, were slaughtered ruthlessly, without compunction and without shame. This crime preceded similar, more systematic bombings by Italy in Ethiopia in 1936–37 and by Germany in Guernica, Spain, in 1937. In September 1918, U.S. Army Colonel William J. Billy Mitchell led a mass bombing attack of some 1,500 aircraft employed in the first large-scale close air support of ground operations. This ultimately gave birth to the U.S. love of air power, which, by the post-World War II period, would know no equal. The policy of mass extermination of civilians from the air had begun, and the US became active in such campaigns following the First World War. It used aerial bombings to support marine ground actions in Haiti, 1919-20, and in Nicaragua, 1927-33, in efforts to rout native people resisting U.S. occupation forces. In the process, it murdered countless civilians, always disregarding the cries of the people for due recognition. In 1920, the NAACP, National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, investigated U.S. war crimes in Haiti and concluded that 3,000 Haitians had been killed by air power and Marines. A decade later, thousands of Nicaraguans were killed defending their country from an occupying force of 12,000 U.S. Marines saved by the miracle of marine air. The stage was set for the massive indiscriminate bombings of World War II, Korea, Vietnam, Iraq, and Serbia/Kosovo. Any genuine concern for civilians virtually disappeared by the end of World War II. The use of biological warfare in northern Korea and adjacent areas of China in 1952, Endicott and Hagerman, 1998, and the unprecedented use of chemical warfare in Vietnam from 1962 to 1971, took a countless toll on civilian populations as well. It is important to remind ourselves that a central provision of international law is clearly enshrined in the Geneva Conventions: the civilian population as such, as well as individual civilians, shall not be the object of attack. With the fall of the Berlin Wall in 1989 and consequent erosion of the serious threat posed to capitalism by the socialist model, Pax Americana became a unipolar international order. Historic U.S. racism and ethnocentrism were further entrenched. The United States, effectively a plutocracy under the guise of a constitutional democracy, now oversees the activities of the world's political and economic leaders and profiteers. The result: a global economy that enriches a few at the expense of the vast majority and the health of the planet itself. Tragically, we now face threats more serious than existed during the Cold War. The United States, as the world's only superpower, is virtually able to negate any effective power the United Nations might have to ensure compliance with its own charter and other international laws. Thus, one bully, armed to the teeth, can pretty much do as its plutocrats dictate, with no effective checks from outside political forces or institutions designed to ensure compliance with international law. The extent and depth of the horrendous record of U.S. behavior and treatment toward foreign civilians remains unrecognized to this day. Perhaps this pattern differs little from that of previous empires or imperial wannabes, such as Great Britain, Japan, and Germany. However, the U.S. record of marauding over the past century, in so many countries and against so many indigenous societies, distinguishes it from previous imperial nation-states. No one knows how many people have been murdered and maimed by these aggressive, and lawless, actions, but the figure is in multiples of millions, enough to constitute a third foundational holocaust for the modern global order. British playwright Harold Pinter describes U.S. foreign policy with the phrase, "Kiss my ass or I'll kick your head in." Pinter, 1998, 216. This is a harsh description, but after a careful examination of the historic record it cannot be dispensed with as just crackpot talk. The American way of life. Addiction to the privileged American way of life, AWOL, motivates the exaction of heavy demands upon Mother Earth and her citizens. As a nation, the U.S. has just 4.5% of the world's population, yet insists on consuming anywhere from 25% to nearly half of the world's resources, depending on which asset is examined. For example, the U.S. consumes slightly more than 25% of the world's oil production, but higher percentages of other critical resources. The U.S. has nearly 500 passenger cars per 1,000 people, nearly 6 times the rate for the entire world's population, consuming high percentages of the globe's steel and rubber resources. People in the U.S. consume paper at 17 times the rate of those in the developing world, and nearly 6 times the rate of the total world population. In order to maintain, even expand, the luxuries of AWOL, and the profits derived therefrom, the United States must continually rationalize hegemonic measures to assure control over the globe's resources, markets, and pool of cheap labor. Thus, we espouse the religion of neoliberal globalization, the goal of which is to extend unfettered capitalism to every nook and cranny of the earth, commodifying virtually every aspect of life, while privatizing and deregulating national economies, and threatening the skein of life as it has unfolded for millions of years. Healing as an antidote to our forever war. An honest reckoning with the readily comprehensible, though deeply painful, lessons of Vietnam offers the American nation an opportunity to step back from its long imperial history. Vietnam is and will remain our forever war, unless we choose to heed its lessons. It is important to recognize that our civilization has been built on 3 holocausts, facilitated by racism and arrogant ethnocentrism. With powerful economic interests now located in every region of the world, and a military might that assures protection of the profits and resources necessary to maintain the privileged AWOL, it is virtually impossible for the U.S. earnestly to seek peace. That would require commitment to a fair and just allocation of global resources. Such commitment can only be born out of a radically transformed consciousness, one that recognizes the sacred interconnectedness of all life and the need for respectful mutual aid. Yet when examined thoughtfully, this may be the only rational choice available to us. The now unipolar, Pax Americana mindset, if not arrested soon, will almost certainly ensure the continued destruction of cultures, national sovereignties, and ecosystems. The rapid extinction of species that the world is now experiencing, unprecedented in recorded history, is likely a foreshadowing of our own extinction. We veterans who understand this grotesquely unfair reality can courageously choose to take responsibility for our actions, especially since our cowardly government, which made the intervention decisions, is sadly unlikely to do so. Regularly forgotten, for example, is that the Paris Peace Accord signed by the United States and Vietnamese governments on January 27, 1973, complemented by the letter signed by President Nixon on February 1, promised more than $4 billion for healing the wounds of war and post-war reconstruction. The U.S. shamelessly reneged on this promise, and the aid was never provided. The yearning for healing is so deeply felt that some veterans have returned to Southeast Asia, often in small groups, to participate in a variety of humanitarian missions, setting an example for our wider society. These missions range from building health clinics, orphanages, and schools, to the distribution of desperately needed materials and supplies, and removal of unexploded landmines and other ordnance. Atonement has been an important theme to these veterans, who now know that the war was wrong and our role in it was personally unfortunate, even if this can be ascribed to our ignorance. It has become important to assuage our pain and repair deep psychic wounds, and those of the Vietnamese as well, to feel whole once again. These acts of restoration help veterans experience a global citizenship, an antidote to the feeling of being an isolated American. These individuals have chosen to avail themselves of the lessons of the Vietnam experience to salvage healthy lives through earnest truth-seeking and reconciliation. It is through healing that thinking and feelings undergo radical changes, changes that can give birth to alternative visions of a sustainable society, ecology, and polity. The alternatives may be so radically different as to be hardly recognizable when compared with today's pathological structures. Bob Kerrey and his men killed for a massive lie. I herewith offer a healing prescription for Senator Kerrey, other U.S. souls still haunted by participation in that criminal war, or other wars, might consider something similar. First, Mr. Kerrey, publicly return the Bronze Star you received for the killing of the civilians at Thanh Phong. The medal needs to be renounced as drenched in the blood of the innocent people of that village. Second, travel to the village of Thanh Phong in the province of Quien Hoa to express your personal sorrow for the consequences of your actions, asking those people for forgiveness. Third, create a reparations or atonement fund, in cooperation with the Vietnamese people in that area, as a concrete and meaningful effort to repair in some way the harm done. And fourth, Mr. Kerrey, perhaps the most important act for your own healing and for the healing of our entire nation, begin publicly teaching the authentic history of the Vietnam War and the Vietnamese people, how the U.S. sabotaged the 1956 unifying elections mandated by the 1954 Geneva Agreements, how it fabricated a puppet government not supported by the vast majority of the Vietnamese people, how it maintained its imposture through a series of incredible lies that put Vietnamese, Cambodian, Laotian, and U.S. men and women in harm's way, causing the needless death and maiming of millions. Thus you can educate U.S. American society as to why so many civilians were murdered in confusion about who was VC or not, as the vast majority of Vietnamese were simply defending their rights to be free of unwanted outside forces. We U.S. citizens would do no less if our own country was invaded. It is true that every privileged power structure, extending back several millennia, has expended a large amount of resources to maintain its status, resisting any inkling of revolutionary ambitions to alter the formula of power. Cultural historians such as Louis Mumford, Kirkpatrick Sale, and the humane Russian anarchist Peter Kropotkin suggest that efforts at large-scale change have tended to support, perhaps naively, the very system they challenge, since they standardly accept the ideological premises of the prevailing power complex, no matter what its name. This merely transfers power from one ruling class to another, leaving the overall mechanism intact, with all its inherent defects. It is my belief that humanity is on the verge of a new dynamic, where profound changes may arise from small groups and local communities that are able to withdraw from the traditional power complex and experiment with decentralized alternatives. What other power can effectively negate a bullying superpower, other than a transformation of heart and soul, from the very people throughout the hinterland whose complicity is required to sustain the bully? The alternative must be to create a new, decentralized society without repressive and impersonal manifestations of power. A new, empowering consciousness can liberate men and women from the official agencies of power, while resurrecting locally autonomous cultures and economies that adhere to the principles of sustainable bioregions. The Zapatista revolt that erupted in Chiapas, Mexico, in 1994 articulated something similar to this revived indigenous model, in response to neoliberalism. The anti-globalization movement may also be showing signs of evolving in this way, promoting empowered localization as the alternative to grinding globalization. Not seeking to seize control of the power complex, which is viewed as increasingly suspect and unaccountable, the nonviolent radical model experiments with withdrawal from that complex, while quietly undermining it through lack of support. It seeks to restore empowerment to its more ancient source, the authority in humble human personalities and their intimate interaction with small, face-to-face communities and local ecosystems. Once this model becomes widespread, then a bioregional model of federated cooperatives can emerge, one that abides by a truly sustainable, non-growth dynamic, respectful of the carrying capacity of Mother Earth. Conclusion. Veterans are in a unique position to initiate courageous leadership in a national healing process. This requires speaking the truth about what we know, including the fact that all people and the earth are intimately interconnected. Our souls, and the soul of our country, are at stake. Furthermore, the future of peace in the world may rest on a profound reckoning on the part of U.S. Americans, one that acknowledges that our historical imperial policies have been deeply wrong, and that we now wish to make amends for our crimes, our arrogance, and our ignorance. I urge all citizens, especially veterans from Vietnam and other wars, to find the courage to reveal our own, and our country's, dark side, to disclose the incredible lies that our government has inflicted upon us, leading to the murder of millions of innocent human beings, and to experiment with a vision for life-affirming models that nurture small-scale, ecologically sustainable, truly democratic communities. The future of humankind may hinge on the results. Document I. Inaugural Statement to the Russell Vietnam War Crimes Tribunal, 1966. Jean-Paul Sartre. Our tribunal was formed, on the initiative of Lord Bertrand Russell, to decide whether the accusations of war crimes leveled against the government of the United States as well as against those of South Korea, New Zealand, and Australia, during the conflict in Vietnam, are justified. During this inaugural session, The origin, function, aims and limits of the tribunal must be clarified. The tribunal means to explain itself, without sidetracking, on the question of what has been called its legitimacy. In 1945, something absolutely new in history appeared at Nuremberg with the first international tribunal formed to pass judgment on crimes committed by a belligerent power. Until then there had been a few international agreements, for instance the Bryant-Kellogg Pact, which were aimed at limiting the jus ad bellum, but as no other body had been created to implement them, the relations between the powers continued to operate under the law of the jungle. It could not be otherwise. The nations which had built their wealth upon the conquest of great colonial empires would not have tolerated being judged upon their actions in Africa or Asia. From 1939, the Hitlerian furies had endangered the world to such an extent that the horrified Allies decided, since they were to be the victors, to judge and condemn the wars of aggression and conquest, the maltreatment of prisoners and the tortures, as well as the racist practices known as genocide, unaware that they were condemning themselves, in this way, for their own actions in the colonies. For this reason, that is to say because they were recognizing the Nazi crimes, and because, in the more universal sense, they were opening the way to a real jurisdiction for the denunciation and condemnation of war crimes wherever committed, and whoever the culprits, the Tribunal of Nuremberg is still the manifestation of a change of capital importance, the substitution of jus ad bellum by jus contra bellum. Unfortunately, as is wont to happen whenever a new force is created by historical exigencies, this tribunal was not free from serious faults. It has been said that it was a diktat of the victors to the vanquished and, which comes to the same thing, that it was not really being international, one group of nations was judging another. Would it have been more worthwhile to have taken the judges from neutral countries? I cannot say. What is certain, however, is that, although the decisions were perfectly just by ethical standards, they did not convince all Germans. The legitimacy of the magistrates and their sentences is contested to this day. Also, it has been declared that, if the fortunes of war had been otherwise, a tribunal of the Axis could have condemned the Allies for the bombing of Dresden or for that of Hiroshima. Such a body would not have been difficult to set up. It would have sufficed that the body created for the judgment of the Nazis had continued after its original task, or that the United Nations, considering all the consequences of what had just been achieved, would, by a vote of the General Assembly, have consolidated it into a permanent tribunal, empowered to investigate and to judge all accusations of war crimes, even if the accused should be one of the countries that had been responsible for the sentencing at Nuremberg. In this way, the implicit universality of the original intention would have been clearly defined. However, we know what did happen. Hardly had the last guilty German been sentenced than the tribunal vanished and no one ever heard of it again. Are we therefore so pure? Have there been no war crimes since 1945? Have we never had further resort to violence or to aggression? Have there been no more genocides? Has no large country ever tried to break by force the sovereignty of a smaller one? Has there never been reason for denouncing more orateurs' Nazi reprisal massacre in France in 1944, Ed or Auschwitz's? You know the truth, in the last 20 years, the great historical act has been the struggle of the underdeveloped nations for their freedom. The colonial empires have crumbled, and in their place independent nations have grown or have reclaimed ancient and traditional independence which had been eliminated by colonialism. All this has happened in suffering, sweat, and blood. A tribunal such as that of Nuremberg has become a permanent necessity. I have already said that, before the Nazi trials, war was lawless. The Nuremberg Tribunal, an ambiguous reality, was created from the highest legal principles no doubt, but, at the same time, it created a precedent, the embryo of a tradition. Nobody can go back, stop what has already existed, nor, when a small and poor country is the object of aggression, prevent one from thinking back to those trials and saying to oneself, it is this very same thing that was condemned then. In this way, the hasty and incomplete measures taken and then abandoned by the Allies in 1945 have created a real gap in international affairs. We sadly lack an organization which has been created and affirmed in its permanency and universality and which has irreversibly defined its rights and duties. It is a gap which must be filled and yet which no one will fill. There are, in fact, two sources of power for such a body. The first is the state and its institutions. However, in this period of violence most governments, if they took such an initiative, would fear that it might one day be used against them and that they would find themselves in the dock with the accused. And then, for many, the United States is a powerful ally, who would dare ask for the resurrection of a tribunal whose first action would be to demand an inquiry on the Vietnam conflict. The other source is the people, in a revolutionary period, when institutions are changing. But, although the struggle is implacable, how could the masses, divided by frontiers, unite and impose on the various governments an institution which would be a true court of the people? The Russell Tribunal was born of this doubly contradictory conclusion. The judgment of Nuremberg had necessitated the existence of an institution to inquire into war crimes and, if necessary, to sit in judgment. Today neither governments nor the masses are capable of forming one. We are perfectly aware that we have not been given a mandate by anyone, but we took the initiative to meet, and we also know that nobody could have given us a mandate. It is true that our tribunal is not an institution. But, it is not a substitute for any institution already in existence. It is, on the contrary, formed out of a void and for a real need. We were not recruited or invested with real powers by governments, but, as we have just seen, the investiture at Nuremberg was not enough to give the jurists unquestioned legality. The Russell Tribunal believes, on the contrary, that its legality comes from both its absolute powerlessness and its universality. We are powerless, that is the guarantee of our independence. There is nothing to help us except for the participation of the supporting committees which are, like ourselves, meetings of private individuals. As we do not represent any government or party, we cannot receive orders. We will examine the facts in our souls and our consciences, as we say, or, if one prefers, in the full liberty of our spirits. None of us can state, today, how the discussions will turn out and whether we answer yes or no to the accusations, or whether we will come to a conclusion at all, perhaps deciding that the evidence, though real, is insufficiently proven. What is certain, in any case, is that our weakness, even if we are convinced by the proof brought before us, would not enable us to condemn. What can even the lightest sentence mean if we do not have the means to put it into effect? We will therefore limit ourselves, should this arise, to declaring that this or that act does in fact fall under the jurisdiction of Nuremberg, and that it is therefore a war crime and that, if the law were applied, it would be appropriate for this or that sentence to be carried out. In this case, if possible, we will name the guilty. Thus, the Russell Tribunal will have no other function in this inquiry and its conclusions, but to make everybody understand the necessity for international jurisdiction, which it has neither the means nor the ambition to replace and the essence of which would be to resuscitate the jus contra bellum, stillborn at Nuremberg, and to substitute legal, ethical laws for the law of the jungle. From the very fact that we are simple citizens, we have been able, in coopting ourselves from all over the world, to give our tribunal a more universal structure than that which prevailed at Nuremberg. I do not only mean that a larger number of countries is represented. From this point of view there are still many gaps. But, most of all, whilst in 1945 the Germans were represented only in the dock, or sometimes as witnesses, here several members of the jury are from the USA. This means that they come from the country whose very policy is our subject and that they have, therefore, their own ways of understanding it. Whatever may be their conclusions, the intimate relation with their own country and its institutions and traditions will necessarily be reflected in this tribunal's conclusions. Whatever may be our wishes for impartiality and universality, we are very conscious that this does not legitimize our undertaking. What we would really like is that our legitimation would be in retrospect, or a posteriori. In fact, we do not work for ourselves nor for our own edification, and we do not presume to impose our conclusions like a thunderbolt. In truth, we would wish, with press collaboration, to maintain constant contact between ourselves and the masses all over the world who are painfully watching the tragedy in Vietnam. We hope that they will be learning while we learn, that they will watch and understand, and come to their own conclusions. These conclusions, whatever they may be, we would wish to be reached individually and independently of those we come to ourselves. This session is a communal undertaking for which the final term should be, as a philosopher said, un verite devenue. If the masses agree with our judgment, it will become truth, and we, at the very moment when we step back so that they will become the guardians and powerful supporters of that truth, will then know that we have been legitimized. When the people show their agreement, they will also show a greater need, that a real war crimes tribunal be created on a permanent basis, that these crimes may be denounced and not sanctioned anywhere and at any time. These last remarks reply to a critical comment made, without ill feeling, in a Paris newspaper: "What a strange tribunal, jurymen but no judge." It is true, we are only jurymen, we have no power to condemn, nor to acquit anyone. Therefore, we are not prosecutors. There will not even be a real accusation. Maitre Mutarasso, President of the Legal Commission, will read you a statement of the charges registered. The jurists, at the end of the session, will have to pronounce on these statements, are they justified or not. But judges exist everywhere. It is for the peoples of the world and, in particular, the American people that we are working. 9. Charles Horman vs. Henry Kissinger, U.S. intervention in 1970s Chile and the case for prosecutions. Mario I. Aguilar. This chapter explores the role of Henry Kissinger and the U.S. government in the destruction of democracy in Chile. It analyzes primary sources from the U.S. National Security Archive documents on Chile, along with Civil Action 77 to 1748, Joyce Horman et.al.v. Henry Kissinger et.al., which clearly implicate Kissinger in fostering large-scale human rights violations. Following the argument of Christopher Hitchens in the trial of Henry Kissinger, Hitchens, 2001, I argue that the extensive killing of socialists and communists in Chile followed a policy, pushed by Kissinger in the name of democracy, under which not even U.S. citizens were spared. In conclusion, I suggest that there is a case for international prosecution even though the U.S. has not yet ratified the United Nations Convention on Torture. The late 20th century witnessed several events of international significance that changed our understanding of diplomacy as an interventionist policy and that catalyzed important legal investigations related to Chile. Prior to these events, the international conventions on human rights and torture were applied solely to those who had committed a material deed that was considered genocidal, as in the case of the Nazis tried in Nuremberg for crimes against humanity. The events in question were: 1. The arrest of Augusto Pinochet, the former Chilean dictator, in October 1998 in London, which brought to the forefront a number of issues pertaining to international law and the possible arrest of those accused of crimes against humanity by countries other than their own. Pinochet's arrest was followed by lengthy debates in the British courts, the House of Commons, and the House of Lords, regarding individual complicity in larger political conflicts, international law and national state sovereignty, and the legal responsibility of those who did not prevent human rights abuses, such as kidnapping and torture, when they had the political power to do so. 2. The decision by the U.S. government to declassify secret documents relating to Chile during the Pinochet regime in December 1998, followed by the subsequent declassification of thousands of other documents in the following years. 1. 3. The constitution of ad hoc international tribunals in The Hague and Tanzania that received information, issued arrest warrants, and tried criminals involved in the mass extermination of ethnic groups in the former Yugoslavia and Rwanda. Further investigations followed these developments, led by Spanish Judge Baltasar Garzon and related to the cooperation among several Latin American governments during the 1970s in arresting, torturing, killing, and disposing of the bodies of political opponents, the so-called Operation Condor. These legal investigations made it clear that the U.S. State Department and the CIA had inside knowledge about Chilean events, and in some cases had been directly involved in undercover operations during the 1970s. Such knowledge and operations coincided with the years in which Henry Kissinger served as President Nixon's Assistant for National Security and as President Nixon's and President Ford's Secretary of State. This period in U.S. foreign policy saw the U.S. intervene in Vietnam and Indochina, Bangladesh, Chile, Cyprus, East Timor, as well as other regions of the world. Moreover, the release of declassified U.S. security documents revealed Kissinger's role as a direct instigator of some of the human rights abuses perpetrated in other countries, including Chile. In the wake of the publication of Hitchens's book, and the final delivery of declassified U.S. documents in November 2001, this chapter considers Kissinger's involvement, and that of the U.S. more generally, in the following events in Chile. The killing of Army Commander-in-Chief René Schneider in 1970 in order to prevent President Salvador Allende from taking office. The Generalist boycott of Chilean democracy by direct internal interference in the affairs of a foreign nation. The fostering of a military coup in September 1973. The killing of U.S. citizens at the National Stadium in 1973. U.S. involvement in supporting acts of kidnapping, torture, and disappearance in cooperation with the security forces of Chile, Argentina, Uruguay, Paraguay, and Bolivia. The election of Salvador Allende. On September 4, 1970, Salvador Allende, a Chilean senator and founding member of the Chilean Socialist Party II, received the majority of votes in a presidential election contested by other two candidates, Jorge Alessandri, representing the right-wing coalition, and Radomiro Tomic, representing the Christian Democratic Party, PDC. Allende did not achieve a majority of over 50% of the votes, which would have sufficed to confirm him as the new president-elect. However, he won more votes than any other party, 36.2% of the total. Following agreed-upon electoral procedures, the Chilean parliament confirmed Allende as president of Chile on October 24, 1970, as the Christian Democrat parliamentarians followed Chilean democratic tradition and supported the winner of an election plurality. 3 Allende took office on November 4, and proceeded to implement what he called the Chilean road to socialism. The U.S. State Department had supported the Christian Democrats during Eduardo Free's administration, allegedly in order to prevent Soviet involvement in Chilean affairs during a historical period characterized both by Cold War tensions and by the U.S. Alliance for Progress, which predicated aid upon support for the American way of life and U.S. national security. William Colby, CIA Director, 1973-75, denied providing any support for the National Party, PN, and the Christian Democrats in the elections. He wrote in a confidential memo to Kissinger that our role in the election was limited to an effort to denigrate Allende and his Popular Unity, UP, coalition during the campaign for. Even if this assertion were believable, by the time President Eduardo Frei had finished his stint in office and passed the presidential sash to Allende, the United States had grown enormously worried about the new Chilean government, the first democratically elected socialist government in the Western Hemisphere. The right-wing Chilean parties, international corporations such as the ITT, Pepsi-Cola, the Chase Manhattan Bank, and the CIA, were also deeply concerned. Kissinger, who was at the center of U.S. national security policy making, stated famously that he saw no reason why a country should be allowed to go Marxist simply because its people are irresponsible. The U.S. ambassador to Chile, Edward Corey, reported in the following words the general feeling of the Nixon administration. It is a sad fact that Chile has taken the path to communism with only a little more than a third, 36%, of the nation approving this choice, but it is an immutable fact. It will have the most profound effect on Latin America and beyond. We have suffered a grievous defeat, the consequences will be domestic and international, the repercussions will have immediate impact in some lands and delayed effect in others. Corey quoted in Kissinger, 1979, 653. Ambassador Corey was convinced that the Chilean military would not entertain the idea of a military coup, and he made his opinion clear to the U.S. administration in a cable from Santiago, dated September 7, 1970. The following day, members of the so-called 40 Committee met in Washington. In assessing Allende's victory, they realized that very little could be done from afar. Richard Helms, then director of the CIA, suggested that if a military coup were considered as an option, it would have little chance of success unless it was undertaken very rapidly. While other members had reservations about such a modus operandi, due to the risk of civil war in Chile, the chairman directed the U.S. Embassy to produce an assessment on the pros and cons and problems and prospects involved should a Chilean military coup be organized now with U.S. assistance, and the pros and cons and prospects involved in organizing an effective future Chilean opposition to Allende. A further meeting was scheduled for September 14, 1970. The chairman of the 40 Committee from 1969 to 1976 was Henry Kissinger. During that period, the 40 Committee supervised U.S. covert operations abroad, and in some cases surveillance within the United States. 6. Kissinger was unhappy with the idea of Allende taking over the Chilean presidency, and, after a series of meetings that took place in Washington 11 days after Allende's victory, it became clear that Nixon shared the same immediate concerns. Kissinger had briefed Nixon through a memorandum dated September 17, 1970, in which he shared his doubts about Corey's objectivity and analysis of the Chilean situation. He further suggested that the U.S. administration was only reacting to events, rather than developing a clear plan of action. Kissinger advised Nixon to form a special task force that would meet daily and supervise the sending of a professional expert to take over the operation. 7. The following day, Kissinger met with Donald Kendall, president of Pepsi-Cola, and with David Rockefeller of Chase Manhattan. 8 Later, he met with CIA Director Richard Helms and President Nixon in the Oval Office. $10 million was mustered for a secret operation built around a two-track strategy, a diplomatic track, and a covert operation that sought to encourage and catalyze a military coup, unbeknownst to the State Department, Congress, or Ambassador Corey in Santiago. A strategic group that met in Langley, Virginia, was to develop the two-track plan using the best men available. Their immediate order was to make the Chilean economy scream. The two-track policy as it emerged involved the following groups. A group in charge of economic policies related to U.S. investments, renegotiation of foreign debt, and economic aid to Chile, and B. A group of CIA personnel, experts on covert operations, that without the knowledge of the U.S. Congress and the U.S. ambassador in Chile was to make contact with those within the military and other sectors opposed to the election of Allende in Chile, with the aim of preventing his accession to power. Group B proceeded to contact Chilean military that were open to the idea of a military coup. The instructions came from Kissinger as National Security Advisor, and were issued without the approval of the U.S. Congress or the direct knowledge of the U.S. ambassador in Chile. The main obstacle for U.S. plans for military intervention was the chief of the Chilean General Staff, René Schneider, who was completely opposed to any military intervention in the democratic process. In a 40 Committee meeting on September 18, 1970, it was decided that Schneider would have to be removed. The original plan was to convince some Chilean officers, with the help of interested civilians, to kidnap him before the meeting of the Chilean Congress on October 24 that was scheduled to decide on the confirmation of the new Chilean president. The task of finding such officers was a difficult one. Chile had a tradition of military non-involvement in civilian matters, or such, at least, was the perception of political analysts at the time. 9 Richard Helms and his director of covert operations, Thomas Karamessines, warned Kissinger of the difficulties that confronted the plan. Nonetheless, Kissinger decided to push ahead. A sum of $50,000 was offered to any officer willing to kidnap Schneider in order to create chaos and panic and therefore impede Allende's confirmation as president. Ambassador Corey had suggested to the U.S. administration that it avoid any contact with members of Patria y Libertad, Fatherland and Freedom, a right-wing group with paramilitary members. However, General Roberto Vio, a right-wing sympathizer of the movement, along with other members of Patria y Libertad, were approached and invited to kidnap Schneider. Kissinger's Track 2 group agreed to provide the guns and tear gas grenades to be used in the operation. Meetings took place in Santiago from 16 to October 18, 1970, while Kissinger's group was dispatching the arms via special courier. General Camilo Valenzuela, chief of the Santiago garrison, was also approached, and formed a separate group of sympathizers willing to kidnap Schneider. It was clear that Vio, who had already attempted military action against President Free in 1969, was not fully trusted by members of Kissinger's committees, and was perceived as an officer with little support among other Chilean officers. Attempts to kidnap Schneider failed on 19 to 20 October, but Schneider was finally intercepted and killed on October 2. 5 cars blocked his Mercedes as he was being driven from the house of the Army Commander-in-Chief to his offices at the Ministry of Defense. Schneider tried to resist by drawing a gun from his briefcase, and was shot several times. His death on October 25 at the military hospital produced a political uproar. President Free declared a full national alert, with the army standing by, and 3 days of national mourning followed. At Schneider's Requiem Mass, former presidents of Chile and the newly elected president accompanied his coffin. See Alexander, 1978, 126-7, Nunn, 1976, 266-8, Del Pozo, 1992, 362, Sigmund, 1977, 120-23, Valenzuela, 1978, 48-9. The day before, the Chilean Congress had ratified Allende's election by a substantial majority, 153 votes in favor and 35 against, with 7 abstentions, obstructing Allende's road to socialism. The failure of the covert operation to provoke a reaction by the Chilean military via the kidnapping or killing of Schneider, followed by the ratification by the Chilean Congress of Allende as President of Chile, prompted the United States administration to intensify the work of Group A, based in Virginia. As early as November 6, 1970, the National Security Council met at the White House to discuss the Chilean situation. CIA Director Helms emphasized that the composition of Allende's first cabinet was clearly tilted in favor of Marxists, and Kissinger expressed his conviction that Allende was trying to turn Chile into a socialist state. Kissinger, 1979, 653-83. Different options were explored and strong opinions voiced. Nixon expressed his belief that the Latin American military, in particular the Chilean army, should be strongly supported throughout the coming period of Chilean socialism, stating, "I will never agree with the policy of downgrading the military in Latin America. They are power centers subject to our influence. We want to give them some help. Brazil and Argentina particularly. Build them up with consultation. I want defense to move on this. We'll go for more in the budget if necessary." 10. Moreover, it was clear that harsh economic policies were to be followed in order to isolate Allende's government and render him unpopular with voters and even his own supporters. George A. Lincoln, Director of Emergency Preparedness, emphasized the possibility of manipulating the market for copper, Chile's main natural resource, in order to weaken the Allende regime. In the end, Nixon's proposed strategy became the basis for a consensus, when he told his advisors, "On the economic side we want to give him Allende cold turkey. Make sure that XM the Export, Import Bank and the international organizations toughen up. If Allende can make it with Russian and Chinese help, so be it, but we do not want it to be with our help, either real or apparent." 11. Such economic policies resulted in a sharp downturn in U.S. organizational involvement in Chile. One need only consult figures showing the marked disparity in U.S. financial aid to the administrations of Free, Allende, and Pinochet. From 1964 to 1970, Free received $1,176.8 million, Allende from 1971 to 1973, just $67.3 million, and Pinochet from 1974 to 1976, $628.10 million. Allende, meanwhile, pursued a program that stood in marked opposition to the U.S. Alliance for Progress, which his government depicted as an unjust and neo-colonial arrangement. In the words of the program of Allende's Popular Unity Coalition, imperialist exploitation of backward economies takes many forms. It can take the form of investment in mines, copper, iron, etc., and in industrial activities, both in banking and in commerce. It can mean technological control that forces us to pay the highest prices for equipment, licenses, and patents, or North American loans which stipulate that we must buy in the United States, and with the additional clause that the purchased goods are to be transported in American boats, etc. Let us quote a single instance. Between 1952 and today, the North Americans have invested $7,473 million in Latin America. In the same period, they have taken $16 billion worth of profits away. Allende 1973, 23, 13. The alternative proposed by the Allende government became clearer in 1971, when the Chilean Congress approved the nationalization of the copper mines owned by U.S. corporations. 14 Further policy initiatives established state ownership of banks. 15 Promoted agrarian reform, and furthered cooperation with Cuba. 16 And the Soviet Union. 17 All of these measures confirmed the initial worries of the U.S. administration. The nationalization program extended to the Chilean branches of U.S. corporations such as RCA Victor, Bethlehem Steel, U.S. banks, Ford, and ITT. In the case of Ford, the company was accused of boycotting the import of spare parts, while ITT became notorious for its support of the U.S. economic boycott and attempted to enlist U.S. intelligence in order to spy on Allende's supporters. Quimantu, 1972, point 18. President Nixon conveyed his concerns in writing to Allende, while nonetheless stressing that we are prepared to maintain the kind of relations with the Chilean government which they are inclined to maintain with us. Allende, 1973, 104. Allende's response, in a public speech, suggested that Chile would follow the example of Mexico in maintaining links with all countries, and that his government could not equate the policies of the Organization of American States with the wishes of the U.S. government. 19. From 1971 to 1973, the CIA continued its covert operations in Chile, encouraging Allende's opponents with economic assistance and fomenting military distrust of governmental policies. By September 1972, Chile's trucker unions, an important sector given Chile's dramatic geographical length, staged a strike against the government that symbolized the concerns of Allende's opponents. The U.S. administration helped to sustain the strike, which paralyzed Chile in an unprecedented fashion. This was a crucial moment in Chilean politics. Prior to the truckers' strike, all opposition to Allende's government had been channeled and expressed through the political parties. Instead, the truckers' strike triggered the direct mobilization by both big and small businessmen seeking to protect their stakes in the system. Valenzuela, 1978, 78. From 1971 onward, the CIA also conducted surveillance operations against liberal U.S. citizens living and working in Chile. One of those citizens, Frank Turugay, was later to be killed, along with Charles Horman, at Santiago's National Stadium following the military coup. See below. Throughout 1972, the CIA continued its efforts to foment discontent among the Chilean military. Some officers were seriously considering a military coup at the time of the truckers' strike. They were enthusiastically supported by CIA agents operating in Santiago. The first signs of a possible military coup came on June 29, 1973, when a group of tanks from the Tacna Regiment made their way to the presidential palace, La Moneda, and installed themselves across from the building. By the time the mutiny had been brought under control by the military under the command of Augusto Pinochet, it was clear to political analysts and members of Allende's own government that a massive intervention could be forthcoming. The U.S. diplomatic failure. The military coup took place on Tuesday, September 11, 1973. From key locations in Santiago, the commanders-in-chief of the armed forces directed the takeover of radio stations, factories, government buildings, and the presidential palace, Verdugo, 1997. The U.S. government welcomed the change of government, and quickly recognized the military junta as Chile's new legitimate authority. The Chilean Navy, which had recently undertaken joint maneuvers with U.S. ships, left the port of Valparaiso early in the morning of September 11, and subsequently the Marines and Special Naval Forces took over the port and the main government buildings. What followed was the complete suppression of opposition forces and the formation of a centralized government in the hands of the Chilean armed forces. The U.S. involvement in these events, which was sanctioned by Kissinger himself, became clearer with the arrest and murder of Charles Horman and Frank Turugay at the National Stadium. Other U.S. citizens suspected of pro-Allende tendencies managed to go into hiding and flee the country. See, example Cooper, 2001. While Horman and Turugay were assassinated around the same time in the National Stadium, it was the case of Charles Horman that achieved the greatest prominence in subsequent years, becoming the subject of the book, Hauser, 1982, and film Missing and of a legal suit by the Horman family against Henry Kissinger and all those held responsible for his death. 20. Charles and his wife Joyce had arrived in Chile in 1972 after touring other Latin American countries. 21. Together with other Americans, they formed the North American News Sources, FIN, a group that translated and disseminated pro-Allende articles in U.S. newspapers. In April 1973, Horman joined others in a protest, in front of the U.S. consulate in Santiago, against the bombardment of Cambodia. 22. When the military coup occurred, Horman was in Valparaiso, together with a U.S. visitor, Terry Simon. Joyce remained in Santiago. Horman and Simon found it difficult to return to Santiago, and did so only because of an encounter at their hotel with a U.S. Marine, Lieutenant Colonel Patrick Ryan. Ryan was at that time head of a 5-man U.S. naval group in Valparaiso, and held the title of Acting Chief of Navy Selection, U.S. military group in Chile. Ryan had filed a situation report to the U.S. administration stating that Chile's coup d'état was close to perfect. 23. He was meeting at the hotel with another American, Arthur Creter, who identified himself as a retired naval engineer based in Panama. Creter told them that he had come to do a job, and the job had been done. 24. On September 15, 1973, Navy Captain Ray Davis drove Horman and Simon back to Santiago in a car with Chilean Navy identification. They stayed at the Carrera Hotel, as they could not reach Joyce by phone. The following day, they moved to the Horman home. After the decision was taken that they should all leave Chile, Horman and Simon went to the Braniff Airlines office on September 17 to buy tickets for the return to the United States. Braniff personnel told them to contact the U.S. consulate, as a list of Americans scheduled to leave Chile was being drawn up. At the U.S. consulate, Marion Tipton, the vice-consul, told Horman and Simon that such a list did not exist. Tipton further commented to Simon that they never come in to visit us at normal times, but at times like this they come crawling out of the walls. 25. It was clear that some young Americans had failed to register their names and addresses at the U.S. consulate because they perceived the U.S. embassy as being the enemy of Allende's government. 26. In turn, the U.S. embassy and the State Department perceived such young Americans as being far too intimate in their relationship with enemies of the United States. 27. On September 17, shortly after he arrived home, Charles Horman was picked up by Chilean military personnel and taken to the National Stadium. 28. Only on October 17 did Horman's parents, Ed and Joyce, learn that Charles had been executed at the National Stadium, either on 18 or September 20, and that his body had been found at the General Cemetery. 29. And only on March 31 was Horman's body released and flown to New York. By then, an autopsy was impossible. The Chileans had negotiated a deal with the U.S. administration to return Horman's body in exchange for the sale of American-made missiles to the Pinochet administration. Point 30. It is still unclear whether American personnel were present at Horman's execution or during his preceding torture sessions. What is clear, however, is that the U.S. Embassy failed to provide protection for U.S. citizens in Chile, their core diplomatic responsibility. Moreover, some embassy officials, in direct communication with the U.S. government, provided the new military authorities with information on U.S. citizens living in Chile, apparently in the knowledge that the military would arrest and torture them. Investigations by U.S. officials in 1976 indicated that U.S. intelligence was aware the government of Chile saw Horman in a rather serious light, and U.S. officials did nothing to discourage the logical outcome of the government of Chile paranoia. 31. It is possible, then, to argue that Kissinger and those following his directives in Santiago conspired to kidnap, torture, and murder U.S. citizens in violation of Geneva Convention protections extended to civilians in time of war. This was the term used by Pinochet to describe the military coup and its aftermath. Conclusion: the never-ending story. In 2001, the actions of Henry Kissinger and other U.S. officials came under scrutiny yet again. Earlier, the U.S. Senate had investigated covert operations related to Chile in the 1970s, while Kissinger's role had been questioned. He justified his overall actions on the grounds of the Cold War and U.S. national security, and was not pressed further by the Senate committees. Following Pinochet's 1998 arrest in London and revelations of U.S. involvement in training Latin American officers accused of human rights abuses throughout Operation Condor, fingers were again pointed at Kissinger. It seemed scarcely credible that someone who was simultaneously chairman of the 40 Committee, National Security Advisor to the U.S. President, and Secretary of State would be unaware of what had taken place in Chile and throughout the Southern Cone, or of the critical U.S. role in the events. Kissinger's own writings make it clear that he saw his role as that of an agent for American foreign policy. He occasionally warned foreign governments, including Pinochet's, to preserve a good public image, but he fended off those who criticized human rights abuses in Chile and pressed for an end to military rule. See his report of a trip to Chile in June 1976, Kissinger, 1999, 749-60. The accusations that can be leveled against Kissinger, based on the material presented in this chapter, are thus as follows. 1. He conspired with others to kidnap and to kill General Schneider in 1970, providing money and arms to facilitate the operation. He also conspired to deny the Chilean people the fruits of a fair and democratic election, intervening in the domestic political affairs of a sovereign state not at war with the United States, and in the case of an election where there was not even a hint of election fraud. In short, throughout 1970 he conspired to kidnap, to murder, and to suppress the functioning of democratic institutions. 2. Kissinger is responsible for conspiring to overthrow a democratic president and to assist security forces in kidnapping, torturing, and murdering political opponents. The direct agents of this conspiracy, on the U.S. part, were U.S. Navy personnel in Valparaiso and CIA agents at the National Stadium and possibly other detention centers. 3. Kissinger failed to instruct the U.S. ambassador in Chile to protect the lives of U.S. citizens such as Charles Horman and Frank Turugay, who were kidnapped, tortured, and murdered while embassy staff offered assurances that they had no idea of these citizens' whereabouts. 4. Kissinger, as ex-Secretary of State, is responsible for extending U.S. aid and military cooperation that greatly facilitated Operation Condor throughout the Southern Cone, notably in the case of Chilean prisoners transported from neighboring countries, who subsequently disappeared. As a result of the declassification of the secret U.S. documents on Chile, parties involved in litigation against Kissinger have been able to file legal claims against him and others involved in the covert operations of the early 1970s. For example, on September 11, 2001, a criminal claim was filed before Judge Juan Guzmán Tapia in the Santiago courts, relating to Operation Condor, Ingreso Corte 2182-98. Those accused of involvement in kidnapping, torture, and murder included Augusto Pinochet, Henry Kissinger, Richard Helms and Vernon Walters. Among those filing the case was Nobel Prize winner Rigoberta Menchú. In addition, following the disclosure of the secret documents, the widow of General Schneider and his 3 children appeared on the U.S. network CBS, together with Peter Kornbluh, a researcher and independent analyst at the National Security Archive. Kornbluh emphasized that this was the first time documentation had been procured relating to the Nixon administration's direct interference in the democratic institutions of other countries. 32. As part of the National Security Archive's interest in Kissinger, the State Department announced on August 9, 2001 that Kissinger had turned over 10,000 pages of transcripts of his telephone conversations while in office from 1973 to January 1977. In December 1976, Kissinger had donated his telephone conversations transcripts to the Library of Congress, but with one proviso, that the transcripts were to be strictly controlled by himself and his lawyers until 5 years after his death. In summary, the evidence for the prosecution in the Kissinger case is abundant, but Kissinger nonetheless remains a prominent and widely respected figure, a citizen above the law, both in the US and even in countries that suffered tremendously under his policies. For example, in February 2002, Brazilian President Fernando Henrique Cardoso proposed that the Ordem do Cruzeiro do Sul be bestowed on Kissinger during his scheduled visit to Brazil the following month. Against such traditional respect for the leading statesmen of friendly countries, we must set the evolution in international law towards the regulation of violent intervention in the affairs of sovereign states. Should this trend continue, and the effectiveness of such regulation increase, it is possible, and to be hoped, that political directives such as those issued by Kissinger and the administration he served will become anathema, and their criminal consequences in Latin America and throughout the world will be sharply reduced. 10. The wretched of the nations, the West's role in human rights violations in the Bangladesh War of Independence. Suhail Islam and Syed Hassan. Human rights and their genesis in Eurocentrism. Prior to the American and French revolutions of 1776 and 1789, the term the people was merely an expression occasionally uttered by absolute monarchs. But following those great upheavals, the people established their claims with such force that Western civilization thereafter acknowledged that sovereignty indeed belonged to the people. In the wake of these two seminal events, the battles in the West were fought on cultural, political, and moral grounds. That is to say, the core of Western civilization and culture was based on the promotion of human rights and the concept of individual liberty. So it was that Abraham Lincoln, on the eve of the American Civil War, declared, "They who deny freedom to others deserve it not for themselves, and under a just God cannot long retain it." Staking out the same moral high ground, President Woodrow Wilson in the early 20th century defined the nation he was leading as not a mere body of traitors, but a body of free men. Our greatness is built upon our freedom, it is moral, not material. We have a great ardor for gain, but we have a deep passion for the rights of man. And yet, in an ironic twist on Lincoln's and Wilson's fine words, the role of the West, including the United States, in international human rights violations was nothing short of abhorrent. Accordingly, human rights was redefined as the new criterion by which the West, especially the US, declared itself to be civilized and other civilizations to be barbaric. The framework is reminiscent of that used by imperialists in colonial societies. More recently, during the Cold War, rivalries between the superpowers, democracy and freedom were both used and abused to advance neocolonial agendas. Throughout Western history, the opponent and main target of propaganda has remained the same, the subaltern populace of the Third World, pitted against the ruling of what Edward W. Said calls the states of national security, said, 1996. The briefest survey of human rights as a movement confirms this appraisal of its true meaning and role. The use of human rights as a pretext for Western political action dates back to the French occupation of Syria and Lebanon in August 1860, which was defined as necessary to protect Christian Maronite minorities. This strategy has only increased since the Second World War, with the current vogue for humanitarian interventions only the latest variant. Likewise, the formulation of human rights theory has also been politically motivated in large part, and led by advocates with their own narrow political agendas. The idea of a universal definition of human rights dates to the proposal of an International Bill of Rights of Man in 1945 by Hirsch Lauterpecht, a leading Zionist. It was this proposal that led to the formulation of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights by the United Nations, adopted on December 10, 1948. This was drafted by a committee of 15 experts from various countries. The debate was politically driven, and influenced by the ideological schism between socialism and capitalism. While the countries involved might appear to have formed a reasonable cross-section of the world community, they included Iran, the Soviet Union and India. A closer look at the terms of engagement and reference reveals this to be a fallacy. None of the representatives was nationally or culturally representative. In fact, it was a specific requirement of their engagement that they did not represent national or cultural interests, but rather were experts in the narrow field of rights discourse employed by the UN Committee. Thus, all representatives adhered to a narrow concept of ethical theory hailing from such allegedly emancipatory texts as Thomas Paine's Rights of Man and the U.S. Bill of Rights. Nonetheless, the declaration was called universal to provide it with an aura of authority and legitimacy. This declaration was then forced upon other countries, which, in a Western-dominated world, had little choice but to sign. In fact, not only is the UDHR not universal in its origins, but the UN, largely controlled by the US, had, from the outset, no intention of implementing it. There were 3 subcommittees involved in drafting the UDHR, the third of which was charged with proposing mechanisms for its implementation. The findings of this subcommittee were rejected, and no other mechanism was subsequently approved. The lessons of history, then, seem quite clear. Human rights, and the Universal Declaration, have become tools of the West, used to further Western influence and interests, while the West itself feels free to ignore their provisions. In the U.S. invasion of Haiti or Western support for the military takeover in Algeria, to cite just 2 recent examples, the West cited a need to preserve democracy. In the last few years, the West has effectively supported aggressors like Slobodan Milosevic and Vladimir Putin in their respective campaigns against Muslims, while paying lip service to their critics. We have seen the West supporting abuses of human rights in the Israeli-occupied territories, while at the same time bombing civilians in Iraq on the pretense of protecting Kuwait. The hypocrisy is truly impressive. In this light, it is hardly surprising that the West in general, and the Anglo-American alliance in particular, have protected dictatorships and participated in rights violations whenever it is deemed in their interest to do so. The subject of this chapter, the disintegration of Pakistan as a result of the atrocities committed by its armed forces, is only one of many examples of Western double standards deepening the tragedy of the masses. One aim of this study is to bring to wider attention Justice Hamidur Rahman's report, drafted after the disintegration of Pakistan, and to integrate its findings with the more recent perspective advanced by Christopher Hitchens on the Western role in that disintegration and the concomitant genocidal massacres of Bangladeshis. We will pay particular attention to the role of the U.S. State Department, under President Nixon's Secretary of State, Henry Kissinger. See also the chapters by Stephen Jacobs and Mario Aguilar in this volume. Elite Conflict, Bengali Muslim Nationalism and the Creation of Bangladesh. The early 1970s witnessed a major transformation in the Muslim world's political systems. The Islamic Republic of Pakistan, the largest Muslim country in terms of population, disintegrated, and 2 successor states emerged, Pakistan in the west, and Bangladesh in the east. Why did this occur? The construction of this odd divide between East and West Pakistan is one of the legacies of imperialism. The British government partitioned British India into the dominions of India and Pakistan in 1947. British policy was based on the scheme embodied by the India Act of 1935, which developed a two-nation theory and proposed that areas with a numerical majority of Hindus should constitute an independent India, while those with a majority of Muslims would constitute an independent Pakistan. Interestingly, the resolution for the partition of India and Pakistan was moved by the great Bengali leader, A.K. Fazlul Haq, on March 23, 1940, at Lahore in present-day Pakistan. The partition duly took place, albeit at the cost of well over 1 million Muslim and Hindu lives. East Pakistan, present-day Bangladesh, was separated from the remainder of the state by 1,000 miles of hostile Indian territory. In addition to this uniquely challenging geographical separation, united Pakistan lacked either cultural or linguistic unity. The case for regional autonomy in economic and cultural affairs was therefore fairly strong. Wilcox, 1963. The conduct and attitude of the ostensibly all-Pakistan government towards East Pakistan made that case stronger still. Attempts by the central regime to deny Bengali, East Pakistani, demands, and to impose unitary rule, spawned a powerful Bengali autonomy movement. Westergaard, 1985. Despite winning a majority in the Pakistani National Assembly in the elections of December 7, 1970, the Bengali representatives under Sheikh Mujibur Rahman were prevented from taking office, even though their vote exceeded that of all other parties combined. Mujibur's Awami League captured all but 2 of East Pakistan's 162 seats, while the Pakistan People's Party captured 81 of 138 seats in West Pakistan. Indeed, the assembly never met. The story of the secession of East Pakistan actually begins in 1947, when Pakistan came into existence as an independent dominion with a parliamentary and federal political system. The elites who dominated the Muslim League transferred their allegiance to Pakistan and became the ruling elite there, excluding all other movements and organizations. This elite's attempts to deny national status to Bengali language and culture, and to impose the Urdu language on Bengalis in the East, infuriated educated members of that group and further strengthened their ethnic identity. Ahmed, 1981. Support for regional autonomy mounted. As Raunak Jahan writes in a new preface to her definitive analysis of Pakistan's disintegration. When I wrote this book 25 years ago before the independence of Bangladesh, there was general consensus among the Bengalis that the policies and practices of successive regimes in Pakistan, suppression of fundamental rights, representative institutions and cultural freedom, economic disparity, misuse of religion in politics and monopoly of state power in the hands of a narrow civil-military bureaucratic elite were inevitably leading to the disintegration of the country. There was a general acknowledgement that the Bengalis were struggling not simply against Pakistani oppression and exploitation, but the nationalist movement was to establish a different vision of society and polity, a secular democratic state. Jahan, 1994, Preface, 1. The Tragedy of 1971. Scores of books have been written addressing the darkest year in Greater Pakistan's history, the tragedy of 1971, which ultimately resulted in the dismemberment of the nation and the death of hundreds of thousands, perhaps as many as 3 million, Bengalis. Among the accounts that deserve particular attention is that of Lieutenant General A.A.K. Niza, who spearheaded military operations in Pakistan's eastern wing. In his book The Betrayal of East Pakistan, Niza, 1998, this senior military figure exposed how superpower rivalries contributed to unnecessary bloodshed in the rapidly unfolding drama on the Indian subcontinent. This superpower role will be considered in greater detail later. However, it is indispensable to touch at this point on the actions of the West, in particular, those of the U.S., West Pakistan's power broker, in encouraging atrocious violations of human rights and, eventually, the full-blown genocide that eventually gave rise to Bangladesh as an independent nation. In Niza's book, and his earlier declarations, we find reference to an enemy within. The general had stated in November 1971 that, in spite of my shortages, difficulties, and handicaps, the stepmotherly treatment by my high command, the knowledge that I was being used as a sacrificial lamb and that my troops were deemed an expendable commodity, and despite heavy pressure from a far superior enemy, I remained fighting till the end, and kept moving on the battlefield. These were some of the handicaps which were not encountered by our counterparts in West Pakistan, nor indeed by any other army during the war. Cited in Nizam, 1998, 115. To be more specific, Nizam claimed that the so-called action on the political level was a farce. We had a number of friends in the UNO, but no one from our side showed any interest in raising the matter in the Security Council when India attacked East Pakistan on November 21. If the aggrieved party itself was not interested, why should anyone have come to the rescue? Nizam, 1998, 178. This raises a critical question. If Pakistan itself was uninterested in raising the matter in the Security Council, how can the role of the West be considered influential or decisive? In the first place, Pakistan's leader, General Yahya, was fundamentally illegitimate. He could hardly be a spokesperson for Pakistan and a representative of its national interests, especially when Mujibur had received a majority in a free and fair national election. By supporting Yahya, therefore, the West, especially the US under President Nixon, not only chose to ignore the election results of 1970, but supported the military despot in his campaign to delay and indefinitely suspend a peaceful transfer of power to the democratically elected authority. See Kissinger, 1979. Obviously, the US, and other Western countries who similarly turned a blind eye to Yahya's malfeasance, reasonably expected that the legal victor of the elections would resist such a political injustice. And when that resistance broke out, the governments of both the United States and Great Britain officially and fully supported General Yahya's regime. Also, both governments chose to conceal the widespread massacres in East Pakistan, which from their start represented a genocidal assault on the mass of the Bengali population. At this critical juncture, it is ironic that Zulfikar Ali Bhutto, whose party, the Pakistan People's Party, had won the majority of seats in West Pakistan, and who was thus due to take his place in the political opposition, was appointed to represent Pakistan in the United Nations. The most prominent representative of the regime internationally was thus the figure who had lost national elections. Such an arrangement suited Bhutto's personal ambitions perfectly. It hardly mattered that, in this position, Bhutto was exposed to the manipulation of Western powers, rapidly becoming their pawn in the grand chess game of Cold War politics. The historical record suggests, then, that Pakistan's dismemberment was the product of intersecting conspiracies. The forces of Mujibur, Bhutto, and the dozens of political parties in both East and West Pakistan each had its own cause to take up arms. Socio-political blunders were made on all sides. Nonetheless, the authors of genocide cannot be excused their crimes simply because others stumbled along the way. And chief among the external authors was the United States. Pakistan was led to believe that the United States would ultimately rescue its national integrity, regardless of the scale of the crimes it committed against predominantly Bengali citizens. In central respects, General Yahya Khan was led by the nose by President Nixon and his master diplomat, Henry Kissinger. Ordinary Pakistanis, and especially the Bengalis of East Pakistan, were invisible in the equation. As some of the most poverty-stricken and dispossessed people on earth, they could be annihilated in their hundreds of thousands, according to R.J. Rummel. The death toll in Bangladesh in 1970–71 very likely exceeded 1 million, and may have been as high as 3 million. 21 is reminded of David Spur's analysis in The Rhetoric of Empire. Under Western eyes, the body is that which is most proper to the primitive, the sign by which the primitive is represented. The body, rather than speech, law, or history, is the essential defining characteristic of primitive peoples. They live, according to this view, in their bodies and in natural space, but not in a body politic worthy of the name, nor in meaningful historical time. Spur, 1993, 22. Hitchens, Kissinger, and the Case for a War Crimes Trial. Christopher Hitchens's book The Trial of Henry Kissinger, Hitchens, 2001 c. was first published in 2001 as a two-part series in Harper's Magazine, Hitchens, 2001a, 2001b. Much of the work concentrates on Kissinger's role in the Vietnam War, in which the U.S. deliberately targeted civilians for bombing and ground attacks as a matter of policy. See also Brian Wilson's chapter in this volume. Kissinger, Hitchens alleges, was the driving force in the expansion of the war to Laos and Cambodia, where U.S. bombing killed an estimated 1,350,000 people, the vast majority civilians. Kissinger literally restructured the chain of command to allow him to take personal charge of bombing raids. He expressed happiness in his briefings to Nixon on the bombing, and seemed to be really having fun with it, according to the president, quoted in Hitchens, 2001 c. 37. These actions provide some guide to the mindset of the man who turned, in 1970-71, to the unfolding events in Pakistan. With Kissinger at the helm, the U.S. provided the Pakistani army with the arms, training, and military aid that enabled it to butcher up to 3 million people and sparked the exodus of 10 million refugees to neighboring India. U.S. diplomats in East Pakistan implored Kissinger to stop the killings and rein in its client. Instead, at the very height of the mass murder, Kissinger sent a message to the Pakistani dictator, General Yahya Khan, thanking him for his delicacy and tact, quoted in Hitchens, 2001 c. 47. His general attitude to the military leader was approving and sympathetic. See Kissinger, 1979, 871. What strategic considerations underlie the attitude of Kissinger and Nixon towards the Pakistani imbroglio? Clearly, Kissinger in particular disliked the non-aligned policy followed by India, which contrasted with Pakistan's eager military subservience to Washington. The emergence of an independent Bangladesh threatened a new addition to non-aligned ranks. There seems, as well, to have been a personality clash between Kissinger and Indira Gandhi, then Prime Minister of India. Kissinger, 1979, 880. Kissinger's grand policy, however, failed dismally when India invaded East Pakistan in December 1971 and defeated the Pakistani army in a week, seizing 90,000 prisoners of war. When Bangladesh achieved its independence, Kissinger's resentment was plain. He compared Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, Bangladesh's first president, to Chile's Salvador Allende, and appears to have prepared a similar fate for him. Among the significant new information unveiled by Hitchens is the U.S. involvement in a military coup against Mujib in August 1975, leading to the murder of the nationalist leader and 40 of his family members. Hitchens, 2001 c. 51. Another dimension to the story is Kissinger's head-over-heels enthusiasm for opening up the People's Republic of China. At the time of the Pakistan crisis, Romania was already working to ease U.S. access to Beijing. For reasons that remain unexplained, Kissinger instead chose Islamabad as the springboard for his secret trip to China. G.W. Chaudhary, a member of the Pakistani cabinet from 1967 to 1971, writes that Nixon gave Yahya the special assignment to act as courier between Washington and Peking, an assignment which the latter carried out with the utmost secrecy and conscientiousness. Chaudhary, 1969, 68. As a reward to the general, Kissinger agreed to overlook Pakistan's political turmoil, and to designate it an internal affair. The result was a crucial blind eye turned to the unfolding military atrocities in Pakistan's eastern wing. Our own research shows that American diplomats in the Indian subcontinent, notably in Dhaka and Delhi, sent sufficient warnings of this turmoil, and details of the atrocities committed by the Pakistani Central Command after the 1970 elections. Hitchens supports this conclusion. On April 6, 1971, a cable of protest was written from the United States consulate in what was then East Pakistan, the Bengali wing of the Muslim state of Pakistan. The cable's senior signatory, the Consul General in Dhaka, was named Archer Blood, though it might have become known as the Blood Telegram in any case. Sent directly to Washington, its purpose was, quite simply, to denounce the complicity of the United States government in genocide. Its main section read: Our government has failed to denounce the suppression of democracy in Pakistan. Our government has failed to denounce atrocities. Our government has failed to take forceful measures to protect its citizens while at the same time bending over backwards to placate the West Pakistan-dominated government and to lessen any deservedly negative international public relations impact against them. Our government has evidenced what many will consider moral bankruptcy, ironically at a time when the USSR sent President Yahya Khan a message defending democracy, condemning the arrest of a leader of a democratically elected majority party incidentally pro-West, and calling for an end to repressive measures and bloodshed. But we have chosen not to intervene, even morally, on the grounds that the Awami conflict, in which unfortunately the overworked term genocide is applicable, is purely an internal matter of a sovereign state. Private Americans have expressed disgust. We, as professional civil servants, express our dissent with current policy and fervently hope that our true and lasting interests here can be defined and our policies redirected. Hitchens, 2001 c. 45, emphasis added. The blood telegram was signed by 20 members of the United States diplomatic team in East Pakistan and, when it reached the State Department, also a further 9 senior officers of the South Asia Division. Hitchens contends that it was the most public and the most strongly worded démarche from State Department servants to the State Department that has ever been recorded. Hitchens, 2001 c. 45. But Bloods was not the only protest from a senior U.S. diplomat in the region. Ambassador Kenneth Keating, the ranking U.S. diplomat in New Delhi, added his protest to those of the dissenters. Kissinger and Nixon reacted promptly and decisively to the unprecedented outburst of protest. As Hitchens writes, Archer Blood was immediately recalled from his post and Ambassador Keating was described by the President to Kissinger, with some contempt, as having been taken over by the Indians. It was at this point, too, that Kissinger notoriously praised General Yahya Khan for his delicacy and tact. Hitchens, 2001 c. 47. The blood telegram and associated examples of diplomatic dissidence are a reminder that Hitchens's case against Kissinger and Nixon cannot be generalized into an accusation against the U.S. diplomatic corps. U.S. diplomats on the ground in fact did heroic work in reporting the atrocities. But their efforts were bound to be fruitless, given the amoral emphasis on power politics that Kissinger had raised to a fine, if murderous, art, and that Nixon enthusiastically endorsed. Kissinger responds. Henry Kissinger, whose status as an elder statesman is so apparently undiminished in the halls of U.S. power that he can safely be appointed to a prestigious position as head of an independent inquiry into the terrorist attacks of September 11, 2001, has never responded directly to Hitchens's polemic or the other accusations of war crimes made against him. He has, however, limited his international travels to avoid being seized and charged à la his protégé, Augusto Pinochet. Perhaps, though, one can infer his views from an article published in Foreign Affairs a few months after Hitchens's book appeared, Kissinger, 2001b. Its title, The Pitfalls of Universal Jurisdiction, is quite suggestive. It implies a kind of a priori skepticism towards a trend in international law that has gained significant ground in recent years, and has swept up Kissinger, however mildly, in its train. Kissinger contends that universal jurisdiction, designed to ensure that even the highest government official is liable to arrest and prosecution anywhere in the world for heinous crimes against humanity, is being pushed to extremes that risk substituting the tyranny of courts for the tyranny of governments. Referring to the landmark case against his old ally, Pinochet, Kissinger argues that any universal system must contain procedures not only to punish the wicked, but to control the righteous. Legal principles must not be used as weapons to settle political scores. Hussein, 2001, 02. At this point, certain questions arise. Does Kissinger believe that the Spanish magistrate who requested Pinochet's extradition, Baltasar Garzon, and the British authorities, particularly the House of Lords, who upheld it, should have been constrained from doing so? Was the Pinochet case a matter of settling political scores? Kissinger sidesteps such issues, focusing instead on the invalidity of universal jurisdiction as such, and the corresponding lack of fit between the new International Criminal Court and U.S. national interests. Hussein, 2001, 02. He writes in his recent book, Does America Need a Foreign Policy? Kissinger, 2001a, that the statesman's ultimate dilemma is to strike a balance between values and interests, and occasionally between peace and justice. It seems not to occur to him that the wider world might prefer the value of peace with justice, that these elements are not contradictory, but mutually reinforcing. Such a perspective would, no doubt, be dismissed by Kissinger as idealistic. Ironically, Kissinger's book cautions that a deliberate quest for hegemony is the surest way to destroy the values that made the United States great, and that America's ultimate challenge is to transform its power into moral consensus, promoting its values not by imposition but by their willing acceptance in a world that, for all its seeming resistance, desperately needs enlightened leadership. Kissinger, 2001a, 281. Kissinger's own actions, in Bangladesh and elsewhere, could hardly be said to have revolved around willing popular acceptance of U.S. power and values, generating a broad moral consensus among those unfortunates on the receiving end. Fortunately, there seems little doubt that the arm of international law is growing longer, and the world smaller for national leaders and others accused of atrocities, from Augusto Pinochet to Kissinger himself. No longer are covert U.S. interventions immune from international scrutiny. In Chile itself, legal actions have been filed against Kissinger, together with extradition requests, both for his active involvement in the overthrow of the democratically elected Allende government, and support for the atrocious Pinochet regime that followed. Hussein, 2001, 02. If the analysis advanced at the outset of this chapter is correct, however, the regime of universal jurisdiction cannot be viewed as the disinterested result of morally motivated global actors. The United States has, in effect, granted to itself the power of universal jurisdiction, while displaying a well-founded fear of its exercise by others. Its seizure of Manuel Noriega from Panama and his 1992 conviction for drug trafficking, its worldwide hunt for terrorists and campaigns against rogue states, its pressuring of Yugoslavia to turn over Slobodan Milosevic to the International Criminal Tribunal at The Hague, all demonstrate that the U.S. can exploit and adapt humanitarian and human rights standards for its own purposes, deforming them out of all recognition in the process. This is combined with an outright refusal to intervene where intervention, if valid anywhere, is most justified. Bangladesh during the genocide of 1971 provides a historical example. Chechnya today, for similar reasons of realpolitik, provides another. Postscript, Musharraf's visit, Pakistan's apology. If Kissinger and other U.S. leaders have never acknowledged their leading role in the atrocities inflicted on the Bengali population of East Pakistan, Pakistan's current leader, President Pervez Musharraf, has been slightly more forthcoming. On an August 2002 visit to Bangladesh, he expressed regret for the excesses committed during the War of Independence. But he called for burying the past in the spirit of magnanimity. Your brothers and sisters in Pakistan share the pains of the events of 1971, Musharraf wrote in the official visitor's book after laying a wreath at the National Martyrs Memorial outside Dhaka, dedicated to those killed in the war. The excesses committed during the unfortunate period are regrettable. But let not the light of the future be dimmed. Let us move forward together. Hailing Pakistan's Bangladeshi brothers and sisters, he added that courage to compromise is greater than to confront. With our joint resolve, the friendship between Pakistan and Bangladesh will flourish. Habib, 2002. Several Bangladeshi dailies ran editorials praising Musharraf for his statements, and characterizing his words as a good gesture or a good beginning. But did they really represent an acknowledgement or apology of substance? Other dailies termed Musharraf's apology cosmetic, a cunning effort to sidetrack the historic crime against humanity. The old Pakistani mindset, for these commentators, still dominated. Normalization of relations between Bangladesh and Pakistan is crucial to a new beginning for the two countries. Healing the wounds of genocide, and truly burying history's most unpleasant legacies, is always extremely difficult. To the extent that it is achieved, though, it can provide important closure. Therefore, although public opinion in Bangladesh supports trials for West Pakistani war criminals, who were given safe passage from Bangladesh to Pakistan via India, under the terms of the tripartite agreement that concluded the war, the political mood leans towards reconciliation. Part of this vision of reconciliation, however, involves a genuine Pakistani acknowledgement of the scale of the human tragedy caused by its forces. President Musharraf's predecessors sought to shift the blame for barbaric acts onto the military or even a few generals. In this sense, Musharraf's expression of regret represents a real step forward, Kamaluddin, 2002. But an unconditional public apology is needed to begin truly to heal the wounds. It is worth ending with the words of a joint statement issued by leaders of 51 civil rights organizations in Pakistan, a few days after Musharraf left Bangladesh, calling for such a public apology to the people of Bangladesh. We feel sad and burdened by what we know was a violation of the people's human rights, the signatories wrote. The apology should have come a long time ago, and citizen groups did make attempts to do so. We deeply feel that a message from us is necessary to acknowledge the historic wrongs, to express sincere apology and build a bond based on honest sentiments. Kamaluddin, 2002. 11. Indicting Henry Kissinger, the response of Raphael Lemkin. Stephen L. Jacobs. Salient facts regarding Raphael Lemkin. Raphael Lemkin was born in 1900 in the Polish village of Bizwadin, a rural farming area in eastern Poland. His family were themselves farmers whose relationship with their non-Jewish neighbors was reasonably harmonious, due, quite possibly, to their minority status and distance from the larger centers of Jewish life, notably Warsaw, which housed more than 50% of all Polish Jews, and was home to the largest aggregate of both religious and secular Jews in the country. His own experiences growing up were relatively normal, as he wrote in his autobiography, Unofficial Man, the autobiography of Raphael Lemkin, Totten and Jacobs, 2002. Early in his adolescence, however, Lemkin discovered the book Quo Vadis by the 1905 Polish Nobel laureate, Henryk Sienkiewicz, 1846–1916, which tells the horrific story of the Roman Emperor Nero's near-genocidal treatment of the early Christians, 54–68 AD, Sienkiewicz, 1993. As Lemkin himself relates the tale, upon reading it he asked his mother why the Christians did not turn to the police for help. His mother responded by asking why he naively expected such help to be provided, a comment perhaps more accurately describing the reality of Jewish life in Poland than life in ancient Rome. Lemkin continues. I started to read about other attempts to destroy national, religious, and racial groups. Soon I understood that something more is required than the assistance of local police to stop this evil for which I have later coined the name genocide. The cases of genocide in history caught my imagination. My thinking was so intense that I have been almost seeing the events with my own eyes. I saw the French king, Charles XII, who enjoyed from the balcony of the royal castle the execution of the Huguenots and ordered more light to be thrown on their faces so they can better see the tortures. I saw the Catholics of 17th century Japan being compelled to drink water, after which all openings of their bodies were cemented and heavy loads put upon their bodies until they exploded. I saw the Muslims of Spain crowded half-naked on the decks of boats under the murderous African sun, buying from the sailors the right to sit in the shade so that their miserable existence can be prolonged before their bodies are thrown into the sea. And I heard the screaming of Jews in pogroms, when their stomachs have been opened and filled with feathers, and tied with ropes. I identified myself more and more with the sufferings of victims, whose numbers grew, and I continued my study of history. I understood that the function of memory is not only to register past events, but to stimulate human conscience. Soon contemporary examples of genocide followed, such as the slaughter of the Armenians. It became clear to me that the diversity of nations, religious groups, and races is essential to civilization because every one of these groups has a mission to fulfill and a contribution to make in terms of culture. To destroy these groups is to oppose the will of the Creator and to disturb the spiritual harmony of mankind. I decided to become a lawyer and work for the outlawing of genocide and for its prevention through the cooperation of nations, which must be made to understand that an attack on one of them is an attack on all of them. My mature years I have devoted to this work. Jacobs, 2002. Further developing this early aptitude for law, Lemkin studied at the universities of Lwów, Poland, and Heidelberg, Germany, as well as in France. By 1927, he had become the secretary of the Polish